In her senior year, Chuyue was abducted by kidnappers, ultimately meeting her tragic end during a desperate struggle. In the hospital, her spirit departed, and she unexpectedly learned of the feelings that the aloof and reclusive CEO Ou Jinghuan harbored for her, as well as the news of her father's demise. To her astonishment, the mastermind behind it all was none other than, following a brutal act of vengeance, Ou Jinghuan chose to end his life in the same manner, whispering, "My Chuchu." Chuyue, filled with resentment, was reborn, unafraid of the impending changes, and resolved to love that man earnestly. In the hotel, Ou Jinghuan said, "Come with me." But Chuyue silenced him with a kiss, pulling on his tie, compelling him to bend down. Sure, no spoilers. Chapter 1. The Abduction. Dark clouds loomed overhead as a light rain began to fall, the cold wind mingling with the raindrops, chilling to the bone and causing shivers to run through one's body. Beside a lake in the suburbs stood a long-abandoned, dilapidated building, ensconced by overgrown weeds, while police officers had cordoned off the area with yellow tape. Beyond the tape, reporters from various television stations, eager influencers seeking attention, and curious fishermen had gathered by the lakeside. Photographers donned raincoats, while hefting heavy cameras wrapped in plastic, capturing the scene as a serious-faced reporter delivered his report with rapid fluency. The small building ahead is the site where Chuyue, the daughter of the renowned Honglan Group's chairman, Li Hongye, was tragically harmed. According to information from the police and witnesses, 3 ruthless kidnappers abducted the esteemed heiress, Chuyue. Subsequently, they demanded a substantial ransom from Chairman Li, who agreed to exchange money for his daughter's safety. Influencers, live streaming on their phones, animatedly explained to the camera, "Dear viewers, the reason behind the kidnappers' ruthless act remains unclear, and they fled before the police arrived. The kidnappers are still at large, so everyone must exercise caution." Meanwhile, the fishermen, intrigued by the commotion, approached each other to inquire, "What's all this fuss about? What happened? I just heard someone died. Is that true?" A middle-aged man, appearing knowledgeable about the situation, whispered, "A relative of mine was fishing by the lake the night before last and heard the sound of a woman resisting and a man cursing from a building. Curious about the presence of someone in the abandoned structure, he intended to investigate, but was startled by a woman's heart-wrenching cry, prompting him to flee home and call the police. Goodness, how could someone commit such an atrocity? I can hardly believe it. Indeed, it's terrifying after hearing all this. I don't think I'll dare to fish here at night again." At the Grand Yao City General Hospital, the rain continued to pour, intensifying, while a thick mist enveloped the hospital, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Li Hongye, upon learning of his daughter's abduction, had not slept, and upon hearing the news of her tragic fate in the early hours, he had fainted once. Now, he held himself together, tears welling in his eyes, numbly listening to the coroner's report. Upon examination, it was determined that the deceased exhibited clear signs of binding on her limbs, along with multiple abrasions and contusions and a deep laceration, yet there were no indications of sexual assault. The fatal injury was the sole profound incisional wound, inflicted by another with a sharp instrument, piercing the lung and resulting in death from hypovolemic shock. Li Hongye listened, each word piercing his lungs like a dagger, each breath a struggle, suffused with overwhelming agony, as if the very heavens had shattered. Lying in the morgue was his most beloved daughter, the sole offspring of himself and his dearly departed love, Guayulan, who had succumbed to illness 14 years prior. Li Hongye clutched his head, weeping bitterly, his throat parched. He inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse, repeatedly murmuring, "Chuchu, my daughter." His body swayed dangerously, almost collapsing, when his present wife, Zheng Yanan, and his stepdaughter, Zheng Shiqi, rushed to steady him, guiding him to a chair in the corridor. Zheng Shiqi knelt before Li Hongye, her voice choked with emotion. "Father, please take care of yourself. Sister is gone, and it pains us all deeply, but you still have me and Mother. We will carry forward Sister's spirit and care for you together." Zheng Yanan sat beside Li Hongye, one hand dabbing her tears with a silk handkerchief, the other clasping his cold, trembling hand. "Indeed, my dear, after you fainted this morning, the doctor warned you against emotional distress. If you were to fall ill now, how would Shiqi and I manage without you? Chuyue would never wish to see you in sorrow, nor would she want you to fall ill." In the air before them, the spirit of Li Chuyue indeed ached at the sight of such sorrow. She longed to embrace her father tightly, yet could only pass through him. She wished to shout that she loved him dearly, urging him to live healthily and to console Zheng Yanan and Zheng Shiqi, but her voice was lost to them. Chuyue could only watch in despair as everything unfolded. Not long ago, she had realized she had transformed into a spirit, having detached from her body in the morgue. In disbelief, she gazed down upon her own ashen form, half covered by a white sheet. The body appeared so serene and beautiful, the expression on her face betraying none of the torment she had endured prior to death. Speaking of suffering, Chuyue could not help but recall the day she was kidnapped. In Guangyao City, under the blazing summer sun, the sky was an endless azure, devoid of clouds, while the earth simmered beneath its heat. Chuyue, now a senior at 23, had endured severe psychological distress following the sudden death of her beloved mother in her 4th year, necessitating a 2-year hiatus abroad for psychological treatment. Upon returning, she resumed her studies, excelling academically enough to gain admission to university. Chuyue aspired to alleviate her father's burdens in managing the family business thus. She pursued a degree in economics and finance. Now, she had begun an internship at her own company. Having just finished work, Chuyue started the car, preparing to pick up her dear friend, Chen Yaxin, for a meal at their favorite restaurant. During this period of internship, opportunities for Chuyue to meet with Chen Yaxin have dwindled. Finally, today, both of them found some free time and decisively arranged a meeting. After picking up Chen Yaxin, they arrived at a restaurant, and soon enough, they savored the long-awaited spicy hot pot, which was bubbling and steaming, radiating a tantalizing crimson glow. It was a generous portion filled with beef tripe, ham, cucumber slices, pig's blood, and bean sprouts. As Chuyue and Chen Yaxin lifted the succulent beef tripe, dripping with sauce, to their lips, they chewed and reveled in the spicy, chewy texture. "Wow, this is so relieving," exclaimed Chuyue. "Wow, truly exceptional," Chen Yaxin echoed, both unable to contain their admiration. After finishing their dinner, the sky darkened, the clouds quietly dispersed, and the breeze whisked away the daytime heat, instantly uplifting their spirits. Chuyue and Chen Yaxin strolled into a nearby alley, exploring a few charming handcrafted jewelry shops. After some deliberation, they left the stores, each laden with bags, feeling utterly satisfied. At that moment, the night had fallen, shadows of trees cast a somber scene, and the streetlights glowed dimly, elongating their figures. A chill breeze swept through the alley, brushing against their faces, causing them to shiver. Chen Yaxin, feeling uneasy, said, "Chuyue, let's head home." "All right, I'm tired of wandering too," Chuyue replied. Suddenly, a figure emerged from around the corner. Chuyue observed cautiously, realizing it was a frail elderly woman with white hair, her face etched with kindness and age. The old lady, trembling and leaning on her cane, approached Chuyue and, with rough hands, offered her 5 yuan, saying, "Kind-hearted person, could you please help me buy some buns from the bun shop in the alley ahead? I'm truly hungry and long to eat, but the path is uneven after the rain, and my old bones find it difficult to walk. My children aren't often home, so I'm all alone. I would greatly appreciate it." Looking at the haggard figure of the elderly woman, Chuyue was reminded of her late grandparents, who had passed away following her mother's demise. She felt a deep nostalgia for the times they were by her side, and couldn't help but pity the elderly woman, who seemed to have no family to accompany her and was enduring hunger. However, Chuyue did not blindly trust her and began to analyze the situation swiftly. Indeed, there was a small bun shop just ahead, and the rain had made the path muddy and difficult to traverse. The elderly woman offered money, and her kindly demeanor did not suggest deceit, which led Chuyue to decide to assist her. Chen Yaxin readily agreed as well. Chuyue, however, did not accept the elderly woman's 5 yuan, fearing she might not hear well, and raised her voice slightly, saying, "Grandma, please keep your money and wait for us here, we will go buy it right away." The elderly woman beamed with joy and replied, "Oh, you are such good children. I sincerely thank you." Chuyue and Chen Yaxin confidently entered the left alley. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, and before Chuyue could react, a handkerchief was pressed over her mouth and nose with great force, causing her shopping bags to fall in struggle. Just before losing consciousness, she saw Chen Yaxin rushing to save her, but realized, in her resistance, that a man in black had slashed her face with a knife. Chuyue felt a pang of sorrow and silently screamed, "Let me go. Don't touch Yexan. No. Yaxin, be careful." Chapter 2. The Unexpected Ransom. "I didn't take the money. I didn't take the money. The dinosaur carries the wolf. The dinosaur carries Chuyue awoke to an eerie melody, her head throbbing painfully as she lay on the dust-laden concrete floor. The walls were marred and peeling, while the desolate surroundings were riddled with cracks and mildew. Insects flitted about, and cobwebs adorned every corner, permeating the air with a sinister aura. Gazing toward the dilapidated window, she caught a glimpse of the faint night light filtering through the shattered glass. Observing her unfamiliar and decrepit environment, along with her hands and feet bound by tape, she comprehended the gravity of her predicament. She had been kidnapped. Straining to listen intently, she discerned a man downstairs cheerfully humming a tune. With great care, she shifted her position, leaning against the wall to sit upright. Despite a lingering discomfort in her body, she was relieved to find her clothes intact and no visible injuries. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Chuyue's mind. What had transpired? She vividly recalled seeing Yaxin's face marred by a cut before losing consciousness. Her heart ached with concern for Yaxin's well-being. Was she safe, far from this dreadful place? Uncertain if the elderly woman and the kidnapper were colluding or if the latter had merely encountered the former seeking assistance, she pondered the number of captors involved. She knew of one who had rendered her unconscious and another who had obstructed Yaxin. Were there others? And what could be the motive behind her abduction? Determined to regain her composure, Chuyue resolved to devise a plan to extricate herself from the tape and escape. Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration struck her. She remembered the hairpin she had purchased at a jewelry store, drawn to its beauty, and had carelessly slipped it into her suit pants pocket. She quickly glanced into her pocket, elated to discover the hairpin still there. With her pale hand, she deftly maneuvered the pin, using its sharp end to diligently scrape away at the thick tape binding her feet. The sound of an approaching vehicle echoed in the distance, growing closer, accompanied by the clattering of wheels. From the acoustics of the vehicle's movement and the desolation surrounding her, she surmised that they were situated not in the city center, but rather in a remote suburban area. The exterior was likely a rugged terrain, making it improbable for her to find help if she managed to escape into the wilderness. Before long, the vehicle appeared to have halted downstairs, followed by the sound of footsteps. Lenga, you're back. What's the plan for the girl upstairs? Inquired a man who had previously been humming a tune. What's up, Xiaoke? Have your eyes set on that beauty? Don't worry. The money hasn't fully come through yet. She won't be dying anytime. Soon you'll get your taste later. The man known as Longu spoke in a gravelly, robust voice, his laughter boisterous. Xiaoke, feeling bashful, scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. Longu, I wouldn't dare to indulge before you. Will simply savor it after you and Langu. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Langu interrupted Xiaoke's awkward laughter with a grave tone. There's no time for idle chatter. Just now, Longu and I contacted the girl's wealthy father, and he agreed to pay. This time, Longu will drive while I accompany him to collect the money. You stay here to keep watch and ensure the girl's father receives the promised video proving his daughter is still alive. The wolf paused for a moment, his voice laced with severity as he coldly stated. When the cash is received, I will inform you. Little K, you must eliminate her immediately. Brother Long and I will split the money into 2 portions and flee separately. We shall reconvene at the usual time and place. Understood? Little K, now serious, raised her chin and assured, understood, Brother Long, rest assured, I will handle it well. Meanwhile, the kidnappers leisurely began to dine and chat downstairs. While above, Chue's stunningly beautiful visage was marred by shock and terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. It became clear that the 3 men downstairs were indeed ruthless and cold-blooded, having no intention of sparing her. But weren't they after money? Why, then, would they kill her after receiving it? Oh right, they intended to violate her as well. No, she must not succumb to such a fate. She had to escape. If she perished, she would leave behind her beloved family and friends. She was all too aware of the pain of losing a cherished one forever, and she could not bear for her loved ones to endure such suffering because of her. Chuyue was drenched in cold sweat, refusing to pause in her task of grinding the adhesive tape, noting the multiple tears that had appeared on it. Like a glimmer of hope, she gritted her teeth, enduring the pain from the clips as she pressed on. The kidnappers sat at the makeshift, dilapidated tables and chairs left by previous occupants, finishing their meal and taking a brief respite, while the suspicious wolf decided to scout the area once more. Before long, Brother Long stood up, his rotund belly jiggling slightly as he cast a greedy gaze toward the staircase, licking his lips as he exclaimed, Little K, don't you want to try something new? Cool me. Brother Long will take you to enjoy it thoroughly. Excitedly, Little K rose, immediately showering him with flattery. Just follow Brother Long's lead, and you'll have all the good food and drink you desire. As Chuyue heard their footsteps ascending the stairs. Clop, clop. It was as if the Grim Reaper was summoning her heart pounding like a drum, the sound amplifying in her ears. She halted her actions, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of a corpulent, greasy man with a bulbous nose. The man known as Brother Long reached the final step and, upon locking eyes with Chuyue, grinned mischievously, believing himself handsome as he wiped his oily hands across his face, then proceeded to slick back his greasy hair, inducing nausea. Brother Long's mouth twisted into a malevolent grin, revealing a jagged row of sharp teeth, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to seize its prey as he leered at the dessert before him. "Ha ha, so you're awake, huh? That's even better, it will be more entertaining. Ha ha ha." Little Kay, slender with yellow hair and sunken features, glimmering with avarice, rubbed her hands together lecherously. "Brother Long, I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Look at her figure, what a shame to kill her." Brother Long clumsily removed his shirt, unbuckling his belt as he approached Chuyue, his tone tinged with regret. "She is indeed a rare gem, but it cannot be helped, this job requires her death. We might as well indulge a few more times while we still can." Chuyue glared at them in disgust, but her heart sank upon hearing this job requires her death, realizing that someone had hired them to kill her. Chuyue narrowed her eyes slightly, perplexed by the intense animosity directed towards her that had prompted someone to hire assassins. She shifted her body away from Long Ji's proximity and boldly declared, "Step back. Do not touch me. Who exactly has commissioned you to kill me?" Chuyue swiftly shed his jacket and approached with a lewd grin, saying, "If you wish to know, then you must first obey and serve us well." Long Gu, with his coarse, dark hands, seized Chuyue's wrist bound by tape and forcefully dragged her, pinning her hands above her head. With his other hand, adorned with a gold ring but missing a pinky, he attempted to remove her trousers. Chuyue fought back fiercely, screaming in desperation, hoping against hope that someone might hear her and come to her rescue. She twisted her body with all her might, resisting the unwelcome touch before her. In her struggle, the high-quality fabric of her trousers made removal difficult, infuriating Long Gu, who retaliated with a slap and shouted viciously, "You little whore, if you move one more time, I will kill you right now. And you, Chuyue, why aren't you coming over here? Do you doubt my ability to strip this filthy woman? Damn it, keep moving." Long Ji's bloodshot eyes resembled those of a roaring tiger as he continued to beat and berate Chuyue. Despite the blows, she did not cease her resistance. Just as Chuyue prepared to threaten her with a knife to ensure her compliance, Chuyue managed to break the tape binding her feet. Feeling the sudden freedom, she swiftly raised her leg to kick. Having practiced Taekwondo for a brief period in her youth, her kick held significant force, causing Long Gu to wince in pain and release her, doubling over and stumbling back, pale and whimpering, "Ugh. I will kill this woman, huh?" In Chuyue's moment of distraction, Chuyue quickly stood against the wall, aiming to kick the knife from his grasp. However, Chuyue sensed her intent, retreating and charging at her with the sharp blade, snarling, "Damn it, if Long Gu can be kicked, you need to see some consequences." Determined to counterattack, Chuyue faced Chuyue, but an unforeseen accident occurred. She tripped over a protrusion in the concrete floor, exclaiming, "Ah!" A sudden, intense pain surged through her as she looked down to see the blade embedded deep within her. Thud! Chuyue withdrew the knife, blood spraying in all directions. Chuyue struggled to apply pressure to her wound, but the bright crimson blood flowed relentlessly, blooming around her like roses. In a short span, her breathing became labored, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming her as she gasped for air. Huff, huff. Chuyue, in a panic, retreated, dropping the knife onto the ground. Long Gu, regaining his composure, stood up and, upon witnessing the scene, delivered several heavy kicks to Chuyue, cursing, "You incompetent fool, she is not dead yet." Chuyue, unable to evade Long Ji's assault, stood rigidly, enduring the kicks while nervously apologizing. "I thought she respected you, Long Gu, and in a moment of panic, I stabbed her. I'm sorry, it was my fault." "What now, Long Gu?" At that moment, the wolves approached with swift strides, their fury intensifying upon witnessing the scene before them. Yet, they managed to suppress their rage, and one of them impatiently remarked, "Let her perish here." The employer just called to inform that someone has discovered this and alerted the authorities. Both Long and Chuyue in unison inquired, "How were they discovered?" The wolf, in a state of urgency, replied, "Let us not waste time with idle chatter. Our priority is to flee." After the three kidnappers made their escape, Chuyue still awaited the arrival of rescue. ultimately succumbing to her agony and passing away in a state of shock.
Chapter 3. The revelation of truth. Chuyue ceased her reminiscence, listening to the mournful cries of her family echoing through the hospital. Engulfed in deep regret, she turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. As she pivoted, at the corridor's end, a figure clad in a white shirt and black trousers caught her eye, a man with disheveled hair and an expression of torment. Chuyue recognized him as Ou Jinghuan, an alumnus renowned for his formidable presence, a paragon of aloofness pursued by countless female admirers since her entry into the school. Yet, whispers suggested he was ruthless, having single-handedly elevated the Ou family to unrivaled prominence. Chuyue noticed that Ou Jinghuan's gaze was fixed upon her father's direction, or rather, it seemed he could perceive her. Intrigued, she drifted closer. The nearer she approached, the more she was struck by Ou Jinghuan's extraordinary handsomeness. Although it became evident he was merely watching her father. But why was he here, staring so intently? Why did he appear so anguished? Did Ou Jinghuan recognize her? Recalling her junior year, Chuyue remembered attending a lecture by Ou Jinghuan, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, attributing it merely to the allure of his striking features. Subsequently, she had overheard countless discussions among other girls about his visits to the school, yet she had never interacted with him directly. At that moment, Ou Jinghuan turned away, his heavy footsteps echoing as he departed. Determined to uncover the truth, Chuyue resolved to follow him. Upon entering the opulent villa, the sound of shattering valuables resonated as Ou Jinghuan, heedless of his bleeding hands, wreaked havoc in a frenzied display of despair. Ultimately, exhausted, tears cascaded from his vacant gray eyes, his voice breaking as he lamented like a remorseful child. Chuchu, I'm so sorry. I should have realized how deeply I loved you sooner. I should have taken you from him, regardless of your affections for another. If only you had my protection, perhaps you would still be alive. He knelt amid the sharp shards of porcelain, his countenance haggard, his voice trembling. It cannot be. Chuchu, I saw you in good health before I left for abroad. I refused to believe you would abandon me. I had yet to confess my feelings to you, my dear Chuchu. The narrative rewinds to mere hours prior, when Ou Jinghuan was abroad negotiating collaborations. In his hotel room, an inexplicable unease washed over him. Weary, he picked up his phone, and in an instant, a news alert flashed before him. A fleeting glance revealed the shocking content, and his fingers trembled as he dialed a number. After confirming the news as validity, disbelief engulfed him, prompting him to arrange a private flight back home, where he ultimately arrived at the hospital to ascertain the tragic fate of Chuchu. Back in the villa, as Ou Jinghuan's words penetrated her consciousness, Chuyue covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be that this celebrated figure harbored feelings for her? Witnessing him weep like a child mourning the loss of his most cherished treasure, her mind swirled with myriad thoughts. Then, a miraculous occurrence transpired. Her spirit seemed tethered to Ou Jinghuan, as if an invisible thread bound them together, rendering them inseparable. Following this, through Ou Jinghuan's inquiries, Chuyue discovered that her dear friend Yoshin was alive but had been disfigured and suffered severe psychological trauma, leading her to withdraw from school. Tragically, her father, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil, succumbed to heart issues and passed away. Chuyue was engulfed in profound sorrow, racked with regret, reflecting on her failures. She lamented that she should have been more cautious. It was all her fault. She was responsible for the misfortunes that befell Yoshin and her father. In the ensuing days, Chuyue remained despondent. It was not until one fateful day that she accompanied Ou Jinghuan into a dim, damp basement, her breath quickening as she beheld 3 kidnappers kneeling on the ground, barely clinging to life. A scarred man clad in black stepped forward, respectfully reporting, "Boss." They paid an elderly man to lure and subsequently abduct her. They were hired by a woman named Song Yinan to commit murder. Chuyue was taken aback. How could it be Song Yinan? After ascertaining the situation, Ou Jinghuan personally executed the kidnappers and swiftly made his way to Song Yinan's residence. Following a brutal and bloody interrogation, Song Yinan confessed that it was she who had contracted the murder of Chuyue. Under Ou Jinghuan's relentless questioning, she ultimately admitted that Lihomia had inadvertently succumbed to a subtle poison she had administered while orchestrating the plot against Chuyue. With great difficulty and pain coursing through her body, Song Yinan revealed her motives for the heinous act. "I sought financial assistance from Chuyue to invest, hoping she would utilize the substantial inheritance left by her mother to aid me. To my astonishment, she refused. Furthermore, she excelled academically and demonstrated remarkable capabilities during her internship at the company. Not long ago, Lihomia confided in me that he intended to bequeath the company to Chuyue upon her graduation. I had contributed to the company's growth. I absolutely could not allow this to transpire. A surge of fury ignited within Chuyue, who longed to exact a thousandfold vengeance upon Song Yinan and regretted ever allowing her into their family. She recalled that Song Yinan had been introduced as an assistant by her father's business partner. Song Yinan had claimed her boyfriend abandoned her and her daughter. Yet, she possessed both beauty and the ability to earn a living, having worked alongside her father for many years without any impropriety. Over time, they developed mutual affection. Chuyue, feeling pity for her father's solitude in the 8 years following her mother's death, encouraged him to pursue a relationship. During her first year of high school, they began dating. And throughout this period, Chuyue had been subtly assessing both Song Yinan and Song Shiqi. Song Yinan dutifully cared for her father and strived to support him in his endeavors, embodying the qualities of a devoted wife and mother, treating others with kindness. Although her affection for Chuyue's father was evident, it provided Chuyue with a semblance of the maternal love she had long yearned for. Witnessing Song Yinan's singular devotion to her father, Chuyue consented to their marriage. They wed during her senior year, and nearly 5 years have passed since, during which everything seemed to flourish. So why had it all changed? Suddenly, Song Shiqi stumbled, her shock evident as she silently observed the interrogation of Song Yinan. Her reaction unveiled her prior knowledge of or possible involvement in the scheme. Ou Jinghuan instructed his men to apprehend Song Shiqi for questioning, and in no time, she could no longer withstand the pressure, confessing her complicity. With a contorted visage and a tone rife with resentment, Song Shiqi protested. Why is it that in school I am always overshadowed by her? She is the belle of the school, while I am merely the sister of the belle. Why should our father entrust the company to her? Why is it that after her death, others continue to support her? Wu Zio is already with me, yet in bed. He still calls out Chue's name, drunkenly professing his lingering affection for her. I despise her. Chuyue felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Although she and Song Shiqi were not close enough to confide in one another, she always shared her good fortune with her. Song Shiqi harbors feelings for Wu Zio, desperately pleading with her to refrain from distancing herself from the one who pursues her, thus creating opportunities for their interaction. Initially reluctant to acquiesce to such unreasonable demands, her innate kindness ultimately prevails. Yet, it leaves her pondering whether Song Shiqi and Song Yinan have genuinely changed or if this was their true nature all along, leading to profound disappointment. After listening to their words, Ou Jinghuan's bloodshot eyes glowed with a spectral crimson, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, producing a chilling sound. With a sudden seriousness, he declared, because she is the best. Chuyue was taken aback by his statement, feeling a flicker of emotion. In the days that followed, Ou Jinghuan resorted to brutally tormenting Song Yinan and Song Shiqi, ensuring that their demise was neither swift nor merciful, subjecting them to unbearable suffering until their last breath. Chuyue did not perceive Ou Jinghuan as cruel. Rather, she felt increasingly touched and grateful for all he had done for her. Yet, a sense of worry began to creep in. Ou Jinghuan had not eaten or slept for an extended period, his physique becoming increasingly gaunt, his hair unkempt, and his stubble unshaven, yet he remained strikingly handsome. Frequently, Ou Jinghuan would hold Chuyue's photograph, expressing his feelings. Chuchu, I miss you terribly. Without you, I find little reason to continue living. Witnessing his condition, Chuyue felt a pang in her heart, longing to embrace him and provide comfort, but felt powerless to do so. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, the darkness seemed to bleed ink. Ou Jinghuan shaved, tidied himself, and donned a tailored black suit with polished shoes, presenting a figure of broad shoulders and a slim waist, tall and elegant. Chuyue was captivated by his profound features and commanding presence. Her curiosity piqued about his destination. Following him outside, she trailed behind until they arrived at a cemetery. Ou Jinghuan approached the gravestones of Chuyue and Homia, rain pouring relentlessly upon him, soaking him through. Tenderly, he caressed the picture of Chuyue, her beauty immortalized in stone, and with a choked voice, he lamented, Chuchu, I'm sorry for coming to see you only now. I couldn't bear to witness your cold, lifeless body. I've deceived myself into believing you still exist. Am I foolish? Chuyue recognized that he was weeping. Not only was his face sculpted by the rain, but it was also streaked with tears. Gazing at her father's gravestone and the man who loved her so deeply, her own eyes brimmed with tears. You are not foolish. I am the one who is foolish. Foolish enough to be deceived and used, foolish enough to be unaware of those around me who seek to harm me. I am the one who has caused pain to those who love me dearly. I am the irredeemable fool. It seemed as though the heavens had been torn apart, pouring forth infinite sorrow as time trickled by. Ou Jinghuan paused, his voice hoarse as he expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Suddenly, he pressed his lips to the photograph of Chuyue on the gravestone. Pulling away, a defiant smile graced his lips, and he proclaimed, Chuchu, I love you. In the next life, please do not fall for anyone else, alright? You can only love me. Do not be afraid, I shall come to find you now. Wait for me, my Chuchu. In a swift motion, Ou Jinghuan retrieved a sharp knife from his pocket and plunged it into the same location where Chuyue had suffered, gradually sinking to the ground against the gravestone. In a state of panic, Chuyue tried to intervene, but could only watch in horror, helpless to stop him. Ou Jinghuan's complexion turned pale, his breath gradually weakening. Chuyue, in a state of despair, cried out, Ou Jinghuan, please do not do this. I am not worth you sacrificing your life for me. Furthermore, I believe I have already developed feelings for you. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. In the end, Ou Jinghuan's breath ceased, and Chuchue's spirit began to dissipate. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, she lamented, if there is a next life, I shall undoubtedly protect those who love me and ensure that those who have wronged me pay a heavy price. Ou Jinghuan, I will love you wholeheartedly, without reservation. Chapter 4. The first encounter of rebirth. Chuyue, do not sleep any longer. The sun is warming your bottom. Chong Yashin gently petted the quilt covering Chuyue, tenderly calling her name. However, Chuyue, who would normally awaken at this hour, remained utterly still. Chong Yashin gradually raised her voice, yet there was still no response. Concerned, she lifted a corner of the quilt and discovered that Chuyue was drenched in sweat, her rosy cheeks and delicate neck framed by damp hair. Her expression contorted in evident pain. Realizing that Chuyue might be running a fever, Chong Yashin swiftly turned and fetched a towel, placing it in a clean basin. After filling it with tap water, she poured in some freshly boiled water from Chuchue's kettle. Once the water reached a suitable temperature, she folded the towel and placed it upon Chuchue's forehead. Having completed this task, Chong Yashin, also perspiring and slightly breathless, thought to herself, let us see if this helps her feel better. Yet still uneasy, she resolved to call out once more. If there was no response, she would take her to the hospital. Thus, she gently shook Chuchue's body and called out with concern, Chuyue, are you alright? Wake up! Wake up! Please! Suddenly, Chuyue sat up without warning, the towel slipping from her forehead, startling Chong Yashin. Upon seeing Chuyue finally awake, tears of joy filled Chong Yashin's eyes as she embraced her, exclaiming, Chuyue, you are finally awake. You had me terrified lying there motionless. How do you feel now? Are you unwell? Hearing the familiar voice beside her felt dreamlike to Chuyue. She pinched her own cheek, feeling a sharp sting. Her expression laced with confusion as she embraced Chong Yashin. Isn't Yashin supposed to be marred by my misfortune? Wasn't her soul supposed to vanish into thin air? How is it that we are both here, safe and sound in the dormitory? Chong Yashin released Chuyue and waved her small hand in front of her eyes. Chuyue, why are you in a daze? Are you still feeling unwell? If so, perhaps you should skip the afternoon lecture by the handsome Ou Jinghuan and rest here. Or I can accompany you to the hospital. A flicker of realization crossed Chuchue's eyes, and she finally responded, her throat tightening as she asked, Ou Jinghuan's lecture. Yaxin. What time is it now? Chong Yashin neatly folded the damp towel that had fallen onto the quilt and, while helping Chuyue wipe her sweat, replied, yes. It is you who asked me to remind you about attending the Scholarly Gods lecture. Let me check the time. No worries. It's only 3 o'clock. The lecture begins at 4:30. If you wish to secure a good spot, you might need to hurry and prepare. But are you truly feeling alright? Chuyue was elated. It felt as though she had been reborn, back to the day in her junior year when she was preparing to attend Ou Jinghuan's lecture. This must be a divine opportunity granted to her. Everything was still within reach. The pain inflicted by Zong Shiqi and Zong Yanan would be repaid in full. And she would protect her father from the toxic influence of those two. Moreover, having remembered that Ou Jinghuan had expressed his feelings for her after her demise in her previous life, she resolved to express her affections in this new existence. Chuyue closed her eyes, meticulously recalling her current situation as a junior. Zong Yanan and Zong Shiqi had, due to her outstanding performance at school, inadvertently revealed their true colors. In those moments, she had placed her trust in them, but now, it was not too late. She would gradually dismantle their hypocritical and greedy facades, ensuring they received the punishment they deserved. With her thoughts now clear and strategies forming in her mind, she embraced Chong Yashin once more, saying, Yashin, I love you, and thank you. I'm perfectly fine, just had a nightmare. I'm going to freshen up and get ready for the lecture. You have class soon, right? Hurry up, don't be late. The reborn Chuyue could hardly contain her eagerness to see Ou Jinghuan. She threw off the covers, jumped out of bed, and rummaged through her wardrobe for a nice outfit, grabbing a towel as she dashed into the bathroom. Be careful! Don't sleep! Cheng Yaoxin called out. Watching Chuyue's hurried movements, pushing her round glasses up the bridge of her nose, and ultimately covering her blushing face, she thought to herself that it was the first time Chuyue had professed her love for her, leaving her both flattered and overwhelmed. She adored this dear friend immensely. In Guangzhou City, summer basked in radiant sunshine under a boundless azure sky, where birds flitted about freely. A gentle breeze caressed the ginkgo trees lining the university pathway, while cicadas competed to see who could produce the loudest sound. Chuyue hurriedly prepared and arrived at the lecture hall, reflecting that in her past life, her early arrival had not been to pursue a crush, but rather to learn from the experiences of a domineering CEO to better take over the company. Elated, she recalled how she had previously sat in the middle of the room, arriving much earlier than before. She believed she could secure a seat in the front rows. However, upon entering, she discovered that the first 3 rows were already filled with girls. The conversation ceased as they turned to gaze at her, some, captivated by her natural beauty, even without makeup, felt a flutter in their hearts, yet the majority made their disdain clear. With a sigh of resignation, Chuyue prepared to head towards the 4th row. Suddenly, a heavily made-up girl in the front row turned to her slightly chubby companion and sarcastically remarked, "Look, others have someone they like. Yet she is still rushing to pursue Senior Ou Jinghuan. Impressive, isn't it?" The companion rolled her eyes dismissively, replying, "Indeed, her methods are extraordinary. She even managed to maintain a presence around the campus heartthrob, Wu Zio. She only fishes for handsome and wealthy catches." Their voices, uncomfortably loud, prompted hushed discussions among the other girls. In the past, Chuyue might have ignored them, unaffected by their opinions, but now, she could no longer bear their remarks. Raising an eyebrow, she crossed her arms and fixed her gaze on the first speaker, smirking as she retorted, "I'm not as impressive as you. You can twist my indifference towards Wu Zio into affection. Have your genes mutated, or has your nervous system gone awry, leading you to hallucinate?" She offered a well-meaning suggestion. "Perhaps you should allocate the money spent on cosmetics towards something more beneficial. A visit to the hospital for some medication might serve you well." Not letting the other girl off the hook, she added, "As for my methods, they are indeed effective. I have repeatedly rejected Wu Zio's advances, yet he continues to hover around me like a fly. I can hardly tolerate his presence. It is indeed perplexing. Wu Zio should be fond of you, considering you are as repugnant as excrement. As for this fish-keeping endeavor, I only desire to nurture a singular fish, the one that you wish to keep but cannot afford." 2 young women glared furiously, rising to point a finger at Chuyue. "You claim not to harbor feelings for Wu Zio. Yet the campus exchange network buzzes with rumors of your affection for him. Many have frequently spotted you in his company. If you do not fancy him, who then might you be enamored with?" Chuyue retorted with an air of nonchalance. "Has a genetic mutation rendered you incapable of hearing my words? You believe everything. If someone were to claim online that they often perceive the foul odor emanating from you after using the restroom, would you then resort to consuming excrement? Moreover, I am solely attracted to Ou Jinghuan." An immediate hush enveloped the auditorium, and suddenly, the 2 girls, their faces flushed, hurried past her. Chuyue assumed their departure stemmed from indignation at her scathing words. With a sense of relief, she took a seat in the optimal position where the girls had vacated, only to notice Ou Jinghuan standing at the entrance of the auditorium. Several school leaders accompanied him, while a throng of students lingered behind. It dawned on Chuyue that the girls had fled out of embarrassment from being chastised in front of their admired figure and the school authorities. As her gaze locked with Ou Jinghuan's, tears began to swell in her eyes. She fought to avert their descent, yet could not suppress the expression of bittersweet affection that adorned her face, though she had not intended for Ou Jinghuan to discern her feelings in such a public setting. Especially under the scrutiny of so many, she realized that if this revelation could reach him, it was indeed for the best. Ou Jinghuan maintained a stoic demeanor. His fair and chiseled features betrayed no emotion as he shifted his gaze and approached the podium as if nothing had transpired. With a slight lowering of his eyelids and a prominent nose, he meticulously arranged the items on the podium, a reflection of his obsessive nature. Yet only Ou Jinghuan was aware of the tumult within his heart, which had surged violently since hearing Chuyue's admission of affection. Particularly upon witnessing the expression on her face, a pang of inexplicable anguish striking him. As the speech commenced, the auditorium filled with an audience. with some standing at the back. However, Chuyue found it curious that no one chose to occupy the vacant seat beside her. Perhaps it was her intimidating aura, or the remnants of her fierce outburst that deterred them from approaching. She pondered whether she truly appeared that fearsome. Suddenly, she spotted the loud Zhongshiqi lingering outside, adorned in a cunningly crafted barefaced makeup and a short white dress, peering into the auditorium as if searching for someone. A surge of memory flooded Chuchue's mind, recalling how, in her previous life, Zhongshiqi had sought to attend the same speech during her freshman year. Due to the brief interval between classes and the beginning of the speech, she had previously arranged for Chuyue to reserve a seat. However, Chuyue resolved not to endure Zhongshiqi's manipulations any longer. She refused to be deceived or to facilitate her comfort. Thus, a cold smile graced Chuchue's lips as she began to concoct a mischievous scheme. Chapter 5. Making New Friends at Last. Zhongshiqi located Chuyue and approached her with a purposeful stride. To her surprise, Chuyue was seated in the front row. Zhongshiqi couldn't help but grumble about how Chuyue had failed to notice her, leaving her awkwardly standing outside for an extended period. As she drew near, Zhongshiqi feebly lamented, "Sister, how could you not see me? I've been standing out here searching for you until my feet ache. You ought to be attentive and come out to meet me." Chuyue, however, wore an expression of feigned ignorance, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! You came to listen to the lecture too. My friends and I are here as well." Zhongshiqi stiffened momentarily, her suspicion mounting. "Sister, don't you remember I asked you to save me a seat? And what about your friends? The seat next to you is vacant. Did they not arrive? Please, let me sit there. My feet are hurting." Chuyue was determined to stubbornly deny any recollection of their previous arrangement, insisting that her friend would arrive shortly and thereby dismissing Zhongshiqi, determined not to let her sit down, which only fueled Zhongshiqi's frustration. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Chuyue noticed a somewhat rebellious-looking girl entering. The girl possessed a captivating allure, characterized by an ostentatious beauty and a figure that was both slender and provocatively alluring, with cascading waves of hair. She paused, furrowing her brow as she scanned the crowded back row, seemingly contemplating leaving due to the lack of available seating. Seizing an opportunity, Chuyue called out, "Hey, don't go." The girl instinctively turned back, and Chuyue quickly waved and smiled, "Here. Don't you want to listen to the lecture? Come over. I've saved you a seat." Once the girl confirmed that the beautiful stranger was indeed addressing her, she quickly discerned that the seated girl was reluctant to have anyone else occupy the space beside her. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhongshiqi, she seemed to silently warn her against approaching. Instinctively repelled by the standing girl, she felt a genuine affinity for the seated one instead. Without hesitation, she strolled over, pushing past Zhongshiqi to sit down confidently. With a sigh of relief, she patted Chuyue and smiled, "Thanks, sister. I would have been disheartened to leave without hearing anything." Chuyue engaged in light-hearted banter with the newcomer, entirely disregarding Zhongshiqi's presence and the resentment that clouded her expression. Stubbornly, Zhongshiqi chose not to leave, unable to recall when Chuyue had befriended this girl. Moreover, she found it incredulous that Chuyue would treat her this way. Typically, whenever she sought Chuchue's assistance, she was always met with willingness. What had changed today? Could it be that Chuyue had discovered her role in disseminating unfounded rumors on the campus forum? No, she had taken great care to remain anonymous. As her classmates had spread the falsehoods after believing them themselves, it was unlikely they would trace it back to her. Or perhaps Chuyue had uncovered her occasional theft of jewelry. Yet, those instances were infrequent and involved only items left unsecured, creating a plausible narrative of misplacement. She had escaped detection before. Surely, this time would be no different. Could it be? As the distinguished speaker, Ou Jinghuan, focused intently on the proceedings below, he intercepted the host who was about to announce the commencement of the speech. With a subtle tone, he remarked, "It appears that a student standing at the front is causing a disturbance. It would be best to escort them out." The host, comprehending Ou Jinghuan's message, approached with the microphone in hand and cautioned Zhongshiqi, "You should not linger here. The speech has begun. If you do not heed this, you must leave." The audience, drawn by the amplified voice, turned their attention to Zhongshiqi. Embarrassed, she reluctantly turned away, a small pearl slipping from her face as she did so. Chuyue, feeling quite at ease, expressed her gratitude to the seated girl, saying, "Thank you for sitting down and rescuing me from that awkwardness. It has been delightful conversing with you. I can sense that being your friend would bring much joy. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chuyue, a junior in finance, class 3. And you? The girl, now animated and contrasting sharply with her previous aloofness, beamed at the charming Chuyue and replied, "Oh, no worries. I must thank you for allowing me to sit here. I certainly did not want my precious feet to stand for such a long time. If you had tea-beckoned me, it would have been a wasted trip, ha." After her light-hearted laughter, she continued, "I am Su Jishan. You may call me Shen. And I am also a junior, in design, class 2. The moment I saw you, I felt an inexplicable fondness. It's quite extraordinary. As I have never experienced such a feeling before. Since we are so fated, why not become good friends? May I call you Chuyue directly?" Chuyue, amused by Su Jishan's rapid-fire words, suddenly realized something and teased, "Of course, you may call me however you prefer. I am truly delighted to forge a friendship with you. But Shen, aren't you supposed to be attending class right now? My dear friend, who is in your class, just went to her lecture." Su Zishan, her eyes wide with anxiety, interrupted Chuyue, gesturing for silence. Leaning in, she whispered, "SHH. My goodness, please do not let my cousin hear this. Although I am skipping class to attend his speech, if he discovers I have ditched, he will undoubtedly lecture me seriously. I fear no one but him." Chuyue, taken aback, asked, "Ou Jinghuan is your cousin?" "Indeed, his mother's sister is my mother." "Oh, your astonishment is quite understandable. This is the first time I have mentioned him as my brother in school. Ha, let us keep this under wraps. I do not wish to attract a horde of troublesome individuals. However, it is curious, given my brother's nature and his hectic schedule. I would not expect him to speak at the school. Oh dear. The speech has commenced. We shall chat later. I must pay attention." Chuyue remained in a state of disbelief, marveling at the serendipity of befriending Ou Jinghuan's cousin. As the speech began, she found herself not listening to Ou Jinghuan's words. For she had taken notes in a prior life that greatly aided her in managing a company during her subsequent internship, and thus she remembered them well. Instead, she was completely absorbed in Ou Jinghuan's striking visage, which perfectly aligned with her aesthetic ideals, every gesture exuding nobility and grace. Today, Ou Jinghuan donned a dark navy suit that accentuated his tall and imposing stature. Chuyue, standing at 172 centimeters, estimated that Ou Jinghuan towered over 185 centimeters. And combined with his stern, aloof features, he exuded an air of cold detachment. Chuyue found herself imagining the chiseled physique concealed beneath his suit, which prompted her to quickly shake her head to dispel such fantasies. Where had her former self, so indifferent and aloof, gone? How had she transformed into someone so lustful after her rebirth? No, she must not delve deeper into such thoughts. Regaining her composure, she continued to observe Ou Jinghuan, his sleek, straight hair, his sharply defined features, and his dark, deep-set eyes that shimmered with an alluring luster, complemented by a prominent nose and thin lips. Below, the alluring prominence of his Adam's apple caught her attention, reminding her of a conversation with a dormitory mate during high school, who had insisted that one should not touch a boy there. Curiosity had piqued within her at the time. Next, her gaze fell upon Ou Jinghuan's hands, which were the most exquisite she had ever seen. She had a slight fascination with hands. His slender fingers were long and straight, his nails neatly trimmed and smooth, revealing a hint of pink beneath. The veins on the back of his cool, smooth hands subtly bulged, and the attractive prominence of his owner's stylade further accentuated the skeletal elegance and sensuality of his hands. Throughout his speech, though he did not cast a glance in Chuyue's direction, he was acutely aware of her unwavering gaze, taking in every detail of his form. A flush crept onto his cheeks, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead and palms. He attributed this to the sweltering summer heat, the inadequate air conditioning in the auditorium, or perhaps the sheer number of people present. Finally, as Ou Jinghuan concluded his speech and handed the microphone to the host, he departed with an air of nonchalance, not once looking back. The host delivered closing remarks and guided the audience to exit in an orderly fashion, urging everyone to refrain from crowding. Chuyue and Su Jishan, seated in the middle of the front row, rose together and hastily made their way outside. However, they were momentarily obstructed by the throngs near the door, and by the time they emerged, Ou Jinghuan was nowhere to be seen. Chuyue sighed, originally hoping to speak with Ou Jinghuan after the presentation. Throughout her previous life and her rebirth, she had yet to engage in a genuine conversation with him. Even a simple greeting would have sufficed, but now she could only wait for the next opportunity to meet. Su Zishan, who had noticed the affection in Chuyue's gaze toward her cousin during the speech, now felt a tinge of pity as she beheld her friend's disappointment etched on that coldly beautiful face. She had always liked Li Chua. Her amiable demeanor and striking beauty made her a perfect match for her cousin. However, due to work commitments, her cousin had always been urged by their aunt to pursue a romantic relationship, especially since he had not dated in 25 years and was averse to the company of women. Their aunt had even expressed concerns to Li Chua's mother regarding his sexual orientation, and Su Jishang felt she could play a role in uniting the two. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Jishang as she recalled that she would be taking a ride with Han Yangshu to join her cousin and his friends for dinner. Previously, they had invited their own friends, and this time, she decided to bring Li Chua along. Tapping her clever mind, she affectionately linked her arm with Li Chua's and cheerfully suggested, "Chua, let's go out for a meal together. The restaurant reservation has been made to celebrate the serendipitous bond we have formed today as friends, and I hope you will not refuse my kind invitation." Li Chua, puzzled, wondered when Su Jishang had arranged the restaurant. Perhaps she had been too engrossed in observing Ou Jinghuan to notice. Su Jishang's words lightened Li Chua's spirits, reminding her that she had initially planned to return home tonight instead of staying on campus. She was somewhat reluctant to encounter Zong Yinan and her daughter Zong Shiqi so soon, fearing she might lose control of her emotions. Having made her decision, Li Chua beamed and said, "No problem at all. I am equally delighted to become good friends with you. Let us go and enjoy our meal." Su Zishan, with a hint of caution, replied, "Chua, I have a friend who is also a junior at this school. He will come to pick us up shortly to join us for dinner. Is that alright?" Li Chua responded nonchalantly, "It's perfectly fine, Shen Shen. Your friend is also my friend. The more, the merrier. Let us go." Upon hearing Li Chua's agreement, Su Jishang couldn't help but smirk, eagerly anticipating the expression on Chue's face when she meets her cousin. Chapter 6. The first encounter. Li Chua and Su Jishang arrived at the school gate, where a sleek black Mercedes swiftly pulled up before them. Su Jishang opened the rear door, allowing Li Chua to enter first, before she herself climbed into the car. "Ah, what a rare sight this is. It's the first time I've seen you, the young lady, bringing a friend to dinner. Didn't you claim to have no friends at school?" Han Yangshu teased with a smirk. Su Jishang shot him a sidelong glare and retorted, "You insolent brat, I simply prefer not to associate with those dubious classmates, alright? Otherwise, I would have friends by the thousands. And besides, this is my newly acquired friend. I must emphasize, she is a friend I have worked hard to gain. So do not frighten her away." Li Chua felt a flicker of recognition upon hearing Han Yangshu's name and turned to look at him in the driver's seat. Ah! He was indeed the campus heartthrob, rumored to have had numerous girlfriends, each a beauty with alluring figures. Observing Han Yangshu's profile, he exuded a charming, roguish air. With his fair and delicate complexion glowing under the sun, a perpetual smile gracing his lips. Dressed in an oversized black t-shirt and gray sweatpants, Li Chua recalled seeing him play basketball in her past life. It was no wonder he attracted so many admirers. With a polite smile, she introduced herself. "Hello. I am Li Chua, a junior majoring in finance. I am delighted to have become friends with Shang Shang today and grateful for the invitation to dine with you both. It is a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for providing us a ride." Han Yangshu turned his head swiftly to gaze at Li Chua. Excitement evident in his voice. "I didn't realize you were the renowned campus beauty, Li Chua. I saw your photo on the campus forum when you enrolled. I even mentioned you to my buddies. I voted for you in the campus beauty contest. By the way, I am Han Yangshu, also a friend of Su Zishang's. A fellow junior, majoring in computer science." Han Yangshu looked at Su Jishang with admiration, chuckling, "Haha, Su Jishang, you are impressive. Your first friend at school happens to be the campus beauty." Su Jishang, surprised, turned to Li Chua and remarked, "Though I knew you were beautiful, I never considered you as the campus beauty. I usually don't pay attention to such things. Haha, I must say I am quite remarkable." As they chatted amiably, they soon arrived at the entrance of an opulent restaurant. The three of them alighted from the vehicle in succession. Li Chua recalled having dined here in her past life, where the minimum expenditure per person was no less than 100,000. She observed several luxurious black cars parked nearby, and one particular two-seater Bugatti with a familiar license plate made her heart race. In her previous life, when her spirit had followed Ou Jinghuan, she had known that this car belonged to him. Li Chua began to piece together the clues, surmising that they would be dining with Ou Jinghuan shortly. She had also recalled hearing Han Yangshu's name mentioned in conversation by Ou Jinghuan during her ethereal wanderings. She felt a thrill at the prospect of seeing Ou Jinghuan again, especially knowing that he had yet to realize his feelings for her, which ignited a playful desire to tease him. As Li Chuyue and her companions traversed the resplendent hall, they were ushered by the receptionist into an elevator adorned with mirrors. She gazed into the reflection, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted her appearance. Xu Zishan, perceiving Li Chuyue's anxiety, grasped her hand and gestured, "Chuyue, you already look stunning. Look at me in this beggar's attire. If you keep adjusting, you'll only make me appear more unattractive. Spare me, oh beautiful one." Li Chuyue found herself both amused and touched, her mood significantly lightened. Upon arriving at the entrance of a VIP room, the receptionist knocked. "Come in," a deep male voice beckoned from within. The receptionist opened the door, allowing the trio to enter before gently closing it behind them. Li Chuyue was the last to step inside and immediately spotted Ou Jinghuan seated in a position closer to the interior, a cigarette in his left hand, arching an eyebrow as their eyes met. Han Yangshu was busy greeting others, while Su Jishang, quick to notice the empty seats beside Ou Jinghuan, rushed over with a playful demeanor. "Brother, may we occupy these vacant spots?" Ou Jinghuan gave a slight nod of assent, prompting Su Jishang to eagerly pull Li Chuyue to sit beside him. Before Li Chuyue could react, she found herself positioned right next to Ou Jinghuan. She sensed Su Jishang's awareness of her affections for him and her desire to play matchmaker, which made her feel both amused and touched. The proximity allowed Li Chuyue to catch the scent of tobacco mingled with a subtle woodsy fragrance emanating from Ou Jinghuan. Although she was particularly sensitive to the smell of smoke due to her rhinitis, the woody perfume effectively masked it, preventing her from wrinkling her nose in discomfort. However, the observant Ou Jinghuan noted that Li Chuyue's breathing had slowed considerably after she glanced at the cigarette in his hand, almost as if she were holding her breath. Without hesitation, he extinguished the cigarette, refraining from lighting another. Curious about whether Ou Jinghuan had experienced a rebirth, she smiled gently and ventured, "Hello. I am Li Chuyue. I wonder if you remember our previous encounter." Ou Jinghuan paused, taking a few seconds before responding, "I do." Just as Li Chuyue was reveling in the possibility that Ou Jinghuan might also have been reborn, he recalled her demeanor before the speech, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "You publicly declared your fondness for me." In an instant, her ears flushed crimson. It dawned on her that Ou Jinghuan had not been reborn. His acknowledgement pertained to the events of that day, and he was teasing her. Li Chuyue, recalling her intention to flirt with Ou Jinghuan, propped her chin on her hand. Her long, curled lashes fluttered, and her elegantly arched brows added an enchanting allure, capable of captivating anyone with a mere glance. In a soft, melodious tone, she said, "This speech has imparted much knowledge to me. It has truly been beneficial. I deeply admire your ability to manage a large corporation at such a young age. I intend to take the reins of the company soon, and I have many questions I do not yet comprehend. May I seek your guidance in the future? Moreover, I genuinely have a fondness for you." Ou Jinghuan tilted his head slightly, his expression unruffled, his eyes reflecting an unexpected maturity for his age. He regarded Li Chuyue with an unguarded intensity, a hint of scrutiny evident in his gaze. Ou Jinghuan had actually known Li Chuyue long before Han Yangshu shared a photograph of the campus beauty with him. It was hardly surprising that Li Chuyue did not recognize him, for he had changed considerably since his frail childhood. Ou Jinghuan reminisced about his 6th grade year, a time when he discovered his father's infidelity and betrayal of his mother. His father became increasingly absent, while his mother fell into a state of depression, leaving her unable to care for him. The once harmonious family fell apart. Influenced by these circumstances, Ou Jinghuan became taciturn and lost his appetite for food. At that time, he was late in his physical development, shorter than his peers, and his irregular eating habits only exacerbated his frail stature. He devoted more time to his studies, hoping that by excelling, he might capture the attention of his parents and restore the love they once had for him. He believed that it must have been his inadequacy that led to their problems, and perhaps if he became sufficiently remarkable, he could reconcile them and return their family to its former bliss. As time passed, Ou Jinghuan focused intently on his studies at school, distancing himself from classmates with whom he had previously interacted amicably. Unlike his more vivacious peers, he became increasingly isolated, even facing bullying and ostracism from fellow students. One afternoon after school, Ou Jinghuan planned to secretly purchase a gift for his mother, wishing to bring her joy. On his way to buy the gift, he was accosted by 2 middle school students who threatened him, demanding he hand over his money. Ou Jinghuan, stubborn and unwilling to part with the funds meant for his mother as gift, refused to comply. Enraged, the 2 boys began to assault him. He fell to the ground, weakened, yet still clutched the money tightly in his hand. The pain he endured filled him with resentment towards his father, bitterness towards fate for rendering his life so unfortunate, and hatred for those who bullied him. Darkness consumed his heart, plunging him into an abyss from which he felt he could not escape. Stop. Do not continue to strike him. How shameful it is to bully a child. Suddenly, Ou Jinghuan heard a girl's voice calling out. The two middle schoolers ceased their attack and withdrew from him. Anxiously, he lifted his gaze, discovering that the enraged boys were now approaching the girl, seemingly intent on assaulting her. He felt a surge of concern and wished to warn her to flee. However, in an instant, the girl adeptly overcame one of the assailants, while the other, intimidated, helped his injured companion and retreated, threatening, "You little brat, just wait. We'll bring someone to settle the score with you for meddling." Chuyue had saved Ou Jinghuan, helping him to his feet as she scolded him in her youthful voice. "Why are you so foolish? If you had given them the money, they wouldn't have hit you. Just look at you now." After a moment of consideration, she added, "Oh well. Since you seem so pitiful, I won't say anything more. What is your name?" "I'm Chuyue, in the 4th grade. You look about my height. You must be in the 4th grade too, right?" Ou Jinghuan, still coughing from the pain of his beating, could only weakly respond, "Ou Jinghuan, cough cough." Chuyue, unable to hear him clearly, pressed on with her inquiry, "What was that?" Ou Jinghuan frowned, his expression pained, and despite his desire to answer her, he found it exceedingly difficult. Chuyue, unable to bear his continued speech, comforted him gently, saying, "Let us not talk for now, I'll take you home." Ou Jinghuan, aware that something was amiss with his health, felt relief at their proximity to home. Supported by Chuyue, he made his way back. Upon learning the reasons behind his injuries, his mother was profoundly moved and filled with concern, emerging from her depressive state and showering him with affection once more. After ensuring his safe return, Chuyue swiftly departed, eager to reach home where her mother had promised to procure her favorite little cakes. She felt elated, having utilized her newly acquired taekwondo skills to save someone, and was certain her mother would commend her. Thus, she hurried home with excitement. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Ou Jinghuan found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Chuyue, envisioning her radiant presence as a beacon of light illuminating his previously shadowed world. Once he recovered, he frequently returned to their meeting place, even arriving early at the nearby elementary school in hopes of finding her, but to no avail. Just days before his elementary graduation, he finally encountered Chuyue. His face broke into a wide smile as he excitedly exclaimed, "Chuyue, I finally found you. I'm the boy you saved a while back. I'm about to graduate. May I ask which school you plan to attend for middle school? Also, could I have your contact information?" Chuyue gazed at the boy before her, whose smile was as radiant as the sun, but her expression remained cold. On the day her mother had bought her cake, an unexpected illness had claimed her life, leaving Chuyue grappling with profound psychological distress. Today, her father had gone to the school to arrange for her leave of absence, intending to take her abroad to consult a renowned psychologist. It was rumored that if her condition was deemed serious, she would require hospitalization for treatment. Chuyue was uncertain how long this journey would last, so she pleaded with her father to allow her some time out. She wandered to a familiar place where she often played, only to unexpectedly encounter the boy she had saved on the day of her mother's death. Seeing him triggered an uncontrollable flood of memories, and she was engulfed in a relentless wave of guilt, believing that her request for her mother to buy the cake had led to her demise. Chuyue, burdened by her sorrow, had no desire for prolonged interaction with Ou Jinghuan, especially as she was about to leave for another country, uncertain of when she would return to school. Thus, she adopted a facade of indifference and coldly retorted, "Your graduation is of no concern to me. Why should I reveal my future school plans to you? Who do you think you are? Leave me alone." Ou Jinghuan was bewildered by her transformation, his pride wounded, and he turned away, feeling abandoned by the light she once represented. He made a concerted effort to suppress thoughts of Chuyue. However, fate intervened when, while abroad, Ou Jinghuan fortuitously encountered Chuyue again and learned of her struggles. He began to return home frequently to check on her, attentive to her needs and eager to assist her in any way possible. The circumstances surrounding their reunion would soon unfold. Chapter 7: The Touch of the Adam's Apple. On that day, when Ou Jinghuan had already graduated from university and was pursuing further studies abroad, Han Yangshu had just recently begun his university journey. He sent Ou Jinghuan a photograph of the school's latest popular beauty. At a glance, he recognized the beauty as Chuyue, whose demeanor had transformed significantly since childhood. She was now far more graceful, shedding her youthful innocence for a more mature allure. She was stunningly beautiful, yet her gaze was deeper than it had been in her youth. To his surprise, he learned that she was attending the university he had previously attended. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ou Jinghuan engaged Han Yangshu in conversation, prompting him to share the information he had uncovered through his remarkable hacking skills. It was then that Ou Jinghuan discovered that the day Li Chue's mother passed away was also the day she had saved him. She had taken a leave of absence to seek treatment abroad for her mental health for 2 years before returning to continue her studies. He felt a profound sense of regret for not having recognized her suffering at that time. Had he been more observant, he might have offered her solace and support instead of turning away. Li Chue had saved him during his darkest hour. Yet he had failed to extend even a modicum of assistance during her time of need. Consequently, Ou Jinghuan resolved to frequently return to his alma mater to check on her, to ascertain her well-being, whether she faced bullying or encountered difficulties that required his help. Time flew by, and 2 years passed swiftly. Ou Jinghuan accomplished his studies abroad with remarkable speed and excellence. Upon his return, he employed decisive measures to contend with relatives who sought to undermine his interests, assertively stepping into the candidate position formerly held by his father. Ultimately, he persuaded his grandfather to entrust the family business to him, recognizing his superior capabilities. After taking charge, he diligently worked to prove his worth, expanding the industrial chain with relentless determination, instilling trepidation in those who sought to compete against him. During this period of expansion, Ou Jinghuan noted a young man named Wu Zio frequently appearing in Li Chue's vicinity. Initially, he contemplated intervening to prevent that young man from getting close to her. However, one day he learned that Li Chue had affections for Wu Zio, which stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. Nevertheless, he understood that it was normal for university students to develop romantic interests, and he genuinely wished for Li Chue's happiness. Returning to the present, the school had invited him to give a speech regarding an investment matter. He had previously declined such invitations, but today, driven by the desire to see Li Chue once more, he acquiesced. To his astonishment, he overheard her expressing disinterest in Wu Zio, declaring instead her feelings for him. Ou Jinghuan halted his reverie and lowered his gaze to Li Chue, inquiring, "Would you like to ask me something? Do you require my contact information?" Li Chue, noticing that Ou Jinghuan was staring at her without a response, anticipated rejection. To her surprise, he agreed. She hastily retrieved her phone and handed it to Ou Jinghuan, saying, "I need it. I apologize for the trouble." Ou Jinghuan took the phone, saved her number, and added her on WeChat before returning it. The others at the table were astonished, staring at Ou Jinghuan's actions in disbelief that he had proactively shared his contact information with the girl. However, aside from Su Changli, who sat calmly on Ou Jinghuan's right, the newly arrived girl displayed a look of jealousy. Li Chue's gaze shifted towards Su Changli, recalling a past life where she had seen Ou Jinghuan instructing Su Changli to track down her kidnappers. Having witnessed Su Chuyue departing the villa with reddened eyes and a sense of helplessness after Ou Jinghuan's decision to self-destruct, Li Chue was acutely aware of Su Chunyu's position as Ou Jinghuan's most trusted aide. Despite his scholarly appearance and refined demeanor, Su Chunyu's methods were exceedingly cruel and vicious, often deceiving those unfamiliar with him due to his seemingly genteel facade. When Su Chunyu's gaze met hers, Li Chue responded with a polite smile and a nod, to which he reciprocated. However, the newly arrived girl was oblivious to this exchange, yet she could distinctly feel the hostility emanating from the girl, who approached with an air of aggression. Strutting in her high heels, the girl stood behind Li Chue and Su Zishan's chairs, tilting her head haughtily as she addressed Li Chue. "Excuse me, miss, but this was originally my seat. I had just stepped away to the restroom, so I would appreciate it if you could vacate the spot." Su Zishan scoffed in response, "CEO Ou Jinghuan, this isn't your exclusive seat. Why should we yield it to you? I consulted with my brother, and he said we could sit here. Please don't be a nuisance, just find another place to sit." Realizing that it was Ou Jinghuan's consent that allowed them to occupy the seat, CEO Ou Jinghuan could not insist further. With a glare at Su Zishan and Li Chue, she huffed and relocated to another seat. Su Zishan then turned to Li Chue, expressing her discontent. "That girl is CEO Ou Jinghuan, the daughter of my cousin's aunt. She has always followed my cousin around since childhood. Though I too enjoy accompanying him, her level of annoyance surpasses mine by several magnitudes. She harbors feelings for him, and every time he travels abroad, she insists on following him. Despite never receiving a warm glance from him, she continues her relentless pursuit. Chuyue, isn't she utterly insufferable?" Li Chue nodded, whispering, She is quite bothersome, akin to a devoted fan. As the meal commenced, Ou Jinghuan took note of the dishes that Chuyue frequently selected or gazed at intently, casually placing them before her. Chuyue found it remarkable how often the dishes she desired ended up right in front of her, making it effortless for her to serve herself. After the meal, Han Yangshu enthusiastically proposed, "Let us head to Chengji's Yi bar for karaoke. I have basketball training afterward, and I might not be able to join for a while." Su Jishang raised her arms in agreement, exclaiming, "Great idea. I'm in. No one is stopping me from drinking today." Su Chenyu picked up his car keys and remarked nonchalantly, "Then sign me up as usual. You all head to the VIP room. The bar has recently introduced some cocktails I concocted. I would love for you to sample them and share your thoughts. I'll attend to some matters first and join you later." At that moment, Chuyue remembered that she could not stay out too late, as her father had imposed a curfew. Moreover, since her soul had been intertwined with Ou Jinghuan as in her previous life, she had not seen her father again. He had passed away without her being able to bid him farewell. Longing to reunite with her father, she apologized, "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I won't be joining, as there is a curfew at home." Su Zishang sighed and said, "Well then, let's plan to hang out again next time. After all, we've just exchanged contact information, so feel free to reach out to chat whenever you're free. Take care on your way home and message me once you arrive." "Alright. Have fun, everyone." Beside them, Ou Jinghuan picked up his car keys and stood up, saying, "I have work matters to attend to, so I won't be going to Yi." He then turned to Chuyue and nodded, "Come on, it's not safe for you to go alone. I'll drive you home." Hearing Ou Jinghuan's words, Xia Rushuo flattered, "I won't go to Yi either. Brother Jinghuan, please take me home as well." Ou Jinghuan shot a glance at Xia Rushuo. His tone icy, "There's no space left. You can take a taxi back." He then stepped outside, with Chuyue quickly following him, her gaze fixed on his tall silhouette. Though Xia Rushuo felt reluctant, she could only watch them leave helplessly. Han Yangshu observed as Ou Jinghuan and the others departed and curiously inquired of Su Jishang, "What is the situation between Jinggu and Chuyue?" Su Jishang made a face, refusing to divulge, which only provoked Han Yangshu to curse in frustration. Outside the store, Ou Jinghuan gentlemanly opened the car door for Chuyue. Once they were both seated inside, he noticed that Chuyue was taking her time fastening her seatbelt. With a charming smile, he teased, "What is this? Do you need my help to buckle up?" Chuyue, still grappling with the surreal sensation of her rebirth, found it surreal to be sitting next to the man who had avenged her in her past life. Momentarily lost in thought, she snapped back to reality and awkwardly fastened her seatbelt, yet couldn't resist teasing him, her eyes sparkling, "If you want to help, next time don't ask me. You can just do it." Ou Jinghuan was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, his breath hitching as he noticed the lights outside casting a soft glow on her enchanting face. With her smooth, porcelain-like skin, captivating eyes beneath delicate brows, petite nose, and cherry-like lips, he lingered on her luscious lips a moment longer before shifting his gaze away. Instead of responding, he inquired about her address, and once he knew, he started the car, maintaining a silence as he focused ahead. Chuyue found his demeanor amusing, having observed the way his Adam's apple bobbed when he glanced at her lips. Suddenly, she recalled her roommate mentioning that a man's Adam's apple should not be touched. Curiosity piqued, she pondered what would happen if she did. Gazing at Ou Jinghuan's alluring Adam's apple, she thought, why not? With a boldness she hadn't known before, she delicately tapped his Adam's apple with her slender finger, feigning an Oscar-worthy performance, raising an eyebrow in mock surprise. "It seems there's something dirty here. Let me help you get rid of it." As she prepared to retract her hand, intending to feign brushing away the imaginary dirt, Ou Jinghuan swiftly caught her wrist, stopping the car abruptly at the roadside and unbuckling his seatbelt. Startled, Chuyue feared she might have angered him, as she was about to apologize. Ou Jinghuan seized Chuyue's other hand, leaning in closer, his gaze darkening. In a low, husky voice, he remarked, "Do you not know that a man's Adam's apple should not be touched?" Chuyue's heart raced like a drum. She glanced at Ou Jinghuan and was startled by the intensity of his gaze, quickly averting her eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze again. She did not wish to provoke him further at that moment, so she continued, bewildered, "There was something on your Adam's apple, and I merely removed it because it was bothersome. My apologies." Ou Jinghuan lingered on her enticing lips for a moment before ultimately releasing her hands, fastening his seatbelt and steering the car back onto the road. As they entered the Linyu Villa district and parked outside Chuchue's villa, she opened the door, turning to him with a sweet smile. "Oh Jinghuan, thank you for driving me home. Please drive safely on your way back. I assure you I won't behave like that again. Yet in her heart, she thought, but I will next time. Ou Jinghuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Chue's lips and critically replied, If there is a next time, it may not unfold as it did just now. Li Chue closed the car door and watched the sleek black Bugatti drive away before she entered the villa. Chapter 8. Confiding to father, it was not yet 9 p.m. The night was enveloped in a gentle embrace, the dark sky adorned with countless twinkling stars, while a crescent moon added a touch of vibrancy to the tranquil evening. Li Chue gazed longingly at the familiar home, her thoughts swirling as she strode with purpose through the entrance. At that moment, Jinghuan sat gracefully on a premium custom-made sofa in the elegant lobby. The television played a popular drama, while a dedicated nail technician meticulously attended to her manicures. At over 40, nearing 50, Jinghuan still possessed the youthful appearance of someone in her 30s, thanks to her diligent skincare routine and cosmetic enhancements that had smoothed away fine lines around her eyes. Jinghuan assisted in her father's company, typically donning professional attire complemented by bold makeup and crimson lips. Freshly bathed, she wore an exquisite ice silk robe, and, as she had set her phone on speaker for the nail appointment, she spoke into it. There are so many custom preparations needed for Shiqi's 18th birthday celebration. I am utterly overwhelmed. Mrs. Wu, you must make time to attend with Mr. Wu and your son. Wu Zio, you are indeed our esteemed guests. The voice on the other end responded warmly. Ha, rest assured, Mrs. Li. We will certainly be there and will prepare a gift for Zong Shiqi. Upon seeing Li Chue return, Jinghuan smiled gently, motherly affection radiating from her, and said into the phone, Gifts are unnecessary. We are simply grateful for your presence at Zong Shiqi's celebration. I must end the conversation here. My precious eldest daughter has returned home. We shall speak again soon. Mrs. Wu politely insisted, a gift is essential. Oh, you truly are a wonderful mother. We were just discussing your greatness in our ladies group. Very well, I have matters to attend to as well. Let us catch up next time. After hanging up, Jinghuan looked at Li Chue with concern. Chue, why are you back so late? Have you eaten dinner? If not, I can prepare your favorite spicy dish right now. Witnessing Jinghuan's performance as a caring mother filled Li Chue with a sense of revulsion. Whenever she returned home late, Jinghuan would express concern. Yet she had never once called to inquire about her well-being. Rather than allowing their housekeeper, and he, to reheat the food, Jinghuan insisted on personally preparing a meal. In her previous life, Li Chue had thought Jinghuan endured considerable stress helping her father with work and managing relationships with various socialites after hours. She would have compassionately declined any offers of help. Jinghuan, aware of Li Chue's kind-hearted nature, often feigned sincerity. However, Li Chue was no longer so easily deceived. If Jinghuan wished to play the role of the perfect mother, she would indulge her in this charade. Although Li Chue had already dined, she cheerfully exclaimed, That's wonderful. Ending. I just had a meal with friends, but I wasn't satisfied at all. I've been craving the spicy dish you made long ago. Now you go ahead. Thank you, and soon, she said, completely ignoring the stunned expression on Jinghuan's face as she ascended the staircase and stood outside her father's study door. She knocked rhythmically 3 times, and upon hearing Li Hongya's invitation to enter, Li Chue stepped inside, her heart filled with anticipation and anxiety. Seated at an exquisite, polished redwood desk adorned with office documents, Li Hongya set down his papers upon noticing his beloved daughter. Rubbing his brow with his left hand to ease his fatigue, he lifted the cherished teacup gifted by Li Chue to take a sip. Upon seeing her father, Li Chue rushed to his side, kneeling and embracing him tightly. Her face buried in his chest as she wept bitterly like a wronged child. Li Hongya hesitated for a moment, his gaze, which had momentarily drifted, transformed into one of cold fury. He promptly set down his teacup and wrapped his arms around Li Chue, his voice laced with concern. My dear, why are you crying? Tell Daddy, has someone been bullying you? If anyone dares to mistreat you, I will confront them with everything I have. Please, stop crying and talk to Daddy. He urged gently. Li Chue, touched by her father's words, sobbed quietly before looking up at him, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Daddy, I miss you so much. And I miss Mommy too. Since Li Chue began her psychological treatment and returned home, Li Hongya had not heard her mention her ex-wife, Gu Yulang. He understood that her silence was not due to a lack of longing for her mother, but rather a coping mechanism, a method employed in her therapy. Now, hearing her express her desire for her mother, his brow furrowed with concern. He tenderly stroked her head and spoke softly, Sweetheart, both your mother and I miss you dearly and love you every moment. My precious daughter, please rise. It pains me to see you kneeling like this. Li Chua obediently stood up, moving a small stool beside her to sit down. With downcast eyes and a quivering voice, she said, Daddy, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for the times when you were hurt about Mommy, yet I still required you to pause your hard-earned plans for the company. Running around for my treatment and staying abroad with me. Li Hongyan smiled reassuringly. Chuchu, there is no need for apologies. It's simply what a father should do. I would sacrifice anything for you, and my hard work is merely to ensure you have a better life. Now, tell me, has someone been bullying you? You look as distressed as a little kitten, he inquired. Li Chua, deeply moved, began to recount her grievances. Daddy, I need to tell you something. Zhongxiqi has stolen many of the jewelry pieces you gifted me, and she has been doing so for quite a long time. I felt it was important to let you know. Li Hongya, who had always disdained theft, frowned and asked, Do you have any proof? Li Chua wiped away her tears. A faint smile of satisfaction gracing her lips as she remarked, Your daughter is quite clever, naturally possessing evidence. On several occasions when I noticed items missing, I initially suspected and he, the housekeeper, of stealing while cleaning my room. Therefore, I installed a small camera in the corner to capture proof. Only to discover it was Zhongxiqi who had been pilfering. At first, I thought of her as a younger sister, lacking paternal love, yearning for the gifts you bestowed upon me, which led her to act thoughtlessly. Thus, I chose not to inform you. However, seeing Li Chua pause, her expression hesitant and her words unspoken, Li Hongya calmly responded, Chuchu, it's all right. You can share anything with your father. Only then did Li Chua cautiously continue. Last night at school, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that Zhongxiqi and Aunt Song sought to seize the inheritance left to me by mother, grandfather, and grandmother. I also dreamt that you, father, intended to pass the company to me as I neared the end of my junior year. Consumed by resentment, Zhongxiqi and Aunt Song plotted to kidnap and kill me, and you two fell victim to their greed. Father, that dream felt so real. I sensed it was a warning from mother. I am genuinely frightened it might come to pass. Initially, upon hearing it was merely a dream, Li Hongya felt relieved. But as the details unfolded, his brow furrowed deeply. Eventually, he suggested it might be Rainland's way of sending a message from beyond, inhaling sharply. Li Chue's expression turned grave as she earnestly stated, Father, regardless of whether we can take strict measures against Zhongxiqi's thievery now, we must remain vigilant about her future actions. You must trust and remember my warning, especially regarding Aunt Lan's involvement with the company. After all, I am your only true blood relative who will never betray you. Suddenly, a realization struck Li Hongya as he gazed into his daughter's sincere eyes. Recently, he had discussed with Zhongyinan the prospect of retiring early and entrusting the company to the capable Chuchu. Reflecting on that conversation, he recalled Zhongyinan's peculiar expression, which he had attributed to concern for the company's future. He indeed planned to formally announce his intentions to transition the company to Li Chua as she approached the end of her junior year. However, no one was aware of his plans at that time, yet Chuchu's nightmare contained specific and accurate timing. Could it be that Raylong, from above, sensed impending danger for us, prompting her to deliver this warning? Li Hongya couldn't help but feel a chill of trepidation. He looked at his beloved daughter, resolute in his determination to protect her. For the human heart is inscrutable, and all he wished was for his precious child to remain unharmed. Li Hongya solemnly declared, I understand and will take precautions. Zhongxiqi, when she stole, was likely still underage, and Zhongyinan would likely plead for leniency, making it difficult to imprison her. However, should she engage in further wrongdoing, we could act without mercy. Li Chua nodded in agreement. That aligns with my thoughts as well. Regarding the theft, I yearn for some retribution. Li Hongya gently wiped away a tear from Li Chue's delicate cheek, chuckling softly, Very well, my precious daughter, please summon Zhongxiqi. Chapter 9. Laying a trap. Li Chua rose from her seat and returned to her room briefly before proceeding to knock on Zhongxiqi's door. Inside, Zhongxiqi was still fuming over Li Chue's failure to reserve a spot for her, feeling deliberately humiliated. In retaliation, she wielded her phone to anonymously disparage Li Chue to their classmates. When she heard the knock, she impatiently inquired, Who is it? Li Chue replied coldly, My father requests your presence in the study. Hurry! Zhongxiqi, who had been playing the dutiful daughter in front of Li Hongya, promptly set down her phone and exited her room. Outside, Li Chue was already making her way to the study, with Zhongxiqi trailing behind. As they walked down the corridor, she felt anxious, convinced that Li Chue had once again spoken ill of her to their father. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jinghuan had just placed her freshly prepared spicy dishes on the dining table. Cursing Li Chua for her thoughtlessness and feeling irked that her newly done nails for Zong Shiqi's coming-of-age ceremony might be ruined. Nevertheless, Jinghuan maintained a cheerful facade as she prepared to call Li Chua for dinner, only to glance up and see Zong Shiqi following her sister into the study. She surmised that Li Hongya only summoned them for important matters and climbed the stairs with growing concern. Inside the study, Li Hongya bluntly confronted Zong Shiqi about her theft of Li Chue's belongings, demanding an explanation. His gaze was intimidating and serious as he fixed his eyes upon her. Zong Shiqi dared not meet his gaze, yet she timidly retorted, "I did not steal anything. Father, you have given me jewelry. How could I possibly steal from my sister?" Perhaps she misplaced it, or maybe and he, while cleaning her room, succumbed to greed upon seeing the exquisite jewelry. With a tearful yet defiant expression, she implored, "Father, you cannot solely rely on my sister's account. She promised to reserve a spot for me at the lecture, only to forget, leaving me embarrassed before so many faculty and students. I refrained from complaining to you, choosing instead to bear my hurt in silence. Although I am not your biological daughter, and I know my sister does not genuinely care for me much like my real father who abandoned me, this accusation is truly unjust. You cannot favor my sister so blindly." Li Chua nearly dropped her jaw at Zong Shiqi's words. Without the video evidence, she might have truly found herself unjustly accused. She was taken aback by Zong Shiqi's shameless cunning, attempting to elicit sympathy from their father. Jinghuan, having cracked the door open, listened intently before bursting in, exclaiming, "Hongya, Shiqi is a good child. She possesses plenty of jewelry herself and would never resort to stealing from Chuyue. We have been part of this family for many years. Shiqi has always respected you and regarded you as her real father. As for Chuyue, Shiqi has always longed for your approval. Just days ago, she expressed her desire to collaborate with you on selecting her dress for the coming-of-age ceremony. Out of respect for me, you cannot unjustly accuse Shiqi." Li Chua could no longer bear to listen. If they continued, both she and her father would be painted as irredeemable villains. Jinghuan truly knew how to manipulate the hearts of others. Li Chua raised the USB drive she had just retrieved from her room, containing the video evidence of Zong Shiqi's theft. With a faint sense of grievance, she exclaimed, "Zong Shiqi, cease your theatrics, and soon, do not speak in her defense. I installed a camera in my room, and the videos on this USB will unequivocally prove her guilt. I never anticipated that my sister could stoop so low. Despite my constant care for you, accommodating your every need and prioritizing your well-being, you have profoundly disappointed us. I did not allow you to sit beside me during the speech, as I felt you had wounded my heart as your elder sister. And thus I was reluctant to face you." As Li Chua recounted her feelings, her long eyelashes glistened with tears, resembling a delicate lotus emerging from the water. The tears lingered on her flawless complexion, seemingly reluctant to fall, evoking the impression that she had genuinely been deceived by Zong Shiqi, leaving her visibly disheartened. In contrast, Zong Shiqi's expression caught between tears struck a deeper chord of empathy. Unaware of the hidden camera in Li Chue's room, Zong Shiqi's heart sank upon realizing her futile attempts at denial. With cold palms and a shattered spirit, she began to weep sincerely, pleading, "I am so sorry, sister. I should not have taken your things. Father, I truly understand my mistake. I am too young and immature. I did not perceive it as theft. I merely took what I found beautiful. Please forgive me this once. I promise I will never repeat this transgression." Jinghuan, feeling betrayed that Li Chua would go to such lengths to monitor them, turned sharply and struck Zong Shiqi across the face, exclaiming in anger, "Zong Shiqi, how could you steal? Such actions are utterly wrong. Your sister is kind and generous. Had you simply asked Chuyue, she would have gladly shared with you. You have let us down immensely. Mother will punish you with a written reflection and suspend your allowance for 2 months. You must deeply contemplate your actions and strive to be a good child. Only then will father and your sister regard you fondly." Jinghuan then approached Li Hongya, linking her arm with his, her eyes brimming with tears as she beseeched, "Hongya and Chuyue, she is still just a child, please forgive her this time." Seeing that her objective had been achieved, Li Chua feigned a sigh, adopting an expression of reluctant resignation, and graciously declared, "Very well, and soon, you know I am magnanimous, I shall forgive her this time. But let it be clear that any future misdeeds will not be met with such leniency. However, Zong Shiqi, you must return all the items you took. I have cataloged everything, and not a single piece can be missing. If any have been sold or damaged, you will be liable for their original value. Considering I have only worn them once or twice, the deadline for their return is by this time tomorrow." Observing Zong Shiqi frozen in place, her face swollen and expression dazed, Li Chua turned to Song Yinan, raising an eyebrow as she reminded, if Song Shiqi lacks the funds, and Song, you should assist her with your own money. After all, she is merely a child. Li Hongya looked on with pride as he witnessed Li Chua assert her authority. Feeling that she had matured significantly, he believed it was time to conclude the matter and, with an air of quiet authority, stated, all shall be decided by Chua. Moreover, Shiqi, your path in life must align with righteousness. I have previously guided you, and I shall refrain from further admonition. Your mother has just mentioned that if you err again, both she and Chuchu may choose to withhold their forgiveness. Reflect upon your actions. After being struck by Song Yinan, Song Shiqi harbored resentment but recognized her mother's intentions to assist her. Thus, she redirected her bitterness towards Li Chua and Li Hongya. Upon hearing the demand for compensation, she entirely disregarded Li Hongya's final counsel. Remembering her fear of being discovered, she had sold all the stolen items, spending the proceeds in their entirety. Unwilling to part with her own luxury possessions to settle the debt, she resolved to have her mother cover the costs. Song Yinan was already aware of Song Shiqi's theft and the fact that the items had been sold. She understood her daughter would expect her to compensate. Yet she felt compelled to accept her fate. Weak and frail, she deceitfully said, Chua, those items must be quite worn by now. As your aunt, I wouldn't want you to wear those old things while looking so beautiful. How about this? Please compile a list of the items taken and send it to me, and I will transfer the money to you. Song Yinan thought that usually, when Li Chua saw her in such a vulnerable state, she would feel pity for her and might even kindly allow her to pay less or nothing at all. Moreover, with Li Chua possessing numerous extravagant jewels, she would likely not care for those tattered items. However, Song Yinan's assumptions were misguided, as the current Li Chua was no longer the same as before. She had returned as the formidable new hero Li Chua. Li Chua replied enthusiastically, sure, I will send you the list shortly. Please ensure that nothing is overlooked, and transfer the funds to my account promptly. I will verify whether this is a sincere apology. Song Yinan forced a smile, sounding strained as she replied, all right, all right. Subsequently, while Li Hongya remained in the study, contemplating the nightmare Chuchu had mentioned and reflecting on Song Yinan's involvement with the company, the others retreated to their respective rooms. Song Shiqi, stifling her fury, vented her anger by violently striking her pillow, plotting her revenge against Li Chua through others at school or during the coming-of-age ceremony. Meanwhile, Song Yinan was in a dire situation, frantically scratching at her freshly painted nails. Contemplating the need to infiltrate the company S-Corps swiftly, she reasoned that if Li Hongya truly intended to hand over the company to Li Chua, she would have to resort to drastic measures. Given how they had just dismissed her and her daughter, if the company were to be entrusted to Li Chua, it would spell disaster for both of them. On the other hand, Li Chua chose not to join Song Yinan for the meal she had prepared, fearing the possibility of poison. Instead, she returned to her room, merrily engaging in her evening routine in preparation for sleep. Li Chua still found the situation somewhat surreal. Reflecting on the events following her rebirth, she felt elated to have formed new friendships, while also establishing a connection with Ou Jinghuan. Furthermore, she was pleased to have thwarted Song Shiqi from seizing the funds meant for the jewelry, all while laying a hidden trap to alert her father to exercise caution. She awaited the moment when they would unwittingly step into it, ready to unleash chaos upon them. Chapter 10. Deterrence. A few days passed, and tranquility enveloped Song Shiqi, providing her with a sense of stability. Song Yinan transferred all the funds from the gold and silver jewelry to Li Chua's account. Now, they were both engrossed in preparations for the upcoming adult ceremony banquet. During this time, aside from attending classes, Li Chua resumed her practice of taekwondo and self-defense techniques. Having recognized the likelihood that Song Shiqi and Song Yinan would continue their mischief, thus, she resolved to enhance her own skills and fortify her resilience. Naturally, Li Chua frequently communicated with Ou Jinghuan, given that they had connected on WeChat, and he had consented to address her inquiries. Seizing this opportunity was paramount. When she posed questions of a professional nature, Ou Jinghuan may not have responded instantaneously, but his replies were forthcoming in a reasonable time frame. However, when she inquired about personal matters such as what he was doing, whether he had eaten, or if he was available for a meal as a gesture of gratitude, he tended to remain unresponsive. Li Chua found Ou Jinghuan's demeanor rather proud, on several occasions. She observed him typing, only for him to ultimately refrain from replying. It appeared that WeChat was not as effective a tool as she had hoped, compelling her to devise alternative opportunities for encounters, as it was evident that this busy individual posed a challenge. On a radiant Friday, the sun shone brightly. illuminating a sky as blue as sapphire, with golden rays cascading down like molten metal upon the earth. Although the temperature had dipped slightly compared to previous days, the ambience remained warm and vibrant, perfect for a leisurely stroll. Youthful students, having just completed their last afternoon class, animatedly discussed their weekend plans and the delectable cuisine they hoped to indulge in. Chuyue, freshly released from class and clad in casual athletic attire that exuded vitality, held a cup of coffee, along with her textbooks and notebook. She intended to return to her dormitory to organize her belongings and freshen up before heading out with Chuyue for a meal and to purchase the attire for Zong Shiqi's adult ceremony banquet scheduled for the day after tomorrow. As Chuyue walked towards her dorm, a female classmate nearly brushed past her, splashing milk tea onto her. Swiftly, Chuyue sidestepped and retaliated by dousing the girl's face with her hot coffee. In truth, Chuyue had anticipated this confrontation on this very day in her previous life. She had been similarly attacked by the same girl with milk tea. Thus, prior to her last class, she had deliberately acquired a cup of richly brewed hot black coffee, knowing that had she not had the class to allow it to cool, the girl's face would have endured a far worse fate. The girl's hair, face, and clothing were drenched, her expression shifting from feigned remorse to shock and fury as she prepared to reprimand Chuyue. Chuyue promptly interjected, "How careless of you. One must watch where they are going. Causing injury could entail compensation." Thankfully, I was quick to dodge, otherwise, you would owe me for my clothing. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Furiously, the girl pointed at Chuyue, exclaiming, "You drenched me completely and expect me to compensate you. This outfit is designer. And you've soiled it. You owe me an apology and damages for my clothing totaling 100,000. Chuyue observed the girl with an audacious demeanor, forcefully swatting away the hand that pointed at her. She gradually approached the girl, her tone icy as she spoke. "Do not assume that I am unaware of your intentions to douse me with water. There are cameras nearby. We could escalate this and let the entire school witness your cunning malice. Of course, I could also spend a little money to get you trending online, allowing the nation to become acquainted with you. What do you think?" The girl retreated repeatedly, perspiring nervously, and promptly apologized. "I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. I deserve to be splashed. Please don't make a big deal out of it, I beg you." Chuyue smirked coldly. "I will obtain the surveillance footage later. If you dare to repeat this, I will expose you on every major platform, leaving you no face to show at school. You should be aware that my family has the resources to accomplish this. Also, inform your acquaintances who share your infatuation with Wu Zio that I have no interest in him and will never be with him." The girl nodded repeatedly, fleeing while promising, "No problem, just don't release the video, and I will comply." Chuyue returned to her dormitory, feeling quite pleased. As she opened the door, her roommate and dear friend, Chuyue, excitedly leapt from her chair and hurried to embrace her. "Chuyue, I've been waiting for you to finish class. I feel like I'm starving. Let's hurry to eat and shop." Chuyue, feeling both helpless and affectionate, reciprocated the hug and remarked, "How should I describe you? The usually serene and introverted you seems to unleash herself when it comes to delicious food." Chuyue released her, blushing with embarrassment as she replied, "What can I say? I'm a foodie. Just thinking about good food makes my adrenaline surge." Chuyue approached her desk, setting down her books and pen, and began to comb her long, silky black hair that cascaded like a waterfall, looking at Chuyue with a fond gaze. "All right, my little glutton. I've already arranged for my family's driver to pick us up at the school gate for dinner. I just had to deal with a girl who wanted to throw milk tea on me, which delayed me a bit. Although I managed to avoid the splashing, I still need to change my outfit before we head out." Chuyue, somewhat indignant, walked over to Chuyue's side. "Chuyue, why are you so easygoing? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Rumors about you are circulating at school, claiming you have a crush on Wu Zio, which has led to girls who like him confronting you. But I know it's Wu Zio who has persistently pursued you, while you have repeatedly rejected him. Those rumors genuinely make me angry on your behalf." Chuyue had changed into a pair of jeans that accentuated her slender, long legs and attractive figure, complemented by a flawlessly crisp white shirt. Her exquisite and cold beauty significantly eased Chuyue's frustration. Chuyue, elegantly adorned with the latest black Chanel bag, accompanied Chuyue out of the dormitory, nonchalantly stating, "I have never been swayed by rumors. They cease to exist in the presence of the wise. Those girls who sought to provoke me were merely attempting to unsettle me with petty matters, but I remain unfazed. In the past, I would have endured their antics. But not anymore. I have already taught a lesson to the girl who dared to challenge me. She may very well choose to take a detour when she sees me next. Regarding Wu Zio, the situation stemmed from Song Shiqi's previous affection for him, where she implored me not to distance myself from him, thereby creating opportunities for them to interact. However, they no longer hold any influence over me. If they provoke me, they shall face the consequences. Now, let us not dwell on those vexatious matters. Let us hurry to dine and shop. Cheng Yaoxin replied reassuringly, That's good to hear. I never liked Song Shiqi. She always forced you into situations you despised without considering your feelings. It's a relief that you have come to see things clearly. Through her glasses, Cheng Yaoxin observed the seemingly aloof and indifferent yet inherently kind-hearted Li Chuyue, who must have been deeply hurt. Reflecting on how Li Chuyue had once compromised herself for the scheming stepsister, she sighed inwardly. After a considerable journey, they arrived at Huaxing Mall, the largest shopping center in Guangzhou City, which Li Chuyue recalled was one of the properties owned by the old family. Upon disembarking, Li Chuyue addressed the driver, Uncle Ming. I will be dining and shopping with my friend, and I've informed my father that I won't be home for dinner. You need not wait for me. The driver, Uncle Ming, respectfully replied, Understood, miss. Please take care and have a delightful time. In the Western restaurant, after finishing their meal, Cheng Yaoxin expressed her satisfaction. The pasta I ordered was delightful, but I was pleasantly surprised by how much better your half of the black pepper steak was fresh and chewy. Are you sure you are full after sharing with me? Li Chuyue stood up, taking her back. I typically do not eat much, and I need to try on evening gowns later. Overeating would not do. Let's go. I will settle the bill. Li Chuyue and Cheng Yaoxin took turns treating each other. As Cheng Yaoxin's family was not particularly affluent, thus they refrained from excessive spending. However, both enjoyed indulging in street food or budget-friendly eateries, with Li Chuyue occasionally treating them to fine dining, ensuring neither felt burdened. Upon exiting the upscale restaurant, Li Chuyue led Cheng Yaoxin to the cosmetics section. She continuously sought Cheng Yaoxin's opinions on products she liked, and after much deliberation, purchased a plethora of high-end items, gathering an impressive collection. Li Chuyue divided several bags of her purchases and handed them to Cheng Yaoxin, who, surprised, remarked, I noticed you already have plenty of cosmetics on your dormitory desk. Why buy so many more? Are you running low? Li Chuyue, having returned from her rebirth, could not forget the incident where Cheng Yaoxin bravely confronted the kidnapper to save her, sustaining a facial scar in the process. She had always felt guilty about it. Aware of Cheng Yaoxin's sincere friendship, she aspired to make amends in this new life. Li Chuyue gently squeezed Cheng Yaoxin's plump, collagen-rich cheeks and smiled warmly, saying, These are all for you. You hardly ever dress up, always wearing those adorable glasses, and such a beautiful face deserves to be adorned. Cheng Yaoxin pouted cutely at the pinch and quickly shoved the shopping bag back into Li Chuyue's hands. I can't accept this. I was already deeply touched and happy when you occasionally gifted me something, but this multitude of cosmetics is far too extravagant. Please keep it for yourself. Besides, I'm not as beautiful as you say. Using these high-end products on my face would be a waste. Chuyue, your kindness truly moves me, but I really cannot accept them. Li Chuyue feigned annoyance, insisting, You must take these. Didn't I tell you the other day that Song Shiqi stole my jewelry? Her mother compensated me. Rest assured, the cost of these bags of cosmetics pales in comparison to the value of a single piece of jewelry. And with your birthday approaching, I thought I'd celebrate my good fortune by gifting you these as a birthday present. If you refuse, I will be quite upset. I value our friendship far more than these material possessions. If you truly feel burdened, then you can design a pair of couples jewelry for me in return. And consider these cosmetics your reward. Li Chuyue playfully tapped Cheng Yaoxin's forehead, encouraging her, Yaoxin, you must cultivate confidence. Trust me, you are truly beautiful. And I know your inner beauty shines just as brightly. How about this? I will teach you how to enhance your appearance. And I guarantee you'll attract a multitude of handsome suitors. Cheng Yaoxin lowered her flushed face, both touched and bashful, replying, I don't need a multitude of handsome suitors. Just one would suffice, he. Chuyue, thank you so much. I will dedicate my utmost effort to design a pair of couples jewelry for you. But why does it have to be couples jewelry? Li Chuyue, thinking of the enigmatic Ou Jinghuan, replied mysteriously, That's a secret, but you will find out soon enough. Chapter 11. Purchasing the evening gown. On the second floor of Huaxing Mall, Li Chuyue and Cheng Yaoxin found themselves amidst a collection of luxury boutiques. They entered an exquisitely adorned high-end evening gown store, where gowns of various styles solemn and grand, fresh and elegant, vibrant and seductive hung gracefully. Li Chuyue's gaze was immediately drawn to a black, backless satin evening gown that beautifully accentuated her figure, striking a perfect balance between sensuality and sophistication. Spotting an older female sales associate nearby, she called out to her, requesting to try on the gown. The sales associate, however, remained unmoved, raising her chin and surveying Li Chuyue and Chen Yaoxing with a haughty glare. Noting that aside from Li Chuyue's Chanel bag, their attire bore no designer labels, she dismissed them with disdain, thinking the bag might be a counterfeit. How could these seemingly impoverished individuals afford an evening gown? Surely, they would not make a purchase. Merely wasting her time. With a roll of her eyes, she approached with impatience, stating, "I'm sorry, but the gowns here are the latest arrivals and quite expensive. Trying them on is not permitted." She then pointed to a less appealing section with cheaper gowns, adding, "Those can be tried on." With that, the arrogant sales associate turned away, while a more timid, younger sales associate approached, retrieving the gown Li Chuyue desired. In a hushed tone, she said, "I apologize. You can indeed try it on. That one is just the way she is. She's a supervisor here, used to being arrogant, and no one can rein her in. Allow me to assist you instead." As CEO Ou Jinghuan entered the store, she overheard the older sales associate's remarks directed at Li Chuyue. Noticing Li Chuyue and Chen Yaoxing in their casual attire, she laughed mockingly, "Ha ha, you must have entered the wrong store. If you're looking for casual wear, you should try another shop. You certainly cannot afford anything here. Don't embarrass yourselves." CEO Ou Jinghuan had come to the mall, invited to her uncle Ou Jinghuan's birthday banquet in 2 days, as she was the daughter of his wife's sister. She had heard of the newly released beautiful evening gowns and thus decided to visit this store. Recognizing her as the girl who always followed Ou Jinghuan, Li Chuyue retorted, "I believe you are the one who has erred. Perhaps you should visit the zoo to showcase your broad, monkey-like face, so thick that your makeup could ward off evil spirits." Fuming, CEO Ou Jinghuan shot a furious glare at Li Chuyue but refrained from retaliating. Maintaining her image as a refined lady in public, she resolved to provoke envy in Li Chuyue through her purchasing power and promptly called for her dedicated VIP sales associate. Her VIP associate arrived swiftly, and CEO Ou Jinghuan pointed to a white puff-sleeve evening gown and matching white high heels, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chuyue. "Take that down. I want to try it on." CEO Ou Jinghuan entered the fitting room, while Li Chuyue took the black gown and a pair of coordinating black heels to another fitting room. Once she donned the gown, she emerged quickly, admiring her reflection in the full-length mirror. Feeling that it fit perfectly and was comfortable, she decided to make the purchase. Chen Yaoxing sat on the sofa beside the fitting room, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she praised Li Chuyue, saying, "It looks stunning. It accentuates your graceful figure, and your skin appears even more radiant. You should definitely purchase this dress, Chuyue." The young female sales assistant joined in, exclaiming, "It truly suits you perfectly. I believe no alterations are necessary. It seems tailored just for you. Your beauty elevates this gown to another level." However, CEO Ou Jinghuan, who had just emerged, felt a pang of jealousy and assertively told her exclusive VIP sales assistant, "I want the one she is wearing." The sales assistant looked embarrassed and replied, "I'm afraid, Miss Xiao, that the store only has that one black evening gown, and it was designed solely for her. This gown you are wearing is exceptionally suitable for you and enhances your beauty." Dissatisfied, CEO Ou Jinghuan insisted, "Then let her take it off for me. After all, she can't afford it." Ultimately, the VIP sales assistant could only respond with polite reassurances, smiling as she said, "Miss Xia, I truly apologize, but that gown S size is not suitable for you. It can only be altered to a smaller size, not larger. Moreover, that gown would not accentuate your charms, while this one is absolutely fitting and will highlight your elegance, making your admired suitor swoon." Feeling insulted and envious of Li Chuyue's superior figure, CEO Ou Jinghuan realized she might not fit into the evening gown, yet she had anticipated the truth of it. Reluctantly, she feigned enlightenment, saying, "You're right. This one does look better on me. Let us go. Time to pay." Chen Yaoxing stifled a laugh, remarking, "This person is quite amusing. She has performed the entire show by herself." Li Chuyue felt exasperated, thinking her a peculiar character, and decided to ignore her. "Let us also proceed to pay. I only wish to purchase this dress and these high heels, nothing else," she said. As CEO Ou Jinghuan approached the register, she held her head high, her fingers elegantly poised as she swiped her card, spending approximately 800,000 yuan. In a feigned act of goodwill, intended more for show than sincerity, she remarked to Li Chuyue, "By the way, would you like me to lend you some money? Considering you are a friend of Jinghuan's cousin, you can pay me back in installments." Li Chuyue disregarded the oddity beside her and asked the young sales assistant for the total. The assistant, slightly anxious, replied. The high heels you wish to purchase cost 260,000 yuan, and the evening gown is 1,880,000 yuan, totaling to 340,000 yuan. If you are a VIP member, there is a discount available. Do you have a VIP membership? No membership. I can simply pay by card, Li Chua replied calmly. Producing her card from her bag, Cheng Yaoxin was taken aback by the gown's exorbitant price and felt a twinge of concern. Meanwhile, Su Jishang, upon hearing the total, smiled wider, convinced that Li Chua could not afford such an expense, eagerly anticipating her embarrassment. The young sales assistant attempted to explain the reasons behind the gown at high price, but at that moment, Li Chua signaled that she could proceed with the payment. After swiping the card, the assistant confirmed the transaction was successful. Her face lit up with joy, realizing that her diligent work had finally earned her a substantial commission. Cheng Yaoxin also felt relieved, while Xia Rushua stared in disbelief with her mouth agape. At this moment, Xia Rushua was unaware that Li Chua was the daughter of a prominent family in Guangzhou City, the Holong Group. Her thoughts drifted to Jinghuan Gu, recalling how he typically shunned the company of women, yet had allowed Li Chua to sit beside him during their last encounter. A wave of concern washed over Xia Rushua. Was it possible that Jinghuan Gu had given Li Chua money? And if so, what could be the reason behind such an act? Did they share an unspoken connection? In a flurry of confusion, Xia Rushua hurriedly departed, intent on returning home to investigate Li Chua and her relationship with Jinghuan Gu. Meanwhile, as Li Chua was about to leave the dress shop with Cheng Yaoxin to procure other items, Su Jishang entered the store and joyfully embraced Li Chua. Chuyue, I'm so sorry. We had agreed to shop for dresses at this store I recommended, but I had to run home for a moment. I was caught in traffic, and I've only just arrived. Li Chua returned the embrace with warmth, assuring her, it's quite alright, Shen Shen. I am thrilled to have found a beautiful dress in your recommended store. It offsets your tardiness. Didn't you need a gown for Uncle Ou Jinghuan's birthday banquet? I just spotted a stunning red dress that would suit you perfectly. Su Jishang exclaimed with excitement. Great. I'll try on the one you mentioned shortly. Su Jishang continued. Oh, how I've missed you. It feels like an eternity since we last met, and you've only grown more radiant. Li Chua felt almost breathless from the embrace, questioning whether Su Jishang's tight hold stemmed from genuine affection or was a playful act of vengeance for her newfound beauty. Once Su Jishang released her, Li Chua encouraged Cheng Yaoxin and Su Jishang to greet one another and become acquainted. Cheng Yaoxin and Su Jishang quickly warmed to each other, as they were classmates who had long been acquainted, albeit not intimately. Suddenly, Cheng Yaoxin spotted an older female sales associate napping lazily in a secluded corner. She promptly voiced her grievances to Su Jishang about the incident earlier, and Su Jishang, equally incensed, devised a prank. After whispering her mischievous plan, they parted ways to continue browsing evening gowns, with Su Jishang feigning ignorance of Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxin. Subsequently, Su Jishang approached the slumbering sales associate, imperiously pointing at the red, sultry v-neck evening gown that Li Chua had recommended, along with several pairs of coordinating high heels. Without sparing a glance at the older associate, Su Jishang raised her chin haughtily and declared, I'll take all of these, I wish to try them on. Noticing Su Jishang's fur coat and designer attire, the sales associate quickly responded with respect, of course, I'll fetch them immediately. After receiving the gown, Su Jishang proceeded to one of the fitting rooms, requesting the sales associate to bring all the shoes she intended to try. Just as the associate laboriously carried in the heels, Su Jishang emerged in her dress. The female sales assistant, with exaggerated expressions, flattered, You look absolutely stunning in this dress. Your figure is the most exquisite I have ever seen. This gown paired with your unparalleled beauty is simply irresistible. Su Jishang felt her ears almost grow in calluses from the incessant praise. Yet a sudden thought of someone made her heart sink slightly. With a cool tone, she replied, No matter how beautiful I am or how perfect my figure, there will always be those who remain unmoved. Now, please bring me all the high heels one by one to try on. The seasoned sales assistant, noticing Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxin casually seated on the nearby sofa, brusquely ordered them, I have a distinguished guest trying on shoes. If you're not purchasing anything, please leave and stop loitering here. Despite the ample space on the sofa, it seemed that the older sales assistant was venting her frustrations toward Su Jishang onto Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxin. Su Jishang, immediately irked, interjected, It's fine. Let them sit here. And you, stop talking and hurry up, help me put on the shoes. The sales assistant quickly donned a smile, crouching down to assist Su Jishang in trying on the shoes, bustling about energetically. after trying on the last pair of high heels. Su Jishang stood up and approached Li Chua and Chen Yaoxing, inquiring, Chua, I truly adore this red gown you mentioned, it suits me perfectly. What do you both think of these shoes? Li Chua, with a gleam of pride, replied, I told you so. You look like a sensuous enchantress in that. Chen Yaoxing, eyes sparkling, added, these shoes are stunning too. I'm at a loss for words, Shen Shen. I had no idea your figure was so remarkable. The older sales assistant's expression fell as she realized that the three women knew each other. Understanding that her earlier flustered efforts were merely a ruse to make her look foolish. Ultimately, Su Zishang decided to purchase the red dress along with several pairs of high heels. When it came time to pay, Su Zishang took advantage of the sales assistant's trip to the back room for new high heels to summon her VIP personal shopper via phone. As the sales assistant returned with the shoes, the VIP shopper swiftly took over the packaging, allowing Su Zishang to settle the payment promptly. The seasoned sales assistant's efforts were in vain, and her commission vanished into thin air, leaving her fuming with frustration. Before leaving, Li Chua and her friends lodged a complaint against the sales assistant with the store manager, who, after apologizing, gifted each of them a bottle of the newly launched exclusive perfume from the store. In the end, Su Jishang relayed the entire incident to Ou Jinghuan, who immediately called to dismiss both the sales assistant and the supervisor, issuing a directive that none of the Ou family's enterprises could employ them. Chapter 12. A grand gift. On the Sunday evening, the city was bathed in the luminous glow of a full moon, with stars sparkling in the vast sky. The streets were adorned with the soft illumination of streetlights, and the air was filled with the vibrant atmosphere of nightlife, as luxurious cars glided towards the Xinguang Grand Hotel. This evening, two significant celebrations were taking place within the hotel. One was Song Shiqi's coming-of-age ceremony, held in the small banquet hall adjacent to the main lobby on the first floor. The other was the birthday celebration for Ou Dehui, the uncle of Ou Jinghuan, taking place on the entire second floor of the hotel. The Xinguang Grand Hotel, one of Ou Jinghuan's ventures, is the premier hotel in Guangzhou City. Not easily accessible for reservations, with prices that often deter the average person. However, the allure of vanity draws many to vie for a chance to experience its opulence. Zhong Yinan went to great lengths to secure a reservation at the Xinguang Grand Hotel, ultimately succeeding with the assistance of a powerful and influential matron. In the first-floor banquet hall, Zhong Yinan quietly instructed Zhong Shiqi, Wu Xiao and his parents will be arriving shortly. It was quite a challenge to secure their attendance. So you must make a good impression. If you marry into their family, mother will also enjoy a life of luxury. Zhong Shiqi paused, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I understand, thank you, mother. I can sense that Xiao is becoming less resistant towards me. His indifference was largely due to Li Chua's presence. But I will find a way to win him over. Zhong Yinan, with a serious tone, advised, be prudent. A proud man who has never faced adversity, when repeatedly rejected by a woman, may find himself drawn to another who understands him and loves him with humility. Shiqi, you are now an adult. You must comprehend that men often think with their desires. Learn to navigate their innermost needs and wants to achieve your true ambitions. The youthful shyness of Song Shiqi was evident on her face as she replied, all right, mother, I will remember that. Turning her gaze, Zhong Shiqi noticed Li Chua and Li Hongya entering the banquet hall, only to be taken aback that Li Chua was not wearing the gown she had meticulously selected for her. Clad in a simple yet elegant black dress, with her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, Li Chua exuded a natural beauty, her fair skin glowing and her eyes shimmering like the sea. Adorned with only a purple crystal brooch and carrying a black Prada handbag, she moved with grace and poise, accentuating her innate charm. Zhong Shiqi felt a pang of dissatisfaction at Li Chua's beauty at her own celebration, fearing that Xiao would be captivated once more. She approached Li Chua, her expression one of grievance. Sister, why aren't you wearing the gown that mother and I carefully selected for you? It's a sisterly outfit that matches mine. Zhong Yinan joined them, expressing her disappointment. Yes, Shiqi was really looking forward to wearing matching dresses with you for today's celebration. Li Chua, however, was not so naive. She recalled how Song Shiqi had once intended for that very gown to embarrass her in front of Wu Xiao. With a light chuckle, she replied, I'm afraid I must stick with this dress, as I've already chosen it. Moreover, I find myself quite enamored with this exquisite gown I am wearing. Dear sister, you wouldn't wish to compel me to return home and don that other dress, would you? Li Hongya also interjected on behalf of Li Chua, stating, if Chuchu prefers this one, let her wear it. Do not concern yourselves, returning to change would be too rushed now. Although Zhong Shiqi felt a pang of disappointment that Li Chua did not wear the gown she had meticulously redesigned, she had a backup plan in mind. Thus, she feigned indifference and remarked, "No, if my sister likes it, then she should wear it. It truly is beautiful. Besides, how could I possibly compel my sister to do anything?" Before long, guests began to arrive in the banquet hall. Those entering were primarily prominent business magnates associated with Hongnong Group or affluent socialites and their families from Guangzhou City. Each guest would first engage in conversation with Li Hongya, only to have their gaze inevitably drawn to Li Chua standing beside him. Mr. Chen, accompanied by his wife, inquired, "Mr. Li, is this the esteemed young lady you previously spoke of? I have heard of her remarkable abilities, but I never anticipated such breathtaking beauty." Li Hongya beamed with pride and replied, "Indeed. This is my beautiful darling daughter." Li Chua, gracious and poised, humbly responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chen. I merely inherited the exceptional genes of my parents. Moreover, my beauty pales in comparison to that of your wife, whose noble demeanor and elegant countenance are truly enviable. As for my abilities, should an opportunity for collaboration arise, I shall demonstrate them to you. I have also heard my father express admiration for your business acumen, and I hope to have the chance to learn from you." Both Mr. and Mrs. Chen smiled warmly, offering their approval. "Certainly, of course. You are quite the eloquent young lady. Mr. Li, you are truly fortunate to have such an intelligent, thoughtful, and well-mannered daughter." As more guests arrived, Zhong Yinan quickly nudged Zhong Shiqi forward, exclaiming, "We are grateful to all of you busy individuals for taking the time to attend our daughter Zhong Shiqi's coming-of-age celebration." Understanding the cue, Zhong Shiqi stepped forward, positioning herself to obstruct Li Chua, and began to greet the newcomers enthusiastically. Zhong Yinan eagerly introduced her beloved daughter, and everyone showered Zhong Shiqi with compliments. Li Chua, unbothered by the obstruction, was never particularly fond of engaging in superficial pleasantries with strangers. Aside from a few individuals connected to her father's business with whom she needed to converse, her purpose was to facilitate her eventual takeover of the company. While the guests conversed with Zhong Shiqi, Wu Zio and his parents stood just outside the banquet hall. Wu's mother quietly advised him, "Zio, Zhong Shiqi's mother has called me multiple times, urging me to bring you here. You must understand she intends to matchmake you with Zhong Shiqi. However, both your father and I hope you will pursue a genuine relationship with the true heiress, Li Chua. It is said that Li Chua's mother has left her a substantial inheritance, and it seems she is destined to inherit Hongnong Group. Should she marry into our family, she would ultimately belong to us." Wu Zio felt an overwhelming urge to tug at his hair in frustration. Yet the thought of messing up his meticulously styled hair with wax and how it might appear to Li Chua held him back. He sighed, his mind a tumult of emotions. "I am aware of everything, but I relish the chase. Despite my efforts, I have faced rejection." He contemplated leaving her before a few days. Perhaps she would miss my presence, but then he learned she had attended a lecture and developed an affection for another. That man was none other than Ou Jinghuan, the current head of the prestigious Ou family. Li Chue's ambitions were too grand. She seemingly deemed his status unworthy of her affection. Upon hearing of Li Chue's interest in Ou Jinghuan, Wu's mother grew increasingly discontented with her. Her son, so exceptional and talented, had lowered himself to pursue her, and she believed Li Chua merely sought to toy with him before acquiescing. To her dismay, it appeared she simply looked down upon her son. Wu's mother had already devised a plan. Once Li Chua entered their family, she would swiftly manipulate her into relinquishing her inheritance and company as a lesson. Then, she would orchestrate a divorce between Zio and her. Just the thought exhilarated her. She mused, "Zio, rest assured, a family of that stature would never allow Li Chua to marry in. Moreover, I heard your father mention that he has encountered Ou Jinghuan in the business realm, discovering that he harbors a profound disdain for unfamiliar women approaching him. Li Chua possesses a certain charm, yet if Ou Jinghuan were to favor her and allow her into the Ou family, I would age a decade." Wu's father frowned, urging them not to linger at the entrance as others wished to enter, suggesting they discuss matters at home. Once inside, Zhong Yinan quickly approached and grasped Wu's mother's hand warmly, exclaiming, "How wonderful to see you. Thank you for coming." Jing Shiqi, shyly gazing at Wu Zio, added, "Zio, I am truly delighted you could attend my coming-of-age ceremony. I haven't seen you in days, and I miss you. I wonder if you think of me." Wu Zio barely paid attention, his eyes scanning for Li Chua, responding vaguely, "MHM." Zhong Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. She felt elated that Wu Zio might be thinking of her, believing that soon he would be hers. At that moment, savoring her dessert, Li Chue's phone rang. It was Su Zishang calling. Upon answering, she heard Su Zishang say, Chuyue, I am in the lobby of the hotel. Come out and show me how you look in your evening gown. I missed seeing you try it on last time. Alright, I will be right out. Li Chue ended the call, set down her dessert, grabbed her bag, and headed toward the entrance. Wu's mother and Wu Xiao noticed Li Chue approaching them. When she reached them, she paused to greet Wu's parents politely before turning to Li Hongya, saying, Father, my friend is looking for me outside. I will be out for a bit. Very well, be safe. Li Hongya nodded in agreement. Wu's mother quickly called out to the departing Li Chue, Is this Chuyue? I often hear Xiao speak of you. Truly, just as he described, you are like a celestial being descended to earth. Come. I have prepared a gift for Zhongshiqi's coming-of-age ceremony, as well as a special gift for you, which I have curated with care. You must accept my goodwill. Li Chue accepted the gift without hesitation, expressing her gratitude before handing it over to Li Hongya for safekeeping. Jingxiqi, consumed by jealousy as she overheard Xiao praising Li Chue to Wu Mu, was taken aback when Li Chue announced, By the way, I have a gift for you. Jingxiqi, I initially planned to present it during the banquet, but I believe it is better to give it to you now. With that, Li Chue retrieved a silk-wrapped item from her product bag and presented it to Zhongshiqi, saying, This is my gift for your coming of age. I know you admire the diamond bracelet my father gifted me, so I have decided to pass it on to you. I remember how you longingly gazed at it. Now you need not covet it any longer. Before Zhongshiqi could respond, Li Chue quickly placed the diamond bracelet in her hands and departed. As she turned her back to them, a radiant smile graced her lips, hoping Zhongshiqi would appreciate this grand gesture. A subtle act of retribution for the embarrassment she had endured in her past life. She wished for Zhongshiqi to relish this moment, for she was resolute in her vow to repay every grievance in full measure. Meanwhile, Li Hongya engaged in conversation with acquaintances, leaving Zhongshiqi and Song Yinan to awkwardly explain to the Wu family. Zhongshiqi glared resentfully at Li Chue's retreating figure. Convinced that Li Chue had intentionally sought to humiliate her before Xiao and his family by resurrecting old memories. A sudden unease washed over her as she pondered the motives behind Li Chue's actions. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Xiao and was now envious of their closeness? After all, Xiao was undeniably handsome and exceptional. Who could resist his charm? No! She could not afford to wait any longer. Tonight, she would become Xiao's woman. Fifth! Li Chue would not be able to steal Xiao from her. She was determined to ruin Li Chue. Chapter 13. Awaiting the appearance upon entering the hotel lobby. Li Chue beheld Su Zishang, resplendent in a red gown, standing gracefully in the center. The dress, with its plunging v-neck, accentuated her snow-white décolletage, while a belt of the same hue cinched her slender waist, enhancing her voluptuous figure and exuding an air of confidence. Her cascading waves of hair were elegantly pinned up, held in place by a styling spray, and her ears and neck sparkled with dazzling diamond earrings and a necklace. Clutching a Dior handbag, she radiated an aura of nobility and sophistication, embodying the essence of a charismatic femme fatale. Li Chue, utterly captivated by Su Zishang's beauty, exclaimed, Wow! Shen, you look exponentially more stunning than when you tried it on last time. This gown is truly a perfect fit for you. Su Zishang, flattered by the compliment, responded playfully. Your gown also highlights your grace. My, Chue, I never imagined you could be so slender yet possess such an enviable figure. Your cousin is indeed fortunate. Taken aback, Li Chue's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Su Zishang, shyly retorting, What does my cousin have to do with this? Please refrain from making such remarks. Su Zishang linked her arm with Li Chue's, leading her up the staircase to the second floor. Oh, come now, I shall not speak out of turn. As they ascended, Li Chue hesitated, her curiosity piqued. Are you truly taking me up there? Is that appropriate? I haven't been invited, and I doubt I know anyone above. Su Zishang soothed her apprehension. What is inappropriate about it? I have received an invitation, and it's perfectly acceptable for me to bring you along. Or is it that you do not wish to meet my cousin? Li Chue noticed the flirtatious glances Su Zishang kept sending her way. Her cheeks still adorned with the remnants of a rosy blush, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Shyly lowering her gaze, she conceded, Well then, thank you, Shen. I do wish to see him today. I have many questions for him and a gift I would like to present as a token of gratitude. Su Zishang, charmed by Li Chue's demeanor, embraced her and teased, Who would have thought our school's aloof goddess could blush so easily? Chue, this side of you is utterly delightful. Alas, I am not a man. Li Chue allowed Su Zishang's playful banter to wash over her, unable to counter it, her heart racing at the thought of meeting Ou Jinghuan. This sensation was novel for her, a first in both of her lifetimes, and she found it curiously enchanting rather than unwelcome. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall on the first floor, Wu Ziyou shook off Xiongxiqi and hurried out, eager to converse with Li Chuyue and ascertain whether she had truly developed feelings for Ou Jinghuan. He recalled the striking image of Li Chuyue. Adorned in an exquisite gown and a makeup look she seldom wore, her figure gracefully accentuated by the opulent attire. The depths of her long lashes framed eyes that never seemed to acknowledge his presence, yet they were captivating beyond measure. Wu Ziyou yearned for those enchanting eyes to gaze upon him, to shed tears in his embrace. The vivid crimson of her lips, painted with a luscious lipstick, ignited an irresistible desire within him, compelling him to ruin that beauty with his own kiss. Especially when she departed, he caught a glimpse of her bare back, her skin so smooth and delicate, akin to pure milk. Even from behind, she ignited a fervent longing in him, as though she had ensnared his very soul, rendering him unable to look away. As he reflected upon the fact that Li Chuyue typically eschewed makeup and dressed in a rather understated manner, her simplicity contrasting starkly with Xiongxiqi's pure white gown, he mused that if Li Chuyue could maintain such a style and become his girlfriend, it would indeed enhance his stature. Wu Ziyou, not having spotted Li Chuyue in the lobby, resolved to pursue her outside the hotel. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to see Li Chuyue ascending to the second floor alongside a strikingly beautiful young woman. The revelation that Li Chuyue was acquainted with someone who could access the second floor banquet filled him with astonishment. Hastening up the staircase, Wu Ziyou intended to enter but was halted by the registration personnel and security. "Good day. Please present your invitation," he replied. "The person who just entered is my friend. I merely wish to speak with her briefly and will exit promptly." Wu Ziyou was acutely aware that the second floor housed the birthday celebration of the Ou family, an event to which his social standing would never permit him an invitation. He endeavored to persuade them to grant him entry, but was met with a firm refusal. "Apologies. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. You may contact your friend to come out." Embarrassment washed over Wu Ziyou, for despite his prolonged pursuit of Li Chuyue, he had never acquired her WeChat. Previously, he had obtained her phone number from Xiongxiqi, only to be blocked after their first conversation. Left with no other recourse, he was uncertain when Li Chuyue might emerge, but recalled her mentioning to her father that they would return to the first floor. Thus, he resigned himself to waiting in the banquet hall below. Meanwhile, the second floor banquet hall was noticeably more crowded than the first. Li Chuyue observed a constellation of celebrities and influential figures from the political and business realms, all donning professional smiles and engaging in lively conversation. She and Su Jishong opted for a secluded corner to indulge in desserts and fine wine, during which Su Jishong recounted tales of Ou Jinghuan's childhood. "My cousin was quite the little adult, always meticulous in his endeavors, yet he never lacked for the affection of young girls. It puzzled me, as he shunned the company of females, even rebuffing me, his own blood relative. However, after an incident where he was beaten and spent some time in the hospital, my persistent visits transformed his demeanor towards me entirely. I often wondered if another beating would make him even kinder to me." Cough, cough. Intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Ou Jinghuan's beating, Li Chuyue approached Su Jishong, who was coughing with laughter, and gently patted her back. At that moment, a group of young women encircled Li Chuyue and Su Jishong, all adorned in an array of opulent gowns, surveying Li Chuyue with haughty disdain. Li Chuyue recognized one of them as CEO Ou Jinghuan, whom she had encountered just days prior. CEO Ou Jinghuan cast a scornful glance at Li Chuyue and derided Su Jishong, saying, "Look at your current appearance, Su Jishong. You are hardly the epitome of grace and elegance, bringing shame upon the Ou family." Su Jishong ceased her coughing, took a moment to compose herself, and retaliated indignantly. "What business is it of yours how I present myself? Are you from the seaside? Besides, you are not even a member of the Ou family. Even if my cousin were here, he would not feel embarrassed by me. You, an ugly creature. Who do you think you are?" CEO Ou Jinghuan and her companions were preparing to berate Su Jishong, but CEO Ou Jinghuan's mother approached. Casting a cold glance at Su Jishong and Li Chuyue, she instructed CEO Ou Jinghuan, "You should go and deliver birthday wishes to your uncle. Your aunt just mentioned she wishes to see you." Reluctantly, CEO Ou Jinghuan gathered her friends and followed her mother away, throwing a mocking remark at Su Jishong. "Humph. I'll let you off this time, but with your lack of grace, I curse that no man will ever fancy you." Su Jishong retorted, "Those who pursue me could fill the streets of Guangzhou City. It's you who lacks appeal. Like a mangy dog trailing after my cousin. Yet he has no interest in you. Let that infuriate you." CEO Rushua's mother tugged at her gently and whispered a reprimand. Do not cause a scene at your uncle's banquet. If you wish to create a ruckus, you may do so at any other time. But do not disappoint your uncle and aunt. Was the girl beside Su Jishang the one you asked me to investigate the other day? CEO Rushua admitted, yes, that's her. Xia's mother, with a frosty gaze, remarked, she is quite attractive and of considerable worth. Since you mentioned that Ou Jinghuan doesn't mind her sitting nearby, you must be even more vigilant, understand? Realizing her previous naivety, Xiao Rushua nodded earnestly. I understand. I will not let you down. Meanwhile, Li Chua observed the retreating figures of Xiao Rushua and her friends, initially expecting Xiao Rushua to confront her, but to her surprise, she did not. In reality, Xiao Rushua had learned of Li Chua's affluent background and felt reassured that she could afford the gown she had purchased. Moreover, her inability to uncover any private interactions between Li Chua and Ou Jinghuan alleviated her animosity towards Li. After a while, when Ou Jinghuan had yet to arrive, Li Chua, finding herself waiting in vain, received a call from her father inquiring when she would return. Su Jishang comforted her. Perhaps my cousin is preoccupied, but he will certainly come. Why don't you head downstairs for now? It's not ideal for you to remain absent. I will inform you when he arrives. Li Chua consented and descended to join her father, awaiting Su Jishang's call. Zhong Shiqi, upon seeing Li Chua return, glared at her fiercely, contemplating her own schemes. She turned to her close friend, young Lechio, and lamented, Lechio, you cannot fathom how envious my sister is of the love our father shares with me. She resents that I have a mother while she does not, and she envies that Zio came to my banquet. My sister always plays the victim, trying to tarnish my reputation before our father, hoping to make him despise me. I don't mind sharing maternal affection with her. Yet she greedily seeks to use up my zeal. Just earlier, before you arrived, she deliberately humiliated me. Woe is me. I feel so powerless against her. All I can do is confide my troubles to my dearest friend, you. Young Lechio, feeling sympathy for Zhong Shiqi, embraced her and exclaimed angrily, she has gone too far. How can she bully someone as kind-hearted as you? Shiqi, do not weep. If you, being so gentle, cannot confront her, allow your best friend to assist you. Zhong Shiqi rested her head upon young Lechio's shoulder, her face obscured by her hair, revealing a sinister smile as she said, Lechio, I am truly touched by your concern for me. However, it would be best if you refrained from intervening. I fear you may not be able to handle her. And I do not wish to drag you into this. Upon hearing Zhong Shiqi's plight and her continued thoughts for her, young Lechio felt an even greater resolve to retaliate against Li Chua, wishing for her to experience the same humiliation that Shiqi had endured. Releasing Zhong Shiqi, young Lechio grasped her shoulders firmly and declared with conviction, do not be afraid, I shall take my revenge shortly, and whatever I do, you shall not bear the blame. Zhong Shiqi felt a sense of satisfaction, wiping away non-existent tears as she replied, thank you. You shall forever be my good friend. Thus, young Lechio and Zhong Shiqi parted ways, with young Lechio casting a determined gaze at Li Chua in the distance, contemplating how best to render her uncomfortable. Chapter 14. Avoiding embarrassment in the grand banquet hall on the first floor, the opulent decor, adorned with splendid curtains, magnificent chandeliers, and embellishments of flowers and greenery, rendered the entire venue reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. The meticulously arranged table corners and gold-trimmed tableware, shimmering enticingly, epitomized luxury. Li Chua sat quietly to the side, a striking figure amidst the splendor, savoring the rich red wine in her hand, its robust flavor lingering delightfully on her palate. Lowering her gaze, she exuded an air of aloof superiority, as if transcending this world, a soul detached from all earthly concerns, evoking an involuntary sense of trepidation in those around her. Her eyes frequently darted toward her phone, anxious that the surrounding clamor might cause her to miss a call from Su Zishang. Suddenly, an instinctive alertness tingled within her as she sensed someone approaching from behind. She instinctively turned to see a girl stumbling toward her, a glass of red wine clutched in her hand. Li Chua recognized the girl as young Lechio, one of Zhong Shiqi's close friends. It appeared Zhong Shiqi had deployed this pawn against her, and thus, she would not hesitate to counter this move. Recently, after parting ways with Zhong Shiqi, young Lechio had contemplated her actions and ultimately resolved to launch a surprise attack from behind Li Chua, feigning a fall to douse her in red wine. Yet, she felt this would not suffice to humiliate Li Chua adequately. Therefore, she also intended to rip the exquisite black gown that adorned Li Chua's figure in the process of her supposed fall. Ah! The first exclamation was young Lechio's faint cry of falling, while the second was a natural yelp of pain elicited from Li Chua's swift kick. Just as young Chuchu was about to spill the wine, Chuchu had quickly risen and evaded, seizing young Chuchu's hand as she attempted to grasp her dress, leveraging the momentum to draw her closer. In one fluid motion, Chuchu sidestepped and delivered a kick that sent young Chuchu sprawling. The table beside them, adorned with exquisite arrangements, was upended as the so-called pure-hearted warrior crashed to the ground. The cacophony of crashing glass, clattering metal, and young Chuchu's anguished cries captured the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Chuchu's gaze remained unfazed, her cold, lifeless eyes observing the bloodied and writhing form of young Chuchu on the floor. She had grown accustomed to such gory scenes, having witnessed Ou Jinghuan deal with those who had wronged her in the basement. She felt no pity for young Chuchu, who had been manipulated by Dong Shiqi. On the contrary, she believed she deserved her fate. The inability to discern right from wrong and the naive trust in others, followed by a misguided sense of justice that led to the harm of innocence, was a grave folly. From a distance, Dong Shiqi, witnessing young Chuchu's failure, seethed with anger at her ineptitude. She gritted her teeth, listening to young Chuchu's cries, thinking that perhaps it would be better if she suffered more. What was the point of her existence if she was so foolish? Yanks rushed over, confronted with the chaotic scene, her anger flaring. She quickly called for assistance to carry young Chuchu away. Observing the gun, now stained with glass shards and blood, and young Chuchu's dazed state, she sensed the severity of the injury and instructed that she be taken to the hospital. After giving her orders, Yanks turned to face the crowd and reproached Chuchu, saying, "Chuchu, we can discuss this civilly. Chuchu is still a good friend of Shiqi's. How could you resort to violence? The adult ceremony for Shiqi has turned into such a spectacle, leaving everyone to mock the situation." Shiqi hurriedly approached, her long skirt trailing behind her as she squeezed through the crowd, lamenting and directing her ire at Chuchu, exclaiming, "Sister, you may not like me, but how could you strike my dear friend without cause? If you find me so disagreeable, why not strike me instead?" "Boo-hoo!" Li Hongyi also approached, his expression filled with concern as he asked Chuchu, "Chuchu, are you alright? Please tell your father what happened." Chuchu, with a penetrating gaze, replied confidently, "Father, I am unharmed. Moreover, I must inform everyone that it was Song Shiqi's friend who initiated the altercation. I have been practicing Taekwondo recently, so I merely reacted instinctively." Turning to Ansong, she added, "As for those who are laughing, it certainly isn't me. After all, there are surveillance cameras here. If you doubt my words, feel free to check and reveal who truly deserves the ridicule." Zhong Yonan's pupils flickered slightly as she observed Chuchu's calm demeanor and then turned to see Song Shiqi's uncertain posture. She realized that young Qiao's sudden assault on Chuchu must have been incited by Dong Shiqi, and thus, it was imperative not to heed Chuchu's suggestion to review the surveillance footage. Chuchu slowly approached Dong Shiqi, her gaze deepening as she leaned closer and whispered ominously in her ear, "Dong Shiqi, do you think I fear striking you? You are mistaken. To strike you now would be to tarnish the reputation of the Li family in front of everyone, which is why I refrain. But rest assured, should you wish to be struck, I shall fulfill your desire in due time." Dong Shiqi's eyes widened, frozen in place, paralyzed by the formidable aura emanating from Chuchu, which felt almost lethal, sending chills down her spine. The gathered guests merely stood by, whispering amongst themselves, as most had affiliations with the Honglong group and preferred not to meddle in their family affairs. Chuchu, disinterested in lingering any longer, resolved to contact Su Xishang to take her upstairs to await Ou Jinghuan. She approached Li Hongyi, stating, "Father, I shall not remain here any longer. My friend is upstairs, and I intend to find her. Do not wait for me after this. I will return home on my own." Li Hongyi affectionately ruffled Chuchu's hair, smiling as he said, "Very well, I trust you, my dear. I will handle the aftermath of today's events. Go enjoy your time with your friend, but do take care." Feeling touched by her father's trust, Chuchu nodded, picked up her bag, and made her way towards the exit. As she reached the hotel lobby and prepared to call Su Xishang, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Turning around, she discovered it was Wu Ziyo who had seized her. With an apologetic expression, he implored, "Chuchu, please don't go. I'm sorry for not reaching out to you these past few days. I only wanted to see if you cared about me, which is why I held back, to test you. Of course, I've also been training for the basketball match, so I haven't." "Stop!" Chuchu interrupted, covering her mouth and nose with her hand, unable to bear the overwhelming stench of alcohol on his breath. She simply wished for him to cease his incessant chatter. Not long ago, Wu Ziyo was unable to find Chuchu in the second-floor banquet hall. So he returned to the first floor to await her arrival. Later, in an attempt to evade Zhong Shiqi, he retreated to a corner to drink. Subsequently, Wu Zio heard a commotion and noticed that people were gathering in one direction. His curiosity piqued, he followed suit and discovered Li Chua amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Wu Zio, Li Chua noted the intoxicated state evident in his flushed face and slightly dazed eyes. Displeased by the way he was looking at her, she frowned in disgust and shook off his hand, declaring, I have rejected you numerous times. Previously, I refrained from directly telling you to leave me alone. But we both know the truth. You are aware of Song Shiqi's intentions. She is using me to approach you. And you are merely leveraging her to get closer to me. Yet, I refuse to be anyone's pawn any longer. You may continue your little games. But I wish to say no more. Do not pursue me again. Noticing a door marked as a storage room nearby and realizing that no one was around, Wu Zio, under the influence of alcohol, exerted all his strength to push Li Chua into the unused storage area and shut the door behind them. In the pitch-black room, he pinned her against the wall and questioned, recently, rumors have circulated at school that you expressed your affection for Ou Jinghuan before his speech. I refuse to believe such nonsense. Tell me they are all lies, will you? Li Chua, jolted against the wall, felt pain radiating from her back and retorted angrily. What on earth is wrong with you? It is true, I like Ou Jinghuan. Now that you know, let me go. Veins bulging. Wu Zio's eyes widened in fury as he tightened his grip on her arms, shouting, How dare you treat me this way? I adore you, yet you, a vain woman, can only love me. After declaring this, he attempted to kiss her, but Li Chua turned away, forcefully pushing him back and lifting her knee to strike. The pain caused Wu Zio to release his grip, and in a fit of rage, he cursed, Damn it. So you don't like me, huh? Just wait until you become mine. Then you shall see. He lunged forward, intent on removing Li Chua's gown, driven by an overwhelming desire. Disgusted, she prepared to retaliate against the loathsome figure before her when, suddenly, memories flooded her mind, memories of a dark environment where, in her past life, she had nearly been forced by kidnappers. A wave of panic surged through her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably and her head to pound. Though she had overcome her childhood psychological issues over 2 years, the trauma resurfaced after her rebirth. She believed herself to be strong. Yet she felt as weak and helpless as she had in her youth. Determined to endure the onslaught upon her mind, Li Chua resolved to not only enhance her physical skills but also to fortify her inner strength and spirit. Wu Zio, seizing her arms once more, misinterpreted her trembling as a sign of acquiescence, believing she was willing to become his. Elated, he moved in to kiss her, but in her daze, Li Chua prepared to crouch down to evade him. In an instant, the adjacent door swung open, flooding the storage room with a blinding light. A towering figure surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wu Zio's face. Wu Zio was sent soaring, crashing down among the clatter with a resounding thud. Chapter 15 The First Kiss. Are you alright? A low, resonant voice dispelled the tormenting memories in Li Chua's mind, allowing her to gradually regain her composure as the scene before her began to crystallize. She lifted her gaze to identify the speaker, only to discover it was Ou Jinghuan, the very person she had been awaiting. At that moment, Ou Jinghuan's expression was taut with concern, his brows furrowed as he scrutinized her intently. The light from outside accentuated the sculpted depth of his features, casting half his face in shadow while his chiseled profile stood out sharply. His long, dark eyelashes fell gracefully, and his straight nose and thin lips rendered him remarkably handsome. Like a radiant sun illuminating Li Chua's heart, Li Chua parted her crimson lips and replied, I'm fine, thank you. Meanwhile, Wu Zio emerged from a pile of clutter, covering his bruised left cheek, cursing, Damn it, mind your own business. Do you not have eyes? Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Ou Jinghuan flipped the switch on the wall controlling the lights, instantly flooding the storage room with brightness. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on Li Chua, meticulously noting that her clothes were intact, yet her wrist was swollen and red, her complexion pale, and her body trembled slightly. A pang of anguish gripped Ou Jinghuan's heart, and his previously expressionless face bore an icy, penetrating glare. Upon hearing the audacious words from behind him, his eyes turned steely, rage surging within him as he advanced toward Wu Zio. Wu Zio, initially poised to retaliate against his assailant, froze in place upon recognizing the man approaching him, the formidable head of the Ou family, Ou Jinghuan. Fear surged through him as he took a step back, his voice dropping to a submissive whisper, I'm sorry, Ou Shao. I didn't mean those words for you. I didn't know it was you. Ou Jinghuan disregarded his apologies, recalling the moment he entered the hotel, witnessing Li Chua being forcibly shoved into the storage room by Wu Zio. His heart skipped a beat, a torrent of unfamiliar emotions flooding over him. Especially at the instant he opened the door and saw Li Chua pressed against the wall in anguish. A realization dawned upon him. He could not bear the thought of another man touching her. He wanted. With a swift motion, Ou Jinghuan unfastened the button of his suit jacket and stepped forward, seizing Wu Zio by the collar of his suit, delivering a powerful punch to his face. His strikes were rapid, swift as lightning, creating a flurry of afterimages accompanied by a chilling whoosh that stirred a tempestuous wind, instilling fear in all who witnessed. Wu Zio, devoid of strength to resist and too intimidated to even attempt it, cried out for mercy. After a while, sensing the situation had escalated sufficiently, Li Chua urged Ou Jinghuan to cease, fearing for Wu Zio's life, primarily concerned for Ou Jinghuan's hand. At last, after her fervent pleas, Ou Jinghuan relented. Standing upright, he meticulously adjusted his black suit and tie, rebuttoning it and brushing off the dust. Then, he regarded Wu Zio from a towering height, his voice dripping with disdain. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to strike you again before you depart? As Wu Zio's body collapsed to the ground, a shudder coursed through him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to rise and hurried toward the door of the storage room. Just as he was about to escape, he heard Ou Jinghuan's warning. There better not be a next time. If I find out, you know what will become of your family. Wu Zio clenched his jaw. Lowering his head in despair, he felt humiliated to beg for mercy and be beaten in front of the one he admired, Li Chua. Moreover, he dared not provoke Ou Jinghuan's power, knowing his family would never offend the old family on his behalf. Ultimately, filled with hatred and fear, Wu Zio fled the scene, bypassing Zong Shiqi's banquet and departing from the Xinguang Grand Hotel. Inside the storage room, Ou Jinghuan approached Li Chua, inquiring once more, "You look rather pale. Are you truly alright? Are you injured anywhere?" Li Chua's body had ceased trembling, and the closeness of Ou Jinghuan brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. His worried expression reminded her of the man he had been in her previous life, so familiar, unlike the cold demeanor he had displayed during their last dinner. Li Chua reached out, grasping Ou Jinghuan's hand, pulling him toward her with a sudden force. Taken by surprise, Ou Jinghuan stumbled forward, bracing himself against the wall beside her. He found himself pressing Li Chua against the wall, their eyes meeting unexpectedly in a sheer silence, the atmosphere in the storage room growing charged with intimacy. Releasing his hand, Li Chua opened her Prada bag and retrieved a small box. Inside lay a couple's amethyst brooch, the same as the one adorning her gown's neckline. She reached towards Ou Jinghuan's chest, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart beneath her fingertips, as if it might leap from his ribcage at any moment. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. It appeared she was not the only one feeling nervous. Her hand wandered over the firm contours of his chest, irresistibly descending as she sought to touch his beloved abs. Ou Jinghuan's temples throbbed, electricity coursing through his body at every place she caressed. Unable to withstand it any longer, he seized her hand to halt its descent, his voice low and husky as he queried, "What do you intend to do?" Li Chua. Her face flushed from just imagining Ou Jinghuan's physique beneath his suit, recalled the matter at hand. Lowering her crimson cheeks, she said, "Ou Jinghuan, I wish to give you something as a token of gratitude for your assistance in answering my questions these past few days." She wriggled free from his grasp and, disregarding the expensive fabric of his suit, took the amethyst brooch from the box and affixed it to the left side of his chest, over his heart. Once secured, she gently explained, "This brooch, like the one on my dress, features a fine amethyst at its center. My dear friend Yashin designed it overnight, and I personally selected the materials over the past 2 days. I chose amethyst because it is your birthstone. I hope it brings you luck and protects your health and safety. I sincerely hope you like it." Ou Jinghuan lowered his gaze to the brooch, its purple gleam causing his heart to race as never before. Meeting Li Chua's eyes once more, he smiled and said, "Thank you. I truly love it. How wonderful. I'm glad you can appreciate it," Li Chua exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. The infectiousness of her smile prompted Ou Jinghuan to unconsciously mirror her delight. As he gazed at Li Chua, who resembled the carefree, laughter-loving girl from his childhood, he lifted his right hand, gently caressing her delicate cheek. In that moment when she had touched his chest, he realized he did not resist her proximity or her touch, quite unlike the revulsion he felt when other women approached him. He now understood that his feelings for her transcended mere protection of the girl he once knew. He had long harbored affection for her, though he had been oblivious to its significance until now. As Li Chua felt Ou Jinghuan's hand on her face, she paused, sensing a palpable shift in his gaze. No longer cold, it now radiated possessiveness. As his handsome face drew nearer, her heart raced with anticipation. Overwhelmed, she dared not meet his wolf-like eyes, closing her own and holding her breath, awaiting the moment he would claim her first kiss. Ou Jinghuan, amused by her nervousness, smiled and gently closed his eyes, preparing to kiss the tempting lips he had longed to taste since their last encounter in the car. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the silence. Chuchue's phone, which had fallen to the floor during her struggle with Wu Zio, was ringing. She opened her eyes to see Ou Jinghuan crouched down, retrieving the phone and handing it back to her. Upon seeing Su Jishan's name on the screen, she reluctantly answered. Chuyue, I just heard from CEO Ou and the others that they spotted your cousin's car at the hotel entrance. He should be ready to come upstairs. I'm coming down to pick you up now. With an inward sigh, Chuyue lamented that Su Jishan's well-meaning intervention had unwittingly interrupted her first kiss. In the quiet storage room, Ou Jinghuan heard Su Jishan's loud voice and leaned in closer to the phone, chuckling softly. No need for you to come. She is coming up with me. Startled by Ou Jinghuan's voice from the other end, Su Jishan halted her ascent up the stairs, glancing at her phone to confirm she had dialed incorrectly. Chuyue, what is going on? Your cousin is beside you? Chuyue chuckled. Yes, he is right here. You don't need to come get me. We are heading upstairs now. After ending the call, she looked up at Ou Jinghuan, who was quietly observing her, and felt a tinge of regret that he showed no intent to continue their kiss. Ou Jinghuan refrained from pursuing the kiss further, sensing that his previous actions might have been a bit forward, especially considering they had only met twice. Although he had heard Chuyue express her affection for him, he feared that rapid progress might lead her to believe he lacked respect for women. Thus, he resolved to ensure she understood his genuine feelings for her before boldly claiming her alluring lips. Ou Jinghuan gazed at Chuyue with a smile and said, Let us go together. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chuyue pressed her crimson lips against his, leaving Ou Jinghuan momentarily stunned. She tugged at his tie, compelling him to bend down, and his heart raced anew, breath coming in uneven gasps as he beheld the audacious thief of his heart. Eyes closed in a moment of boldness, Chuyue, with her eyes tightly shut, savored every second of this encounter. Ou Jinghuan's lips felt cool against hers. The air around her was infused with the woody aroma of his cologne, mingling with his uniquely pleasant scent. She would not allow a mere phone call to rob her of this opportunity to kiss Ou Jinghuan, especially since he had taken the initiative. In a clumsy yet endearing manner, she planted a fleeting kiss upon his lips, her heart swelling with joy as she blushed and hurriedly darted outside, not daring to look back. After a few steps, she turned and called out to him, Hurry up! Ou Jinghuan lifted his hand to touch the spot where Chuyue had just kissed him, his lips pressed together in contemplation. Was this the sensation of his first kiss? It was rather extraordinary. An impulse surged within him, a desire to kiss her again, and not merely a gentle peck, but something deeper. Shaking his head, he observed the retreating figure of Chuyue, hands tucked into the pockets of his suit trousers, regaining his composed and aloof demeanor as he emerged from the storeroom. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his thoughts were consumed with the longing to experience that kiss with Chuyue once more. Chapter 16. Silence no more. As Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan ascended to the second floor, the registrars and security personnel recognized their esteemed boss, Ou Jinghuan, and bowed their heads respectfully, greeting him with, Good evening, boss. Ou Jinghuan merely lifted his eyelids and responded with a nonchalant murmur. He and Chuyue proceeded directly into the banquet hall, where their strikingly handsome and beautiful appearances swiftly captivated the attention of onlookers. The attendees were already aware of Ou Jinghuan's arrival, many hoping to leverage Ou Hui's birthday celebration to forge a closer connection with the head of the Ou family. CEO Ou had been waiting eagerly by the entrance of the banquet hall. Upon spotting Ou Jinghuan, she joyfully approached him, exclaiming, Jinghuan, I've been waiting for you. Just now, Uncle was asking if you had arrived, and Chuyue, what brings you here? CEO U's words faltered as she caught sight of Chuyue standing beside Ou Jinghuan, an inexplicable wave of unease washing over her. Undeterred, Ou Jinghuan continued to stride forward, ignoring CEO U's, while Chuyue feigned ignorance and followed suit. Su Jishan, unable to bear the judgmental gazes from those around her, felt a flush of embarrassment. She had gone to great lengths to adorn herself beautifully, yet Ou Jinghuan had not spared her a glance. Not only had he overlooked her, but even Chuyue dared to disregard her presence. To her astonishment, she noticed that both Ou Jinghuan and Chuyue were adorned with remarkably similar brooches. A wave of resentment surged within CEO U's, affirming her mother's advice. She must prevent Chuyue from getting closer to Ou Jinghuan. The one destined to marry him must be her alone. Still bemused from her phone call, Su Jishang spotted Li Chua and Ou Jinghuan and promptly approached, linking her arm with Li Chua's. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she glanced at their brooches and remarked, "Oh. So, Li Chua, no, sister-in-law. You have been waiting for so long to present my cousin with a token of affection. Brother, that brooch suits you perfectly. You two are quite a match." He. Ou Jinghuan, unperturbed by Su Jishang's playful reference to Li Chua as sister-in-law, watched quietly as Li Chua blushed under the teasing. Beneath the grand crystal chandelier, Li Chua appeared enchanting, radiating grace and beauty. Turning to the captivating Li Chua beside him, Ou Jinghuan spoke softly, "Stay with Su Jishang for a moment. I shall return shortly, and we will depart together." Li Chua nodded in agreement. "All right, I will wait for you." As Ou Jinghuan gazed affectionately at the obedient and charming Li Chua, he reached out to gently stroke her head before making his way toward the center of the banquet hall, where his uncle, Ou Dehua, awaited. Witnessing the exchange of glances and gestures between Li Chua and Ou Jinghuan, a subtle stir erupted among the onlookers, igniting whispers of intrigue. Isn't Ou Jinghuan known for his aversion to female company? Who is that fortunate girl who just received a tender pat on the head from him? They seem to be dressed in matching outfits. It appears that even the icy facade of Ou Jinghuan has melted, signifying the extraordinary nature of this woman. Quickly, Su Jishang pulled Li Chua aside, her curiosity piqued as she quietly inquired, "Chua, how is it that you ascended to the banquet with my brother so swiftly? How did you manage to have my brother accept and wear the gift you presented him? My brother's expression seemed rather off. Could you enlighten me on what transpired?" Li Chua, bombarded with a flurry of inquiries, found herself at a loss for words. Playfully, she teased, "Are you so eager to know? Well, I shall not divulge anything." Upon hearing this, Su Jishang mischievously leaped onto Li Chua, embracing her like a baby wombat and whining, "Chua, dear sister-in-law, you are the best. You can't treat me this way. If you withhold information, I might just perish from curiosity. You cannot abandon me in my time of need." Fearing for Su Jishang's safety, Li Chua quickly wrapped her arms around her, chuckling helplessly, "All right, I shall tell you, but please calm down. I can barely hold you any longer." Once Su Jishang had dismounted, Li Chua recounted the incident where Wu Xiao had nearly coerced her, and how Ou Jinghuan had come to her rescue. Su Jishang anxiously inspected Li Chua from head to toe, embracing her gently and offering consolation. "I'm relieved to hear you're unharmed. Thankfully my brother noticed in time. Who would have thought that the campus heartthrob, Wu Xiao, could be so morally corrupt and reckless?" Li Chua pressed her lips together and shrugged, indicating her resignation. Before addressing Su Jishang's earlier question, "As for the brooch, I personally attached it to him. I was quite pleased to see that Ou Jinghuan didn't mind it or take it off. Regarding your observation of his peculiar gaze towards me, well, it might be because I just kissed him. Ha ha, I only shared this with you because you've been so helpful. Please keep it to yourself." Su Jishang was momentarily speechless, bombarded by Li Chua's revelations. After a brief pause to digest the information, she gazed at Li Chua with admiration and stammered, "You truly are my sister-in-law. I recognize no one else. But could you possibly teach me how to pursue men in the future?" Meanwhile, as Su Jishang sought Li Chua's guidance on winning a man's heart, Ou Jinghuan had already exchanged pleasantries with various guests and approached his uncle, Ou Dehua. Most of the Ou family members were present, and Ou Jinghuan greeted his grandfather and other elders before wishing his uncle a happy birthday. After the greetings, a deep, resonant voice emanated from a stern-looking middle-aged man. "Did you not notice your father is also here? You didn't greet him?" The man who spoke was Ou Jinghuan's father, Ou Dechu. After being saved by Li Chua during his childhood, Ou Jinghuan had spent time in the hospital while his mother struggled to overcome her depression to care for him. His father had never visited him, and he suspected Ou Dechu was reveling in the company of another woman. Subsequently, he realized that it was not his mother or himself who were to blame for his father's infidelity. The fault lay squarely with Ou Dechu, who remained irredeemably captivated by the charms of other women. Disappointed, Ou Jinghuan ceased all communication with Ou Dechu, who remained engrossed in his affairs and showed little interest in managing the family business. This presented Ou Jinghuan with an opportunity. He resolved to rely solely on his own capabilities to thwart Ou Dechu's ambitions of becoming the family patriarch. After a stern inquiry from Ou Dechu, his current wife, Luoji, gently chided, "To soften your demeanor, Jinghuan may have simply not seen you. It is a rare occasion for us all together, especially on Erdi's birthday. Let us maintain a sense of calm, shall we?" Ou Dechu found her gentle approach effective, cleverly providing him an avenue to de-escalate his anger, unlike his ex-wife. who failed to grasp the essence of being a supportive partner. With his fury subsiding, Ou Jinghuan refrained from insisting that Ou Jinghuan greet him and instead picked up his tea to sip. Ou Jinghuan did not cast a glance their way. His expression remained impassive as he addressed his second uncle, Ou Dehua, coldly. Uncle, I have arranged for the gift to be delivered to your home. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Ou Dehua, patting Ou Jinghuan's shoulder, smiled amiably. That's quite alright. I'm simply pleased that you could spare the time to visit. Entrusting such significant responsibilities to you, it must be quite taxing. Go on, attend to your affairs. The former family head, Ou Jinghuan's grandfather, spoke with a solemn demeanor. Jinghuan, even amidst your busyness, do remember to rest. I see you are managing the company admirably, surpassing even my capabilities, but do not let the pressure overwhelm you. Take time to relax, and do come by the old residence for a meal when you can. Ou Jinghuan acquiesced. Understood, grandfather. Although the old man wished for Ou Jinghuan to propel the company to greater heights, he harbored concerns that the young man might, like himself, overexert and jeopardize his health. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. Then go ahead and be busy. After Ou Jinghuan departed, Ou Dehua smiled and remarked to his elder brother. Oh Dechu, brother, you haven't been there for Jinghuan as upbringing, so it's no wonder he doesn't converse with you. Nevertheless, you are still father and son. With time, you will mend your relationship. Ou Dechu slammed his teacup onto the table in frustration, exclaiming, whether he speaks or not, I am still his father. How dare he continue to show me disdain? Look at his unfilial demeanor. What is there for me to compensate? Luoji caressed Ou Dechu's back, soothing his agitation. All right, enough of this. The doctor advised you to manage your emotions during your recent checkup. Everything else pales in comparison. Our health is paramount. The elderly old patriarch shook his head in dismay, lamenting how a once harmonious family had devolved into this state. He had lost the desire to intervene. They had chosen their paths, and they alone would bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Ou Jinghuan gracefully declined various collaboration offers and flirtations from numerous ladies as he navigated through the crowd. His gaze was soon captivated by a striking figure, and with a smile, he approached Chuyue, hands tucked into his pockets. I can leave now. If you have no plans, would you care to accompany me? With an affirmative reply, sure, I'll join you. Chuyue set down her glass, gathered her bag, and bid farewell to Su Jishang. Shen, we are heading out. Goodbye. With a cheerful smile, Su Jishang waved her hand and said, let us go. Cousin must ensure the safe return of his wife home. Chuyue felt a surge of embarrassment upon being addressed as cousin's wife by Su Jishang, prompting her to hastily wave goodbye and leave. After casting a sidelong glance at Su Jishang, Ou Jinghuan followed closely behind Chuyue. Su Jishang sensed that after she referred to Chuyue as cousin's wife, her cousin's look of affirmation towards her was quite evident, and he appeared to be genuinely amused. How intriguing it was to witness the typically aloof and stoic cousin in such a light. It seemed that Chuyue might indeed be the one holding his interest now. Furthermore, there was no longer any need for her aunt to fret over her cousin's sexual orientation. She was determined to seek her due recognition from her aunt for this revelation. She was truly brilliant, nay, exceptionally astute. Chapter 17. Igniting impulses. The splendor of the city is magnificently illuminated by the incessant flow of traffic and the picturesque scenery. The brilliant lights of the streets, intertwined with vibrant neon hues, enhance the kaleidoscopic view, rendering the streets dazzling and mesmerizing. People are relishing the final day of their weekend, filled with laughter and joy. Ou Jinghuan and Chuyue emerged from the Xinguang Grand Hotel and entered the car. Chuyue, trusting and serene, refrained from inquiring where Ou Jinghuan intended to take her. After a while, the vehicle finally came to a halt at a highly private courtyard. Ou Jinghuan graciously opened the door for her, leading Chuyue through the entrance. As the lights began to glow, time seemed to flow like a gentle stream, as if they had stepped into an ancient palace, adorned with antique decorations that exuded a unique charm. Each detail reflected elegance and taste, enveloping them in comfort and relaxation. They wandered through the courtyard, flanked by bamboo groves and a man-made stream, while birds flitted freely among the hills, and fish swam playfully in the brook. Chuyue savored the scenery at a leisurely pace, eventually venturing down a secluded path where they encountered no other guests, thus avoiding any curious glances at her elegant attire. Ascending to a private room on the second floor, Ou Jinghuan and Chuyue settled at the dining table. The attendant, awaiting their arrival, inquired, young Master Ou, shall we proceed as usual? Ou Jinghuan replied casually, yes, please bring the menu. The attendant presented the menu, which Ou Jinghuan placed before Chuyue, gesturing for her to make selections. Chuyue, understanding his cue, opened the menu. As Ou Jinghuan pointed out the dishes they had already ordered, he assisted Chuyue in arranging her utensils. Besides what we've ordered, is there anything else you would like to try? Chuyue, unreserved, chose an appetizing spicy dish and returned the menu. The attendant took the menu and exited the room, closing the door behind them, leaving only Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan in the intimate space. Ou Jinghuan poured tea for Chuyue, and a serene yet charged atmosphere enveloped them as they shared the silence. As Chuyue accepted the tea, the brush of her fingertips against Ou Jinghuan sent a tingling sensation coursing through her. Thank you. Chuyue expressed her gratitude politely. She gently blew on the tea before taking a small sip, savoring the flavor, and exclaimed, This tea is rich and aromatic, with a smooth and refreshing taste. It's delightful. Moreover, this place is truly beautiful. It's my first time discovering such an antiquated gem in Guangzhou City. Do you visit here often? What made you think to bring me here? Ou Jinghuan also took a sip of his tea, setting down the cup as he replied, Yes. I come here frequently for meals. You mentioned on WeChat that you wanted to dine together, so I thought you might not have eaten much today. Hence my choice to bring you here. In truth, Ou Jinghuan had already known Chuyue would be at the Xinwang Grand Hotel today, as he was the owner of the hotel and was privy to all reservations for events. Thus, before attending his uncle's banquet, he had hoped to see Chuyue that evening. However, he had not anticipated encountering her under such unexpected circumstances. Yet, amidst the unfortunate events, he found a fortuitous revelation his feelings for Chuyue had blossomed. Chuyue felt a surge of joy as Ou Jinghuan surprisingly remembered her previous inquiry on WeChat and directly took her out for a meal. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, the two engaged in quiet conversation, their words soft and unassuming, yet brimming with an unspoken strength. The tea they shared had traversed through water and fire, life and death, mirroring the intertwined fates of both Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan. The meticulously prepared dishes began to arrive, each offering a rich array of flavors, tender meats, and a savory broth, while the spicy dishes left a lingering aftertaste that was utterly delightful. After finishing their meal, Chuyue expressed her admiration, exclaiming, This restaurant is truly remarkable. The ambience is both elegant and tranquil, and I adored every dish, especially the dessert, which I believe I will fondly remember once I return home. The owner of this establishment is quite impressive. Ou Jinghuan raised an eyebrow, revealing an enigmatic smile as he silently listened to Chue's effusive praises about both the restaurant and its proprietor. As they prepared to leave, a man wearing a manager's name tag entered, respectfully addressing Ou Jinghuan, Boss, here is the dessert you requested, already packed. Ou Jinghuan nodded, taking the neatly packaged dessert with his slender fingers before donning his previously removed suit jacket. He turned to Chuyue and said, Let us go, you have class tomorrow, so I'll ensure you get home early. Chuyue felt a rush of embarrassment, realizing that the owner she had been praising was standing right before her. No wonder Ou Jinghuan was so familiar with the place. He had kept it a secret while she sang its praises, prompting her to shoot him a playful glare. She recalled how he had briefly stepped out towards the end of their meal. He must have noticed her fondness for that dessert and arranged for it to be packed. Suddenly, she felt a wave of warmth, appreciating his thoughtfulness. With a radiant smile, she replied, All right, thank you. Once back in the car, Ou Jinghuan drove without needing to ask for directions or consult the navigation, heading straight to Chue's home. The summer night was stifling, making the air conditioning a necessity. Without uttering any superfluous words, Ou Jinghuan casually draped his suit jacket over the exposed neckline of Chue's dress. The fabric of her dress was thin and minimal, and she had indeed felt a chill in the vehicle. Seeing the unexpected black jacket before her, Chuyue smiled, wrapping her arms around it and instantly feeling the cold dissipate, her heart warming in the process. Upon arriving at the Linyu Villa district, Chuyue looked at Ou Jinghuan with reluctance and softly inquired, You must be quite busy. When will we meet again? Ou Jinghuan parked the car, swiftly unfastened his seatbelt. His breath slightly heavy, and with a decisive motion, he grasped Chue's neck and pressed his lips against her enticing red ones. The last time they had been in the car, he had longed to kiss her, and after her bold gesture earlier in the evening, every glance at Chuyue ignited an impulse to kiss her. Having restrained himself until he saw her reluctant demeanor, unwilling to part ways, he was unable to suppress his desire any longer and kissed her fervently. Ou Jinghuan's kiss was distinct from Chue's previous tentative pecks. It was assertive and penetrating. He skillfully breached her defenses, engaging in a passionate exchange, while Chuyue, caught off guard, responded clumsily yet instinctively. Chuyue was taken aback when Ou Jinghuan suddenly kissed her, a kiss unlike any she had ever experienced. Yet, she did not resist. She closed her eyes and gradually surrendered to the moment with him. The temperature within the car rose steadily, and the atmosphere became an intoxicating blend of tenderness and intimacy, punctuated by the rapid, intermingling sounds of their breaths. Chuyue felt Ou Jinghuan's fervent breath against her face, rendering her dizzy and breathless, her hands instinctively pushing against his chest. Finally, Ou Jinghuan released her, and she gasped for air, her face flushed and warm. Her heart raced as if ignited by embers, tightening within her chest, while her lipstick had become smudged, leaving a glistening trace at the corners of her mouth under the car's lights. Ou Jinghuan appeared similarly affected. His lips bore a hint of crimson, his head tilted back against the seat, revealing a tantalizing Adam's apple as he struggled to catch his breath. He furrowed his brow, eyes closed tightly, endeavoring to quell the heat surging within him, fearful of stealing another glance at Chuyue, whose expression had become even more captivating, lest he succumb to further temptation. Once he regained his composure, he fixed his gaze on the streetlights ahead and spoke in a husky voice, responding to Chuyue's earlier inquiry. I am not busy. If you wish to see me, you may video call me or visit my office. On the day of your school's basketball match next week, Han Yangshu has invited me to attend, coinciding with the gathering. We can meet then and go to the party together. Chuyue, too shy to meet his gaze, lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the suit jacket before her, her fingers nervously fidgeting with its buttons. She pouted her swollen lips, still tinged with Ou Jinghuan's intoxicating scent, and couldn't help but bite her lip, blushing as she replied. All right, see you on the day of the basketball match. Clutching a dessert, Chuyue returned to her room, feeling as though she were in a dream. She carefully stored the amethyst brooch and gathered her clothes before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. As the shower cascaded over her, she began to regain her senses, struggling to believe how rapidly her relationship with Ou Jinghuan had evolved. Her mind drifted back to the car, recalling the predatory glint in Ou Jinghuan's eyes, the sensation of his firm muscles beneath her touch, and the sultry, deep breaths that had echoed in her ear, particularly during the moments they had calmed down. She inadvertently caught sight of his imposing physique, a sight unlike anything she had ever witnessed, leaving her in a state of shock and apprehension about what was to come. After all, Ou Jinghuan was only 25, brimming with vitality. Who could guide her on how to navigate this newfound terrain? Meanwhile, Ou Jinghuan returned home, lingering in the bathroom for an extended period before drifting into a deeply satisfying dream. Upon awakening the next morning, he stared blankly at his pants and the bed linens, letting out a resigned sigh before heading back to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Refreshed, he set off for work. In the days that followed, Ou Jinghuan resolved to focus intently on his tasks, hoping to carve out time to meet Chuyue early on the day of the basketball match. As thoughts of her began to occupy his mind. Chapter 18. The arrival of new classmates this afternoon marks the much-anticipated basketball finals at school. The sun shines brightly in a cloudless sky, casting a warm and uplifting glow that brightens the heart. It is widely known that both teams in the finals boast their own charming idols, Han Yangshu and Wu Xiu. Each of them has amassed a large following, with fans convinced that their respective idol will emerge victorious, all eagerly prepared to cheer and chant for the game. Chuyue has been pulled into a group chat by Su Zisheng for a few days now, which also includes Ou Jinghuan, Han Yangshu, and Su Chenyu. However, the most vocal participants in the group have consistently been Han Yangshu and Su Zisheng, whose exuberance would likely overwhelm one's phone if notifications weren't silenced. Upon entering the group, Chuyue was warmly welcomed, and at that moment, Han Yangshu fervently invited everyone to witness his basketball match, except for Ou Jinghuan, who had yet to respond. The others expressed their intentions to attend. Consequently, Han Yangshu bombarded Ou Jinghuan with messages, assuming he would not show up, pleading insistently. Jinggu, you didn't mention earlier that you could come, and it has left me worried for days. Brother, if you don't agree soon, I might just cry, will you? Knowing that Ou Jinghuan would indeed attend, Chuyue chuckled and privately messaged Su Zisheng, inquiring playfully, is Han Yangshu really like this? His antics are quite amusing. Are the girls who admire him aware of this contrast? If they do, it might shatter their illusions. Su Zisheng first responded with a speechless emoji and then sent a voice message in a tone of familiarity. He is just a joker, shamelessly yearning for everyone to admire his cool skills. I really don't understand why so many stunning girls are drawn to him. Perhaps they enjoy that sense of contrast. If I weren't bored with nothing to do this afternoon, I would be sitting in the gym watching a basketball game on such a hot day. By the way, Chuyue, after class, Xian and I will grab some milk tea to secure our seats. You can head straight to the gym after your class ends. Chuyue expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Our class has a meeting this afternoon and has suddenly announced something important to share. I'll rush over as soon as it concludes. After finishing her conversation with Su Jishan, Chuyue set her phone aside. Her excitement palpable at the thought of seeing Ou Jinghuan later. In recent days, Ou Jinghuan had called her via video, and they would occasionally exchange messages to check on each other's daily lives. However, she had not taken him up on his invitation to visit his company. Her reluctance stemmed partly from shyness, but more significantly, she felt that they were still in an ambiguous stage of their relationship, making it inappropriate to visit him at work. This was her first experience of infatuation, and she found herself grappling with many uncertainties. She also realized that she did not yet know Ou Jinghuan well enough to discern his likes and dislikes. Amidst her inner turmoil, Chuyue began to harbor feelings of insecurity thoughts she had never encountered in her previous life. This realization made her acutely aware that loving someone could indeed render one less confident. She was determined not to succumb to such feelings, recognizing that there was much she still needed to explore and understand. In the afternoon, during a class meeting, Chuyue arrived 10 minutes early and took a seat at the back, quietly jotting down memories from her past life in her notebook. Suddenly, two figures approached and occupied the empty seat beside her. Upon sensing their presence, Chuyue calmly covered her notebook and regarded Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan with indifference. She recalled that not long after the start of the school year in her previous life, rumors circulated that she was the heiress of the Honglong group. Subsequently, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan began to deliberately ingratiate themselves with her, and after gaining her trust, the three became close friends. However, during the latter half of their junior year, numerous detrimental rumors about her suddenly emerged. Fearing gossip, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan distanced themselves, claiming they were not familiar with her, and even spoke ill of her behind her back, which she inadvertently overheard. Having been reborn, Chuyue suspected that the rumors were propagated by Zong Shiqi, who sought to ruin her. She also realized that Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan had initially approached her solely for their own benefit, never considering her a true friend. Thus, after her rebirth, she decisively distanced herself from them. Returning to the present, Yang Yuanxing, seated nearby, wore a beaming smile and attempted to link her arm with Chuyue's. Chuyue swiftly evaded, her gaze frosty as she retorted, "Do not touch me. We are not acquainted. Please choose another seat." Yang Yuanxing retracted her hand awkwardly, her forced smile contorting. Lin Yishuan, noticing Yang Yuanxing's smile faltering, immediately shielded her, drawing closer to Chuyue with a sorrowful expression, pleading, "Chuyue, why have you suddenly changed so much? We are such good friends. Can we not be like this? If we have done something to upset you, please let us know, and we will apologize. We only wish for your happiness." Yang Yuanxing regained her composure, sorrowfully adding, "Indeed, although your silence pains us, we will always be your steadfast friends. If something is troubling you, we are here to lend our support." Listening to their insincere words, Chuyue felt an overwhelming urge to criticize her past self for being so blind to their true nature, not wanting to endure their presence for a moment longer. She frowned and disdainfully declared, "I have no friends as selfish and self-serving as you. You have committed many wrongs, but I do not require your apologies." Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan were left speechless, their minds momentarily blank. Seeing that class was about to commence, Chuyue impatiently urged, "If you wish to see me happy, then leave quickly, and do so far away." Around them, fellow students turned to witness the unfolding drama, causing Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan's faces to flush crimson as they clenched their fists in frustration. Yang Yuanxing considered retaliating, but Lin Yishuan pulled her away, leading her to refrain from confronting Chuyue, primarily out of fear of her connection to the powerful Honglong group. In just a few moments, the counselor entered the classroom, followed by several students who brought in boxes and began distributing delightful little pastries, one for each person. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone speculated on the reason for the treats. Chuyue glanced at the exquisite little cakes on the table, her expression slowly darkening. The counselor commenced the meeting, initially discussing recent events before swiftly revealing the main topic. "Today, our class welcomes a new student, and the sweets on your tables have been prepared by her. Let us warmly welcome her." All eyes turned toward the entrance as a girl dressed in a white puff-sleeve top and a very short skirt stepped into the classroom. She exuded a sweet charm, her hair styled in a princess-like fashion, and as she walked to the podium in low-heeled shoes, she bowed and smiled, saying, "Hello everyone. My name is CEO Ou Jinghuan. I am 20 years old, and I enjoy shopping and giving gifts. I am delighted to join this class and hope to become good friends with all of you. Thank you for your kindness." The classmates erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Chua leaned her elbow on the desk, resting her chin on her hand. Tilting her head with a sharp gaze fixed on CEO at the podium, nodding in realization. Something felt amiss. She recalled that in her previous life, there had been no meeting on this day, and she resolved to observe what would unfold. It became clear to her that her rebirth and subsequent actions had led to a series of changes in the storyline. Chua was not surprised by CEO's transform, instinctively knowing that CEO must have come for her. Yet, she was untroubled, confident in her ability to confront the challenge. Otherwise, her rebirth would be in vain, leaving her the subject of mockery among other reborn souls. After CEO finished her introduction, she descended from the podium and walked directly to the empty seat beside Chua. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "May I sit here?" Chua responded with a warm smile, "Of course." Taken aback, CEO had not anticipated such a reaction from Chua. She had expected Chua to refuse her. This would have allowed her to cast Chua in a negative light in the eyes of classmates and teachers, paving the way for her exclusion. "Thank you," she replied awkwardly as she took a seat. As the smile faded from Chua's face, she lowered her head to quietly close her notebook and took out her phone, effectively rendering CEO insignificant. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded, and the counselor called out to Chua, who was just standing up, "Chua, if you have a moment, could you show the new student around the school?" Feigning a troubled expression, Chua replied, "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany this student. However, I am sure there are other classmates who would be willing." Upon hearing her words, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yixuan immediately raised their hands, excitedly proclaiming, "We are free and would love to show the new student around." "Very well, then you two will accompany the new student," the counselor instructed before turning to leave. Chua knew that the two girls would be eager to spend time with CEO, who appeared to be quite affluent at first glance. Chua gathered her belongings and cast a glance at CEO, who was obstructing the exit. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "Since there are two classmates idly accompanying you, I shall take my leave. Please stand aside, dear lady, do not block the way." CEO hesitated. Her transfer to this school was motivated by the desire to keep an eye on Chua. Recently, she had learned from Hong Yangshu's gossip-laden social media posts that a basketball match was scheduled for today, and she had also discovered that a gathering would follow. Thus, she had transferred precisely to observe whether Chua would attend the game and subsequently the gathering. If so, she would need to monitor her more closely. However, the unexpected presence of two meddlesome individuals made it difficult for her to pursue Chua, prompting her to settle for accompanying them to the court instead. As CEO stepped aside, Chua disregarded Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yixuan, hastening toward the sports hall. Seeing that Chua had not acknowledged them, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yixuan exchanged disdainful glances before approaching CEO, each linking an arm with her, and began to speak ill of Chua. Yang Yuanxing scoffed, rolling her eyes. "I am Yang Yuanxing, and this is Lin Yixuan beside me. You must be CEO, correct? We shall call you Ruxue. The person who just walked away is Chua. Just last week, she was a good friend of both Lin and me. However, Chua has grown accustomed to her lofty status and looks down upon us, which is why we ceased our friendship with her." Lin Yixuan, equally disdainful, added, "She thinks she is remarkable simply because she belongs to the Honglong group, suddenly ignoring us, as if we would ever yearn for her friendship." Listening to the two express their grievances towards Chua, CEO felt her spirits lift, pleasantly surprised to find herself in the company of those who shared her disdain for Chua. She feigned astonishment and inquired, "Oh my, had you not informed me? I could hardly have imagined such a beautiful girl could possess such a character. Yet, I must admit, Chua does indeed appear rather difficult to approach. Please, tell me more about her, so I may understand just how unworthy she is of my friendship. By the way, I heard there is a basketball match today, and I am quite eager to attend. Would you be so kind as to take me along?" Delighted that CEO concurred with their criticisms of Chua, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yixuan readily agreed, saying, "Of course, it would be our pleasure. Let us discuss further as we make our way to the sports hall." Chapter 19. Toes gripping the ground within the expansive arena, players from two teams donned their distinct uniforms, engaging in warm-up exercises in anticipation of the impending match. The venue was teeming with spectators, with nearly every seat occupied, while cheerleaders from both teams rallied around the periphery. The throngs of fans occasionally surged and halted, erupting into jubilant cheers that soared high into the heavens. The exuberant crowd unleashed a wave of applause, resounding and breathtaking. As Chuyue entered the arena, she caught sight of Yaoxing and Su Jishang from afar. She navigated through the dense crowd, ascending the steps to approach them. Shiki, look over there. That stunning beauty across the way, could she be your sister? She's here to watch the game. A classmate of Song Shiqi exclaimed upon spotting Chuyue. Song Shiqi lifted her gaze, confirming that it was indeed Chuyue. How could she be here to watch Xiao's match? It appeared that her earlier suspicions were correct. Chuyue had developed feelings for Xiao. Originally, she had resolved to spend the evening of her coming-of-age ceremony with Xiao, yet upon witnessing him rush out after Chuyue, she found herself unable to follow. Subsequently, Xiao did not return, and Chuyue only reappeared after they had all gone home. When she inquired about Chuyue's whereabouts, she received no answer, heightening her suspicions that Chuyue had indeed been with Xiao all along. Yes, it's definitely her, Song Shiqi replied, biting her fingernails. Before lowering her head into deep contemplation, her sense of urgency intensifying, Chuyue settled into the space that Yaoxing and Su Jishang had secured for her, graciously accepting the iced milk tea that Yaoxing handed her. Thanks. This is a timely blessing. I was parched, she expressed gratefully. Su Jishang fanned her with a small device, lamenting, Chuyue, your timing is impeccable. The match is about to begin. Ugh, this heat is unbearable. It's sheer torture. Actually, it's much cooler than the previous days. Stay calm, and it will feel refreshing. Just hang in there. Yaoxing reassured her with a smile. The game commenced with both teams engaged in a fierce contest, showcasing formidable skills as the score remained closely contested. Wu Xiao executed a stylish Euro step to score, igniting shrieks of adoration from his fans. Jin Shiqi cheered enthusiastically, Xiao, you're amazing. You're the best. In a flash, Han Yangshu crossed midcourt, launching a challenging three-point shot while drawing a foul from his opponent. With the ensuing free throw, he secured an additional point, bringing his team ahead by 4. Oh my gosh! Han Yangshu, I adore you. Look at his abs. The fervent admirers of Han Yangshu gasped as they beheld him lifting his jersey, dabbing the sweat trickling down his temples and chin with the hem of his shirt, revealing his slender waist. His muscular physique was impeccably defined, and the 8-pack abs glistened with sweat, perfectly aligned and enticing. Yaoxing watched, captivated, as she grappled with the burdensome homework assignment she had been given, to design a piece that embodied unique characteristics. She had a penchant for seeking inspiration through close encounters. Yet opportunities to engage with males were scarce in her daily life. Before her stood Han Yangshu, a splendid archetype, radiant, handsome, and possessing a physique that perfectly aligned with her design philosophy. Yaoxing, filled with joy, felt a glimmer of hope for her long overdue assignments. In a moment of exhilaration, she leaped to her feet, drawing a deep breath as she shouted, Han Yangshu, you are so handsome, I want you. However, as she uttered those words, she noticed the gazes of those around her, realizing she had fallen into her habitual folly of speaking without thought in moments of excitement, inadvertently revealing her innermost feelings. Quickly, Yaoxing covered her mouth, but with a resounding smack, she struck her lips. Enduring the pain in silence, she chastised herself internally. Feeling a wave of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed crimson, she sank back into her seat, hiding her apple-like face behind Chuyue, her toes digging into the ground as she muttered, oh dear, you can't see me, you haven't heard anything. Chuyue, supporting Yaoxing, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, haha. It's alright, they're not watching you anymore. Su Jishang stifled her laughter just in time, having barely swallowed her milk tea to avoid a comical spray. Haha, Yaxin. You're too amusing. But you really need new glasses. How could you think that scoundrel Han Yangshu is handsome? On the court, Han Yangshu was preparing to take a break, exchanging cheerful applause with his substitutes when he was drawn by Yaoxing's voice. He recognized Su Jishang and Chuyue seated together. But only now did he notice the girl in glasses sandwiched between them. Upon hearing the latter part of Yaoxing's exclamation, he paused momentarily. Observing her subsequent reactions, he found Chuchue's friend rather endearing, another captivated by his handsome visage as he raised an eyebrow and proceeded to the sidelines. At the entrance of the gymnasium, Xia Rushua finally arrived under the guidance of Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan. Along the way, Xia Rushua endured their incessant complaints about Chuyue, often stopping as they demanded milk tea, resulting in their tardiness. Yang Yuanxing, irate, declared, it's all Chuchue's fault, there's just too much to complain about. I could burst. Lin Yishuan frowned in agreement, exactly. It's because of her that we're late, and now there's hardly any place to sit. Xia Rushue, Somewhat exasperated, felt her ears might develop calluses. Yet as they were friends with Chuyue, she sought to engage further, responding with a smile. You're absolutely right. But let us see if there are any available seats. If not, we'll just stand. The trio failed to find a vacant spot and ultimately decided to stand at the side to watch the match. Yang Yuanxin and Lin Yishuan debated fiercely over who was more attractive, Han Yangshu or Wu Ziyu. Meanwhile, Xia Rushua scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Li Chua and Su Jishong, keeping a close eye on their movements. As Li Chua watched the game, she occasionally glanced towards the entrance to see if Ou Jinghuan had arrived. As Han Yangshu left the court, Wu Ziyu was also substituted. His attention drawn by Cheng Yaoxin's enthusiastic call. This led him to notice the person seated to the right of Cheng Yaoxin, Li Chua, who had previously never attended his matches. Regardless of his invitations, he was ecstatic, utterly surprised that Li Chua had come to watch his match, although he had acted impulsively towards her after drinking that day, which led to his confrontation with Ou Jinghuan and resulted in numerous bruises on his body. He had to lie to those who noticed, claiming that the injuries were due to his rigorous training. Even after several days, some bruises still lingered. Yet, he believed that Li Chua must have felt sympathy for him after the incident with Ou Jinghuan, hence her visit. He was certain that Li Chua could not be indifferent to him. He recalled that night when he had held her hand, and she had not resisted. Had Ou Jinghuan not interrupted, perhaps Li Chua would have been his girlfriend by now. Wu Ziyu was determined to win this match, to showcase his prowess to Li Chua, and then invite her to a celebratory dinner, after which he would ask if she would be willing to be his girlfriend. Wu Ziyu, the coach is calling you onto the field. A teammate's words shattered Wu Ziyu's daydream after a brief respite. He exchanged a glance with Han Yangshu, who was also preparing to enter the game, their eyes filled with a resolute desire to win. Han Yangshu, however, scoffed, his demeanor nonchalant, dismissing Wu Ziyu as he made his way onto the field. As the match progressed into the second half, the score remained tightly contested. Li Chua observed that both teams were indeed formidable, which explained the frequent debates around campus regarding which team was superior. She cast another glance toward the entrance of the gymnasium, and this time, she spotted Ou Jinghuan entering, accompanied by Su Changli. The two appeared to be engaged in a serious conversation. Li Chua was unaware of their discussion. Her focus was solely on Ou Jinghuan, her thoughts drifting away from the game. Ou Jinghuan's short hair, styled with pomade, stood impeccably, framing his enigmatic, deep-set eyes. He wore a white shirt with the top two buttons undone, and beneath his tailored black trousers were long, elegant legs, complemented by polished shoes. He exuded an air of maturity and composure with every movement. As he walked in, he paused at the side where he could observe the game, not ascending the stairs. His gaze instinctively met a pair of eyes that had been fixed on him since his arrival. Initially, his expression was detached and indifferent, but upon recognizing it was Li Chua, his dark brows softened slightly, and a hint of a smile graced his lips as he nodded, pulling out his phone to type a message. Li Chua was taken aback when Ou Jinghuan suddenly looked her way, flashing a tantalizing smile that made her heart race. Boss! Li Chua's phone vibrated. She picked it up to find a message from Ou Jinghuan. Do you miss me that much? Watching me all the time? Her pupils widened in surprise, and feeling flustered, she quickly turned off her screen, attempting to redirect her gaze to the match before reopening her phone to furiously type a response. What? Not going to show me? What do you think I'm doing? After hastily sending her message, she set her phone down and shot a glare at Ou Jinghuan, who was still watching her. He chuckled at her glare, then looked down at the message she had sent. Subsequently, he replied with a voice message. Not at all. You can look as much as you want. Of course. You can look anywhere. There will be plenty of time in the future for you to see, as long as you don't tire of it. Li Chua, noticing it was a voice message, clicked to listen. However, she forgot to switch to earpiece mode, and the sound was emitted through the speaker. In her flustered state, she inadvertently increased the volume. Although the sound was not particularly loud, some people within earshot could still hear what Ou Jinghuan was saying. Li Chua was taken aback that Ou Jinghuan could utter such shameless words, and she hastily turned off her phone. Cheng Yaoxin looked at Li Chua in bewilderment, while Su Jishong, recognizing her cousin's voice, wore a mischievous grin as she gazed at Li Chua, chuckling softly. At that moment, Li Chua mimicked Cheng Yaoxin's earlier demeanor, hiding behind her and playfully exclaimed, "Oh dear. You can't see me. You didn't hear anything." Su Jishong erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself, and wiped away her tears as she said, "Ha ha, I'm laughing so hard I might just develop a six-pack from this. You two are simply hilarious. Chapter 20. Shattering illusions. Fortunately, those around were engrossed in the game, redirecting their focus back to the court, no longer paying attention to Chuyue. Su Zishan chuckled. Oh my, so this is how your cousin regards you, Chuyue. I have goosebumps. Such impropriety ought not to be heard. Zishan, who is your cousin? Why would he say such things to Chuyue? Inquired Cheng Yaoxing, her curiosity piqued. My cousin is Ou Jinghuan. Hey, why not ask Chuyue why my cousin behaves this way? Su Zishan nudged Cheng Yaoxing playfully, mischievously encouraging her to inquire further. Cheng Yaoxing's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You are actually Ou Jinghuan's cousin? She exclaimed, swiftly turning to Chuyue, her round eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chuyue, I can't believe you have a connection with the illustrious President Ou. How did you manage that? Can you reveal what your relationship is? And the couple's brooch you asked me to design, is it for Ou Jinghuan? Chuyue quickly covered Cheng Yaoxing's mouth, scanning the surroundings before whispering, Shu, we are not in a relationship yet. I will explain everything later. Cheng Yaoxing, with her inquisitive eyes glimmering like grapes behind her glasses, nodded obediently in agreement. Unsure of how to respond to Ou Jinghuan's message, Chuyue deliberately refrained from replying, shifting her attention to the game. From a distance, Ou Jinghuan observed the situation involving Chuyue, and he could surmise what had transpired, finding amusement in her feigned composure. He smiled lightly, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle yet enchanting smile, as delicate as a feather, imbued with an enigmatic charm. Chuyue, who had been quietly observing Chuyue, had already discerned the interaction between her and Ou Jinghuan. Jealousy gnawed at her as she watched their exchanged glances, and she could hardly believe that she witnessed Jinghuan smile at Chuyue, an expression so gentle and appealing. Jinghuan had never bestowed such a smile upon her. That gaze was what she had always yearned for. In that moment, Chuyue's heart twisted with intense envy, a tsunami of resentment crashing over her as her piercing gaze fixated on Chuyue. On the court, as the match dwindled down to the final seconds, both Han Yangshu's team and Wu Xiao's team had only one opportunity to attack, with the score standing at 90-88, Han Yangshu leading by 2 points. Thus, if Han Yangshu's team failed to score during their final offensive, Wu Xiao's team would have a chance to stage a dramatic comeback and win the game, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension on the sidelines. The coach of Han Yangshu's team called a timeout to strategize for the last attack. Despite their exhaustion, the players remained attentive and focused on the tactics being discussed. Han Yangshu sat on the bench, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing that he would be the one to hold the ball for the final play, his gaze hardened with determination. This was his last game at school, and every ounce of effort he had put into training was aimed at securing this victory. He was resolute in his commitment to win. As the timeout concluded, the players gradually returned to the court, executing the strategy flawlessly. Han Yangshu dribbled past half court and passed the ball to his teammate. He swiftly evaded his defender by utilizing the cover, and before him lay a vast expanse of open space. Observing this, his teammates prepared to pass the ball back into his hands. The opposing players, sensing the impending threat, rushed in to defend, but Han Yangshu had already anticipated their move. Deftly sidestepping to the left, another adversary quickly approached to reinforce the defense, prompting Han Yangshu to retreat a significant step back to the 3-point line. And with a decisive motion, he released the ball. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the basketball as it soared through the air, tracing a flawless, high-arched parabola before descending. In the final seconds of the match, the ball struck the rim with a resounding thud, sinking perfectly into the center of the hoop. The crowd erupted in exuberant applause and cheers, the scoreboard now reflecting a score of 93-88, a 5-point lead. Ultimately, Wu Xiao's team failed to regain the lead, as Han Yangshu executed a stunning last-minute shot against them. The thrilling match concluded, and with other games awaiting, attendees began to disperse, animatedly discussing the exhilarating moments they had witnessed. Wu Xiao sat dejectedly on the ground, while Zong Shiqi rushed over with a bottle of cold water, kneeling to wipe the sweat from his brow, offering words of comfort. Xiao, do not be disheartened, you played exceptionally well. It was the opposing team that had the support of dubious officiating. Otherwise, victory would have undoubtedly been yours. Cheng Yaoxing, Chuyue, and Su Zishan entered the court, intending to congratulate Han Yangshu, but they overheard Zong Shiqi's baseless remarks. Cheng Yaoxing glared at Zong Shiqi, her voice laced with anger. You resemble a biased referee. Losing is simply losing. Only someone with a tainted mindset like yours would belittle such a fine match. Zong Shiqi looked up to see Cheng Yaoxing, whom she held in disdain, chastising her, and fury surged within her. She sprang to her feet, charging toward Cheng Yaoxing with the intent to slap her, shouting, "You four-eyed pauper! Who are you to scold me?" Taken aback by Zong Shiqi's unreasonable advance, Cheng Yaoxing froze momentarily. Just as Zong Shiqi's hand was poised to strike Cheng Yaoxing's face, Li Chua swiftly and decisively seized Zong Shiqi's hand, countering with a forceful slap. The sound echoed, and Cheng Yaoxing breathed a sigh of relief as the hand that had nearly struck her was captured by Li Chua. Watching Li Chua retaliate, she felt a surge of admiration. Zong Shiqi's face bore the marks of both slaps. After Li Chua released her grip, she coldly stated, "One slap is for the day you sought my approval for your coming of age, and the other is for your disrespect toward my friend." Zong Shiqi's eyes reddened, filled with tears as she glared at Li Chua with a twisted, furious expression, exclaiming, "Ah! How dare you strike me?" Following this, Zong Shiqi raised her hands, attempting to grasp Li Chua's hair, intent on scratching her face in a fit of rage. In an instant, Wu Zio witnessed Zong Shiqi's assault on Li Chua. He sprang to his feet, rushing over to forcefully push Zong Shiqi away, shouting, "Zong Shiqi, cease this at once." Zong Shiqi was heavily shoved to the ground, the impact causing her pain as she gasped in distress. She was taken aback by Wu Zio's outburst. Clearly, she had spoken up for him, yet instead of supporting her, he pushed her away to protect Li Chua, causing her to shed tears of sorrow. After pushing Zong Shiqi aside, Wu Zio turned to reach for Li Chua's hand. His voice laced with concern, "Chua, are you alright? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Li Chua withdrew from his outstretched hand, retorting, "Don't touch me." Wu Zio, unperturbed, replied cautiously, "Chuyue, I apologize. It was your first time coming to watch my match, and I lost. I sincerely hope this does not deter you from being my girlfriend." Xu Zishan, standing nearby, was appalled by Wu Zio's audacity. "Chua did not come specifically to watch your match. We agreed to attend to support my friend Han Yangshu. Besides, Chuyue's affections do not lie with you, so please curb your narcissism and arrogance." Cheng Yaoxing chimed in, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with you. So don't get ahead of yourself." Wu Zio, unconvinced by Cheng Yaoxing and Su Zishan's words, suspected that his defeat had led to this situation and was about to inquire further with Li Chua. Han Yangshu approached, noticing the discontent on their faces, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Su Zishan, what is going on?" Su Zishan, wearing a look of exasperation, retorted, "Oh, it's just this narcissistic individual who thinks Chua came to watch him play. He even asked her not to stop being his girlfriend because he lost." Han Yangshu, bemused, glanced at Wu Zio with disdain. "Hey, Li Chua came at my invitation, and I have proof of her agreement on WeChat. Do you have any evidence? If not, you should leave and stop daydreaming." Wu Zio, realizing that Su Zishan and Han Yangshu were acquaintances, recalled that he had indeed invited Li Chua earlier, but she had not agreed. Feeling embarrassed, his temper flared as he recalled the recent misfortunes, including being beaten by Ou Jinghuan and losing the match. In a fit of rage, Wu Zio seized Han Yangshu's jersey collar, shouting defiantly, "Are you proud of your victory? What does it matter if people came to watch you? You're just a lowly pretty boy. I am the sole heir of the Wu family. The family business awaits my inheritance. Unlike you, who certainly relies on wealthy women with good figures to support you." Han Yangshu remained unfazed by Wu Zio's words, aware of his own reality, and responded nonchalantly, "Well, I'm still better at basketball than you, more impressive, more handsome, and drive a better car. By the way, Chua, the beautiful sister, is here specifically to watch my match. What is that? Are you feeling envious?" Wu Zio felt as though his words fell flat, igniting his frustration further, and he prepared to strike Han Yangshu. Just then, a deep voice from Ou Jinghuan halted him in his tracks. Wu Zio turned to the source of the voice, and indeed, it was him. Ou Jinghuan, with an impassive expression that nonetheless conveyed his displeasure, stood nearby, exuding an imposing presence. A cold sweat broke out on Wu Zio as he realized that Ou Jinghuan had been present all along, unnoticed by him. In truth, Ou Jinghuan and Su Chuyue had exited the gymnasium ahead of the throng, evading the bustling crowd, when a phone call interrupted Ou Jinghuan. He sought refuge from the cacophony to take the call. After concluding the conversation, he noticed that Li Chua and the others had yet to emerge, prompting him to venture inside to search for them. To his surprise, he found Wu Zio poised to confront Han Yangshu. Wu Zio, abruptly aware that his fantasies had been shattered, recognized that he could no longer afford to offend Ou Jinghuan. Consequently, he relinquished his grip on Han Yangshu's collar. As he passed by Li Chua, he cast a lingering gaze her way before departing, dejected and dispirited. Chapter 21. The captive. As Wu Zio departed from the gymnasium, Jung Shiqi observed his desolate and solitary figure, sensing that this moment was opportune. She believed that Zio was currently at his most vulnerable, making it easier for her to slip into his life. She felt it imperative to let him know that she was the one who had always been by his side, prompting her to hastily pursue him. Nearby, Han Yangshu disdainfully watched Wu Zio leave, muttering to Ou Jinghuan, "Brother Jing, why did you stop me? It's not that I couldn't defeat him. I've long found him displeasing." Ou Jinghuan replied in a nonchalant tone, "Then what about the celebration banquet?" Han Yangshu, taken aback, quickly altered his demeanor, saying, "Of course we'll have it, Brother Jing. Thank you for coming to watch my match. I performed quite impressively, didn't I?" Hee. By the way, my teammates and our familiar brothers have already set off for the nightly bar. Chonggu informed me that you ordered a plethora of delicious treats in advance for the private room. I truly appreciate it. Ou Jinghuan, leading the way, remarked bluntly, Your performance was mediocre, with numerous errors that granted your opponents too many opportunities to survive. You ought to train your body more. Do you wish to revert to your previous frail state?" Han Yangshu, feeling dejected, realized that his shortcomings had been effortlessly perceived by Jinggu. He pouted and replied, "I got it, Brother Jing." Ou Jinghuan turned to Li Chua and the other three, stating that he and Su Chenyu would head to the school gate to wait for them, before hastily departing. Su Jishang linked arms with Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxing, exclaiming joyfully, "Let us go. I'm famished, let us indulge in a grand feast." The foodie, Cheng Yaoxing, immediately brightened at the mention of a lavish meal, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet, she hesitated, feeling out of place since she was unfamiliar with anyone aside from Chuyue and Jishang. The prospect of dining with a wealthy president was daunting, prompting her to gently withdraw her arm from Su Jishang's grasp and decline. "Chuyue, Jishang, you go ahead. I want to join." Han Yangshu, noticing that this enthusiastic admirer who had cheered for him would not attend the gathering, assumed she was merely shy about being close to him. To ease her nervousness, he approached Cheng Yaoxing, playfully wrapping his arm around her neck, and said, "What are you afraid of? I don't bite. I won today. Grant me a favor and let us all go together." With Han Yangshu's warm, muscular arm encircling her slender neck, Cheng Yaoxing felt her breath quicken. It seemed as if her very pulse was ensnared. In a moment of panic, she raised her hands and exclaimed, all right, I'll go, just let me go." Only then did Han Yangshu release her, reveling in his charm as he noticed her cheeks flush like an apple. He patted Cheng Yaoxing's shoulder and raised an eyebrow, saying, "That's more like it. No need to be nervous. I'm quite amiable and truly down to bite." Cheng Yaoxing was bewildered by Han Yangshu's repeated assurance that he did not bite and could not fathom his thoughts. However, knowing that she had been tormented by Han Yangshu, her face, which was already prone to flush during summer, grew even more crimson. Su Chenyi and Ou Jinghuan had already set off to start their car, bringing the vehicle from the parking lot to the school gate, while Han Yangshu opted to walk today, accompanying Li Chua and the others behind. They congratulated Han Yangshu, engaging in animated discussions about the thrilling moments of the recent game. As they reminisced about how many had screamed for Han Yangshu's abs, Su Jishang stroked her chin and cast a flirtatious glance at him. "Han Yangshu, you must have deliberately shown off your abs, right? You may have fooled those love-struck fans, but not me." Han Yangshu smirked, his gaze enigmatic, and replied, "If one possesses a splendid physique, it would be a waste not to flaunt it." Beside them, Cheng Yaoxing recalled the moment Han Yangshu revealed his abs and thought of her impending assignment, with the deadline drawing near. Nervously, she looked at Han Yangshu and hesitated before speaking. Han Yangshu noticed her apparent desire to converse, albeit shyly, and thought to himself that yet another infatuated admirer was about to confess. With a charming smile, he inquired, "What's the matter? Do you wish to share something with me? Go ahead, there is no need to hold back." Cheng Yaoxing, mastering her courage, raised her delicate face with earnestness and appealed to Han Yangshu. "I have a design project that urgently requires your assistance. May I ask for your help?" Li Chua was aware of Cheng Yaoxing's project, as she had heard her complain about it in their dormitory. Cheng Yaoxing lamented her inability to find an ideal handsome male partner to complete her assignment, fearing dire consequences. Seeing Cheng Yaoxing take the initiative to approach Han Yangshu for help, Li Chua felt supportive and urged Han Yangshu, "Han Yangshu, you're such a good person. Could you please lend her a hand? That project has been troubling Yaoxing for quite some time." Su Jishang chimed in, "Help her. After all, you've just broken up and have plenty of free time." "Hey, who are you calling a pig?" Han Yangshu retorted, his mood dampened by Su Jishuan's comment. Reluctantly, he turned to Chen Yaoxin and said, "All right, I agree. Yaoxin, right? Please add me to your contacts, and you can reach out to me when you need assistance." Chen Yaoxin, elated, playfully patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "Thank you so much. You are truly wonderful." Outside the school gate, the four of them found Ou Jinghuan and Su Chenyi's luxury car, when suddenly three figures approached. Turning their heads, they recognized CEO Ou Jinghuan, Yang Yuanxing, and Lin Yishuan. In fact, the trio had been trailing Chuyue and her friends from the gym to this very spot. Initially, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan were puzzled as to why CEO Ou Jinghuan had asked them to wait outside the gym, but now they understood the reason. CEO Ou Jinghuan approached Ou Jinghuan, who was seated in the driver's seat, and exclaimed with delight, "Jinghuan, what a coincidence. I just transferred today and ran into you here at the school gate. Are you all heading to a gathering? Since Chenggu is driving and there is ample space, may I join you?" After CEO Ou Jinghuan finished speaking, she headed directly towards the passenger seat. However, when she placed her hand on the door handle, she found it impossible to open the car door. Assuming that Ou Jinghuan had forgotten to unlock it, she moved to his window and forced a smile, saying, "Jinghuan, could you please unlock it? I can't get the door open." Ou Jinghuan, maintaining his stern demeanor, paid her no mind. He was well aware that CEO Ou Jinghuan transferred to this school and understood that her appearance was not merely coincidental. In the past, CEO Ou Jinghuan had always trailed behind him, and out of consideration for her being a clingy little sister whom he had known since childhood, he had chosen not to intervene. However, now that she had transferred to Li Chue's school, he sensed her ulterior motives. He dismissed CEO Ou Jinghuan's schemes entirely. Yet he would not stand idly by if she were to act against Li Chue. Turning his sculpted face towards CEO Ou Jinghuan, his eyes, dark as ink, shifted to Li Chue standing behind her, and in a gentle tone, he called out, "Chue, get in the car." Hearing Ou Jinghuan address her in such an endearing manner for the first time filled Li Chue with delight as she replied, "Okay." She released the hand she had been holding, disregarding CEO Ou Jinghuan, and effortlessly opened the door to the passenger seat, sliding in with ease. Su Zishan teased, "Ah, a woman who values romance over friendship. Yaoxin, let us go. The two of us single dogs will take another car and not be a third wheel." She linked arms with Chen Yaoxin and walked towards Su Chenyi's car, chuckling lightly as they passed CEO Ou Jinghuan. Han Yangshu, not wishing to be a third wheel either, followed Su Xishan and Chen Yaoxin to join Su Chenyi. At that moment, CEO Ou Jinghuan truly broke down in tears. The moment she heard Ou Jinghuan affectionately call Li Chue, the tears began to fall. For so many years, she had fantasized about Ou Jinghuan calling her name, Ou Jinghuan, in such a tender way. Her self-esteem plummeted once again with his disregard, and from Su Jishan's words, she discerned that Li Chue shared a special bond with Ou Jinghuan. A sharp pain pierced her heart, and she stood frozen in place, her vision blurred with tears as she watched the two cars drive away. Meanwhile, Yang Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Initially, they had envied Li Chue and CEO Ou Jinghuan for knowing the school heartthrob Han Yangshu and the wealthiest heir in Guangzhou City, Ou Jinghuan, feeling jealous of their opportunities to play with such icons. Yet, just a few minutes later, they witnessed Li Chue departing in the very car CEO Ou Jinghuan had yearned to enter. Now, with CEO Ou Jinghuan weeping uncontrollably beside them, they found themselves wasting time comforting her until her family car arrived. Inside the vehicle, once Li Chue settled in, Ou Jinghuan, with a grave and earnest expression, said, "Be vigilant around CEO Ou Jinghuan at school. If anything happens, you can call me, and I will come to resolve it, understood?" Li Chue was somewhat prepared for the potential schemes of those with ill intentions, yet hearing Ou Jinghuan's heartfelt reminder and concern brought her comfort and warmth. Nodding, she confidently replied, "I am well aware of my surroundings. I am not a defenseless little flower. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will ensure they regret it. Rest assured, should there be a situation I cannot handle, I will seek your assistance." Ou Jinghuan turned his head, casting a profound gaze upon Li Chue, his eyes resembling a swirling galaxy, imbued with the purest and most abundant affection. It seemed as if he was once again witnessing the childhood version of Li Chue, so resolute and self-assured, radiating an exquisite brilliance. Chapter 22. Unperturbed by the leaves as the sun descended, the evening glow gradually ascended, painting the once azure canvas of the sky with strokes of brilliance. The fiery rose gold of the clouds was interspersed with gentle hues of orange and violet, weaving a tapestry of dreamlike colors that adorned this celestial masterpiece with gem-like splendor. Li Chue and her companions alighted from the vehicle, arriving at the entrance of the night bar. This establishment, owned by Su Changni, boasted impeccable security, even if it lacked such measures. No foolhardy individual would dare to cause trouble in the territory of Su Changni, the formidable figure often likened to a king of the underworld. In the early days of the bar's opening, local delinquents, mistaking Su Changni's towering physique and deceptively gentle appearance for weakness, often approached him for extortion. However, on one occasion, Su Changni happened to be present when such an attempt was made. Without uttering a word, he decisively subdued the assailants, defeating multiple adversaries with ease. The sight of the defeated thugs, sprawled on the ground, was a grim tableau that left passers-by haunted by the ferocity in Su Changni's gaze. From that moment on, the fear surrounding the bar's owner spread like wildfire. Not only due to his formidable prowess, but also because he managed to evade lengthy detention at the police station after the incident. Those he had bested dared not seek revenge. Even the mere mention of his name instilled dread, hinting at the powerful forces that supported him. Consequently, Su Changni's notoriety flourished, and no one dared to create disturbances thereafter. Paradoxically, this notoriety attracted an increasing number of patrons, drawn by the bar's safety and the allure of its enigmatic, handsome owner, leading to a surge in business. As Chuyue and her party followed Ou Jinghuan and Su Changni into the nighty bar, she observed that others were subjected to scrutiny by two imposing security personnel to verify their age before entry. Many minors were turned away, faces contorted in disappointment. Upon entering, Chuyue noted the artistic paintings adorning the corridor walls, with several frames housing strikingly sensual artworks. She cast a glance and quickly diverted her gaze. Chuchu, having studied figure drawing, was unfazed, while Su Jinghuan, a frequent visitor, had long forgotten the presence of such art. Emerging from the long, dim corridor, dazzling lights flickered overhead. Amidst the raucous music, the first floor was alive with a line of beautiful women and handsome men, sipping cocktails crafted by skilled bartenders. Revelers in the pool danced to the pulsating rhythms of the beat. The DJ, stationed atop a platform, orchestrated the music and cultivated an electrifying atmosphere. The air was thick with noise, and the vibrant ambience necessitated close proximity for conversation. Ascending to the second floor via the elevator, they found themselves in a hall that offered a relatively tranquil atmosphere. Warm lighting enveloped the space, where a performer serenaded the audience with a melodious ballad. Couples sat face to face, savoring the music while engaging in pleasant conversation over drinks. To the right of the lounge lay several KTV rooms, while to the left was an expensive VIP suite, designated by Su Changni for gatherings exclusively involving Ou Jinghuan and his companions. Upon entering the suite, Chuyue discovered it already populated by numerous individuals, including Han Yangshu's teammates and several young heirs from the prestigious families of Guangyou City, whom she recognized. As the individuals within the private room beheld the entrance of Ou Jinghuan and his companions, they set down their drinks and greeted them warmly. Brother Jing, Brother Chen. Young Master Han, greetings. It has indeed been a while. Ou Jinghuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indulge yourselves, everyone. Han Yangshu has triumphed in the match today. Let us all revel together, with everything on the house, Su Changni proclaimed with grand generosity. Excitement erupted among the guests, and Han Yangshu, with a servile affection, embraced Su Changni, expressing his gratitude. Brother Chen, you are truly wonderful. Oh, by the way, I rushed over after my match and haven't changed out of my sweaty attire. May I borrow your facilities to freshen up? I have my own clothes. Su Changni pushed Han Yangshu away with a look of disdain, saying, hurry up and wash. You reek of sweat. Han Yangshu, grinning, replied, thanks, Brother Chen. Love you. Meanwhile, Su Jinghuan, disregarding their banter, seized Chuyue and Chuchu, dashing towards the vacant seats at the table laden with delectable dishes and fine wines. Su Jinghuan unabashedly urged, Chuyue, Yashing, dig in. These delicacies are from my cousin's five-star restaurant, a rare treat indeed. The foodie Chuchu eagerly accepted a plate from Su Jinghuan, and upon tasting the exquisite morsel, her taste buds were delighted, exclaiming, This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. Chuyue, influenced by Chuchu's reaction, took a bite herself and agreed on its deliciousness. Observing the trio indulging upon their entrance, Ou Jinghuan approached, advising, take your time. No one is competing with you for the food. The chef is preparing additional delightful dishes upstairs. Chuyue looked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and inquired, upstairs. Noticing it was Chuyue's first visit, Ou Jinghuan lowered his long lashes and explained, the entire upper floor is where Su Changni resides. The provisions downstairs are quite comprehensive, allowing the chef to prepare meals upstairs and bring them down. There will be your favorite desserts from last time. After hearing this, Chuyue nodded in understanding. her smile radiant as she said, "Thank you. I have indeed been craving those desserts we packed last time." Standing by with his hands in his pockets, Ou Jinghuan gazed at the sweetly smiling Chuyue, swallowing hard as his throat tightened. Lately, he had found himself yearning for her in a manner he had never experienced before, and now, upon seeing her, he felt an intense desire to kiss her. "Brother Jing, come join us for a drink. Brother Cheng has concocted a new potion, and it is exceptionally delightful." Han Yangshu called out with heightened enthusiasm after having had a few drinks. Sensing Ou Jinghuan's wish to remain by her side, even to kiss her, Chuyue mischievously urged, "Go on. Your good body is calling for you." With a deep, captivating gaze, Ou Jinghuan looked intently at Chuyue before turning to join Han Yangshu, accepting a drink. The atmosphere in the private room was filled with joyous revelry and laughter. Under the inquisitive prodding of Cheng Yaoxing, Chuyue recounted the events of the previous days, revealing the secret behind her request for Cheng Yaoxing to design couple-themed items, which were intended as a gift for Ou Jinghuan. Cheng Yaoxing suddenly became animated, grasping Chuye's hand and exclaiming, "Chuyue, if I succeed in the future, don't forget me." "Ha ha ha. Wouldn't that mean I've designed something that even the most prestigious CEO would wear? I must be on my way to success too." Chuyue listened to Cheng Yaoxing's humorous remarks, shaking her head in exasperation as she observed the alcohol-induced cheerfulness of her friend. Later, Cheng Yaoxing urgently needed to use the restroom, but the one in their private room was occupied. Therefore, she decided to venture to the restroom outside the room. Having just used the restroom herself, Chuyue was concerned about Cheng Yaoxing going out alone, so she offered to accompany her. However, Cheng Yaoxing quickly pressed Chuyue down, insisting, "It's fine, the restroom is so close, I haven't drunk much and I'm not drunk. I can manage on my own." Reluctantly, Chuyue acquiesced since Cheng Yaoxing seemed lucid, but she warned that if more than a few minutes passed, she would come looking for her. After receiving Cheng Yaoxing's assurance, she hurriedly exited the private room and soon arrived at the restroom on the same floor. After completing her business, Cheng Yaoxing washed her hands in front of the mirror, taking the opportunity to remove her glasses and clean the smudged lenses. Once finished, she exited the restroom, preparing to put her glasses back on at the corner. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision as she collided with someone, instinctively exclaiming, "Sorry." "Ah!" Her glasses slipped from her grasp, and just before she could fall to the ground, a person swiftly wrapped their arms around her waist, freezing their movements in place. Cheng Yaoxing's loosely tied ponytail unraveled, her long, straight hair cascading down like a scene from a slow-motion film. She clutched the fabric of the stranger's clothing tightly, her large, round eyes gazing blankly at the person before her. A few seconds passed, and noticing the bewilderment on the face of the person holding her, she sighed, "Han Yangshu, aren't you tired holding me like this? Please, could you lift me up?" "Thank you." Han Yangshu finally snapped back to reality, embarrassed by how he had been captivated by Cheng Yaoxing's unglassed appearance. He promptly lifted her up, scratching his head in embarrassment and saying, "Ha ha, I'm sorry. I was in such a rush and bumped into you. Are you alright? Did I hurt you?" Cheng Yaoxing shook her head repeatedly, apologizing, "It's fine. I feel quite sorry too for not watching where I was going." After speaking, she noticed her glasses on the ground and bent down to retrieve them. However, Han Yangshu was quicker, picking them up and handing them to her with a smile, saying candidly, "Cheng Yaoxing, you looked really beautiful without your glasses." Receiving her glasses, she checked for any damage before putting them on, looking up to see Han Yangshu's features more clearly and smiling, "Thank you for the compliment. Although Chuyue has said the same, I don't think I look that great." As she spoke, she began walking back toward the private room, waving to Han Yangshu. "You're heading to the restroom, right? Then I'll head back first. I'll trouble you with my homework later. I truly appreciate it." Han Yangshu waved back but did not immediately enter the restroom. Instead, he stood there, lost in thought as he watched Cheng Yaoxing's petite figure disappear. Realizing for the first time that he felt a flutter in his heart for someone he had just met. In the past, he would never have thought this way. He had always believed that his ideal type was the voluptuous and alluring mature women he usually associated with. He recalled how, in a bid to retaliate against his despicable father, who could no longer bear children, he, as the sole heir, deliberately chose not to inherit the family business. Instead, he engaged in numerous superficial relationships with various beautiful women to provoke his father. In each of these encounters, although he treated every girlfriend with great kindness, showering them with luxurious designer bags and exquisite jewelry, none ever managed to penetrate the depths of his heart. Thus, it was impossible for any of these relationships to be genuine, he had successfully navigated through a garden of flowers without letting a single petal touch him. Reflecting on his recent feelings towards Chen Yaoxing, Han Yangshu dismissed the notion, attributing it to the effects of excessive drinking. He relaxed his expression and murmured to himself, "It matters not. I, a young master, do not require love. What is of utmost importance is the need to relieve myself." Chapter 23, Truth or Dare. Upon finishing his visit to the restroom, Han Yangshu returned to the VIP room, only to discover that everyone was preparing to engage in a game of Truth or Dare. Eager to escape his solitude, he promptly joined the gathering. One person stood up to elucidate the rules of the game. The glass bottle would be spun, and the individual at whom the bottle's mouth pointed would choose between Truth or Dare. Subsequently, the spinner would pose a specific question or directive to the selected person. Should the chosen participant be unable to comply, they would be permitted a single pass, albeit with the consequence of consuming a shot of strong liquor, of course. A gallant companion could assist in bearing the punishment. With the rules thoroughly explained, the game commenced, and the first to spin the bottle was none other than Han Yangshu, the hero of the day's victorious match. His slender fingers grasped the empty glass bottle, the decorative ring upon his index finger clinking melodiously against the glass. He gently placed the bottle at the center of the table and, with a decisive flick of his wrist, set it spinning. As the bottle whirled, its mouth traversed the circle of seated friends, each one nervously watching, hoping not to be selected. Ultimately, the bottle came to a halt, its mouth pointing directly at Ou Jinghuan. Han Yangshu grinned mischievously and inquired, "Jinggu, will you choose Truth or Dare?" Ou Jinghuan replied with nonchalance, "Truth." Undaunted, Han Yangshu posed the audacious question, "When was the last time you kissed someone?" Those present admired his audacity, particularly as several privileged heirs were aware of Ou Jinghuan's disinterest in women. They remained oblivious to the fact that the rumors surrounding Ou Jinghuan had already been dispelled by someone. However, Su Jishang and a few others who were in the know exchanged knowing glances, their eyes darting between Li Chua and Ou Jinghuan. Meanwhile, Li Chua averted her gaze, feigning indifference to the scrutiny directed her way. Without hesitation, Ou Jinghuan responded, "Last Sunday." A collective gasp erupted from the group, followed by a chorus of excited exclamations. The young gentlemen were curious to know which enchanting beauty had managed to thaw the ice around Ou Jinghuan. Chen Yaoxing and Su Zishang, seated beside Li Chua, leaned in to whisper conspiratorially. Li Chua lowered her long lashes, feeling a warmth rise from her neck to her cheeks. Her fair complexion now adorned with an uncharacteristic flush that extended to her ears. Ou Jinghuan pressed his lips together, his expression remaining cool and detached. Ignoring the raucous cheers, he rose to take his turn at spinning the bottle. As he released it, his gaze briefly met Li Chue's across the table before he averted his eyes and resumed his seat. The bottle soon came to a stop, this time pointing at a boy from Han Yangshu's team. After choosing Truth, Ou Jinghuan casually asked a question, which the boy answered, and the game continued in an orderly fashion. When the affluent Lu Shao took his turn spinning the bottle, it landed on Su Zishang. Noticing that the bottle had chosen her, she set down her drink and declared, "It seems no one dares to choose a Dare. How dull this is. It appears I must liven things up. I choose Dare." Lu Shao smiled knowingly, "You have quite the courage. Given your fearless demeanor, I shall raise the stakes a little." Su Jishang patted her chest and boldly declared, "I fear nothing, bring it on." Upon hearing this, Lu Shao replied directly, "Then you must kiss any one of the males present for 3 seconds. Gasps of astonishment echoed around the room. This was indeed quite a challenge. Observing Su Jishang's prolonged silence, Lu Shao, perhaps sensing her discomfort, kindly offered a less daunting alternative. "A kiss is not necessary. Instead, you may kiss 5 parts of the face, namely, the eyes, cheeks, forehead, nose, and chin, while making a more sound." Su Zishang then asked, "Anyone here who has a girlfriend or cannot accept kissing me, please raise your hand." Ou Jinghuan promptly raised his hand, followed by Han Yangshu, who exaggeratedly gestured while looking at Su Jishang, saying, "Don't even think about tempting me with your sweet kiss." Su Jishang rolled her eyes dramatically at Han Yangshu's self-absorbed demeanor and retorted, "Pfft. You wish, Han Yangshu. The very thought of kissing you is utterly revolting." Han Yangshu, acting childish, stuck out his tongue. Ignoring him, Su Jishang noticed several other boys raising their hands, all of whom she recognized as being in relationships, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze then shifted to the boys who had not raised their hands. Scanning from her left to her right, her pupils noticeably contracted upon seeing one particular individual. At that moment, the man was engrossed in his phone, typing intently as if preoccupied with something of great importance. His expression serious and brows furrowed, his profile sharp and cold. Su Jishang realized that he had not engaged in the game from the beginning. Nor had anyone turned their attention to him. Thus, he seemed entirely detached from the proceedings. She even suspected he might not have heard her request for hands to be raised. Contemplating for a few seconds while gently rubbing her delicate chin with her fingers, she ultimately stood up and retrieved the drink she had just set down. In full view of everyone, she gracefully approached the man immersed in his foam, lightly resting her slender, fair hand on his broad shoulder. No one anticipated that Su Jishang would choose him. The atmosphere grew tense as all held their breath, and the room fell silent except for the music. The man slowly raised his handsome face, lifting his eyes to meet Su Jishang's gaze. Setting his phone aside, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Su Jishang looked down at him, her proud and ample bosom accentuated, and smiled. "The drink is delightful, but I've added a twist that I think you'll enjoy. May I offer you a taste?" The man fixed his gaze on Su Jishang's eyes for 2 seconds before responding in a nonchalant tone, "Sure." Hearing his consent, Su Jishang exhaled in relief and decided to embrace the moment with boldness fueled by the alcohol. Elegantly raising her glass, she took a sip, revealing her alluring swan-like neck. As onlookers wondered why she was drinking, Su Jishang moved her hand from his shoulder to his chin, gently urging him to lift his face. Without waiting for the man to react, Su Jishang bent down and pressed her lips against his thin ones. The rich aroma of wine flowed through his slightly parted lips into her mouth, a few drops escaping at the corners. Su Jishang tightly closed her eyes, her heart racing with anxiety, her hand trembling as it grasped the man's chin. As she mentally counted down 3 seconds, she silently cried out, while the surrounding silence was deafening. The man gazed quietly at Su Jishang, sensing her nervousness. For reasons unknown, he chose not to push her away. As the countdown reached its end, she withdrew from his lips, delicately wiping away the wine that had trickled down her mouth. Her slightly tipsy eyes sparkled with a seductive tenderness as they locked with the man's, exuding an indescribable allure. "Chenggu, was it good?" Su Chengyin swallowed the wine without much expression, raising the back of his hand to wipe the remnants at the corner of his mouth. His long, curled eyelashes cast shadows over his amber eyes as he replied coolly, "It's all right." After speaking, he averted his gaze from Su Jishang and returned to his phone, attending to matters. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his fingertips gripped the device tightly. Amidst the astonished expressions of those around, Su Jishang calmly returned to her seat in her high heels, picking up a glass bottle and beginning to spin it. Observing everything, Ou Jinghuan cast a deep glance at both Su Jishang and Su Chengyin before maintaining his expressionless demeanor while savoring his champagne. However, Su Jishang, fixated on the glass bottle, was anything but calm. Her heart raced violently. She feared that Su Chengyin might rebuff or scold her, that he might harbor anger due to her boldness. Yet nothing of the sort occurred. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, worrying that he might be saving face in public but could retaliate later. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. As the bottle came to a stop, its opening pointed at Chuyue this time. Su Jishang thought it would be amusing to draw the next one, exchanging mischievous glances with Chuyue. Chuyue felt a bit of sweat form as she sensed the intensity of their stares, realizing that if she chose a dare, the adventurous Su Jishang would undoubtedly impose a challenging task upon her. After some contemplation, Chuyue deemed that a truth would be the safer choice and stated, "I choose truth." Upon hearing her selection, both Su Jishang and Chuyue burst into triumphant laughter, with Su Jishang casting an exaggeratedly wicked grin at Chuyue, bewildered, wondered why her choice of truth elicited such reactions. However, upon hearing Su Jishang's question, she genuinely admired the cunning of both women. Su Jishang smirked and said, "Hee hee. Chuyue, don't blame me. I've reached this height, you know I love you. My question is, when was the last time you kissed someone?" Chuye's face turned a shade of crimson, and she glanced at Ou Jinghuan across from her, lowering her head in contemplation. It became evident that after Ou Jinghuan had answered last Sunday, the whispers between Su Jishang and Chuyue were likely aimed at posing her the same question. Others were captivated by the beauty who drew their gaze the moment she entered, and they felt an inexplicable flutter upon seeing Chuye's bashful demeanor. Their confusion deepened as she took her time responding, pondering why such a question seemed difficult to answer. Eventually, Chuyue lifted her eyes to Su Jishang and replied, "Last Sunday." Su Jishang couldn't suppress a chuckle, teasingly remarking, "What a coincidence. The timing of your last kiss coincides with my cousin's, hee. Chuyue, feigning irritation, playfully attempted to shove Chuyue aside to reach Su Jishang, pretending to be angry. "Su Jishang, if you keep babbling, not only will I hit you, but I will also sew your mouth shut." Su Jishang pretended to be frightened and backed away, yet continued to jest, "Ah, cousin-in-law, I acknowledge my mistake. Please don't hit me, I am terrified. Li Chua shot a glare at Su Zixan, pushing Cheng Yaoxin aside to tickle her. To avoid the ruckus, Cheng Yaoxin quickly moved aside, while Su Zixan burst into laughter, her pleas for mercy ringing out. Others soon realized that the beauty capable of melting the icy demeanor of Ou Jinghuan was none other than Li Chua, and they discreetly committed her visage to memory. Those who had developed an admiration for Li Chua due to her beauty promptly abandoned any thoughts of pursuing her, as they dared not chase after the woman of Ou Jinghuan, fearing the repercussions. Ou Jinghuan smiled as he observed the playful antics between Li Chua and Su Zixan. Raising his glass to take a small sip, savoring the moment in good spirits, the game of truth or dare continued, and throughout the evening, everyone indulged in fine wine, relishing the merriment and laughter that rippled gently in their hearts. In the early hours of the morning, the door of a modest hotel room swung open, and a man and a woman entered, eagerly shutting the door behind them, lost in a passionate embrace. Moments later, soft gasps filled the room. Chapter 24. Just turned 18 the following morning, a beam of brilliant sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the hotel room, casting a golden glow upon the slumbering forms of a man and a woman in bed. The atmosphere was suffused with an intoxicating allure and a pungent scent of alcohol. While disheveled hair adorned the two figures beneath the white sheets, their bodies marked with numerous evident red marks, leaving them clad only in a thin layer of fabric. With a delicate rustling, the woman stirred, rising to a seated position. She was the first to awaken, her head throbbing painfully from the previous night's revelries. She pressed her fingers against her temples in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, striving to comprehend her current situation. She turned her gaze toward the handsome man sleeping beside her, her heart swelling with sweetness and satisfaction. Gradually, she shifted her aching body back down, resting her head against his side and wrapping her arms around his waist, a blissful smile gracing her features. Yet, even the slightest of her movements was enough to rouse him from his slumber. The woman looked up at him, her voice tender and cautious. Zio, I'm sorry. Did I wake you? I know you don't have class this morning and could sleep a little longer. As Wu Zio opened his eyes with difficulty, he beheld Zong Shiqi, who was clinging to him and speaking softly. He closed his eyes again, shielding them with his arm, and sighed inwardly as his mind began to wander back to the events of the previous night. The afternoon prior, Wu Zio had departed from the gym with a sense of dissatisfaction and resentment, making his way to his car, intending to drown his sorrows in solitude. As he settled into the driver's seat, Zong Shiqi swiftly opened the door and joined him. Wu Zio scowled, his voice laced with irritation. Get out of the car. Stop bothering me. Zong Shiqi, undeterred, enveloped him in a warm embrace, gently patting his head and back, her voice trembling with emotion. Zao, don't be sad. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side, loving you. In the depths of his melancholy, Wu Zio found himself unexpectedly touched by Zong Shiqi's tenderness and concern. Though he did not reciprocate her embrace, he made no move to eject her from the vehicle. After a moment, they parted, and Wu Zio started the engine, taking Zong Shiqi with him to a bar for drinks. Inside the bar, vibrant lights danced upon the crystal glasses filled with love-light, while the air thickened with an intoxicating ambience that numbed the hearts of the patrons. Seated in a dim corner, the two drank heartily until nightfall. Throughout the evening, Zong Shiqi incessantly criticized Li Chua, elevating her own worth by disparaging her rival. Zio, my sister is truly ambitious. Despite your brilliance, she has her sights set on the influential figures of Guangzhou City. She doesn't appreciate your qualities like I do. I believe you are far superior to that Ou Jinghuan. Only I recognize the vast potential you possess. Moreover, she has been using you to enhance her reputation at school, treating you like a backup, while my heart is solely devoted to you. Wu Zio kept his head lowered, drinking in silence. Yet he attentively absorbed every word Zong Shiqi uttered. His feelings for Li Chua transformed from reluctance to resentment, and he increasingly felt guilt and heartache for having once coldly disregarded Zong Shiqi. Wu Zio, his eyes clouded with inebriation, tilted his head and gazed at Zong Shiqi with a tender expression, saying, I apologize, Shiqi. I acted impulsively this afternoon and should not have pushed you. You must have hurt yourself, right? Zong Shiqi quickly grasped Wu Zio's hand resting on the table, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head and replied, Brother Zio, I'm fine. You need not apologize to me. I understand that you are a devoted and good man, which is why you avoid my approach. It is merely that my sister does not appreciate someone as wonderful as you. Wu Zio reciprocated her grasp and sighed, I regret not realizing your worth sooner. And I thank you for always being by my side. Thank you, Shiqi. At this moment, Zong Shiqi thought of her mother's teachings, which had proven effective, and smiled brightly, saying, "It is not too late for you to realize that I am the one who truly loves you. If you can accept my closeness, it would bring me great joy. I believe we will be very happy together, to the point where my sister will regret not choosing you." The effects of alcohol clouded Wu Xiao's judgment, and he became completely captivated by Zhong Shiqi, ensnared by sweet words and the influence of liquor. He began to fantasize about publicly displaying affection with Zhong Shiqi before Chuyue, envisioning her coming to him in regret, pleading for him not to leave, while two women vied for his attention. In high spirits, he poured himself another few drinks, his cheeks flushed, and his gaze towards Zhong Shiqi grew increasingly meaningful. However, he then realized that he had previously focused solely on Chuyue, neglecting to notice that Zhong Shiqi was quite beautiful and charming in her own right. Particularly, her slender, fair legs beneath that ultra-short skirt were irresistibly enticing. Wu Xiao fixated on those legs, his gaze gradually becoming hazy, as though his soul was being lured away. Compelled by an unknown force, he slipped his hand beneath the hem of Zhong Shiqi's skirt. He paused for a moment, observing that Zhong Shiqi did not resist but rather looked at him shyly. With a mischievous smile, he boldly caressed the inner thigh. Subsequently, everything unfolded naturally. Having consumed alcohol and not planning to drive, they felt a sense of urgency and opted to book a room at a nearby hotel. After recalling the events, Wu Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Zhong Shiqi, caressing her smooth shoulder, his voice husky as he asked, "You didn't wake me. I woke up naturally. Do you have classes this morning?" Zhong Shiqi, bashfully tracing circles on Wu Xiao's chest with her fingertip, remembered her cleverness in requesting a day off the previous day and meaningfully replied, "I took leave. The entire day is yours. Whatever you wish, I shall comply." Wu Xiao picked up on the implications in Zhong Shiqi's words and immediately reacted, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Ha, good, I'll have it all my way." Suddenly, recalling the vigorous activities of the previous night, Wu Xiao inquired, "Is this your first time?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiqi swiftly pulled over the nearby quilt to conceal her flushed face. She then twisted her body and playfully chided in a soft voice, I just turned 18 and have never had a boyfriend." Wu Xiao, who is 21 this year, reminisced about how he had not pursued any other girls after his initial attempt with Chuyue. Now, gazing at Zhong Shiqi, who had surrendered herself to him for the first time, he felt the warmth of her delicate body riding against him, stirring a primal urge within him, particularly a surge of heat directed toward his abdomen. In an instant, Wu Xiao turned and pinned Zhong Shiqi beneath him, pulling away the quilt that obscured her face. With deep affection, he looked into her enchanting and ethereal eyes and asked in a playful tone, "Shiqi, no matter what happens, you will always be by my side, right?" Zhong Shiqi gazed back at Wu Xiao with equal tenderness and replied, "Xiao, I will forever love only you and will always be by your side." Thereafter, the two resumed their intimate moments, with soft gasps echoing throughout the room. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Su Jishang's home remained enveloped in slumber, where Chuyue, Cheng Yashing, and Su Jishang were still fast asleep. Returning to the previous night, all of them had been enjoying drinks and merriment at the bar. And upon concluding their revelries, they exchanged farewells. Some opted for designated drivers, while others called for family or girlfriends to pick them up. As they had indulged in their fun, they were unaware that the school's curfew had already passed. Swiftly escaping bar, Su Jishang glanced around to see if Su Chengning was pursuing them, while tugging at Chuyue and Cheng Yashing's hands, quietly pleading, "Chuyue, Yashing, why don't you both come to my house for the night? It's a house gifted to me by my parents for my coming of age, and it feels lonely to live there alone. Come on, let us spend the night together. I have plenty of new clothes and everything you might need." Chuyue readily agreed, smiling gratefully, "Sure. Thank you for generously taking in two wandering souls for the night, Shen. Plus, it seems we don't have classes tomorrow morning, so we can catch up on some much-needed sleep." Cheng Yashing also expressed her agreement. Su Jishang's eyes caught sight of the license plate she had been waiting for, and she immediately pulled Chuyue and Cheng Yashing toward the approaching vehicle, exclaiming, "Hurry! My ride has arrived." Cheng Yashing stumbled slightly from being pulled, her face reflecting surprise. "So soon? We just stepped out, and the car is already here. When did you call for it, Shen?" Su Jishang occasionally glanced back at the entrance of bar, anxious that Su Chengning might be harboring resentment from their earlier encounter and could be seeking her out for retribution. Distractedly boasting, she said, "Oh, I ordered the car while still inside the bar. This just shows my foresight and cleverness," as Chuyue was being pulled along by Su Jishang. She glanced back at Ou Jinghuan, who stood beside a slate black Bugatti. Simultaneously, Ou Jinghuan was also watching her. Li Chua decisively broke free from Su Jishang's grasp and said, Shen, you guys go ahead and get in the car. Wait for me. I'll be back in a moment. As Su Jishang followed Li Chua's gaze, she spotted Ou Jinghuan and recalled that Li Chua and her cousin hadn't truly connected this evening. A new wave of concern washed over her. Fearing that if she took Li Chua away, her cousin might become upset. She hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon Li Chua and leave with Cheng Yaoxing, feeling quite conflicted. By the Bugatti, Ou Jinghuan observed as Li Chua rushed towards him, breathless. Just as he intended to caution her not to run too hastily, without a word, Li Chua placed one hand upon his face and the other around the nape of his neck, pulling him in for a kiss on tiptoe. As Ou Jinghuan prepared to reciprocate, Li Chua playfully withdrew, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. The last kiss has been successfully updated. We've hailed a cab tonight. Cheng Yaoxing and I are staying at Su Xishang's house. I'll reach out to you later for another update. With that, she darted away, quickly returning to the taxi. She paused to flash a smile and wave goodbye to Ou Jinghuan before entering the vehicle. He could only wave back in resignation, thoroughly amused by Li Chua's playful antics. As he watched the car drive away, he reminisced about her bold kiss, a fleeting yet enchanting moment that tugged at his heartstrings. Once seated in his car, Ou Jinghuan continued to savor the memory of Li Chua's kiss, realizing that the night would likely be one of sleepless contemplation. He gently bit his lip, lamenting that due to his recent assumption of the company as reins, he was burdened with numerous pressing matters. Furthermore, the ravenous wolves of his family were ever watchful, eyeing his position, which hindered him from spending more time with Li Chua. Nevertheless, he resolved to expedite his plans, hoping to carve out more moments for her. He mused that he must find an opportunity to tell the account of stolen hearts with Li Chua in due course. Chapter 25. For your own good, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying away the bustle of the morning, and thus the tranquil and leisurely afternoon descended. As the sun traversed the sky, the interplay of light and shadow within the room shifted, imbuing the afternoon with a semblance of life that flowed quietly. Li Chua, Cheng Yaoxing, and Su Jishang awoke naturally, and after freshening up and dressing, their stomachs grumbling, they ordered takeout. Since all three had classes later in the afternoon, they lingered only briefly after their meal, tidying up their belongings in preparation for school. Su Jishang drove out the sole car parked at her residence, a strikingly bright red four-seater Ferrari. As Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxing settled into the vehicle, Cheng Yaoxing was taken aback by its beauty, exclaiming, Shen, your car is absolutely stunning. Su Jishang sighed in response, oh, please, it's not that great. I haven't driven this car in ages. Li Chua felt the vibrant red Ferrari perfectly matched Su Jishang's flamboyant and radiant personality, and inquired with curiosity, why haven't you driven it in so long? Su Jishang recalled a frustrating incident from her past, her voice tinged with indignation. In my youth, I was rather foolish. I felt the more unique something was, the more I desired it. After finally settling on this car, I discovered that Han Yangshu had coincidentally purchased the same model. To make matters worse, he had the audacity to claim I deliberately bought a couple's car, insinuating that I harbored feelings for him. Can you believe that? Seeing him, clad in his ostentatious attire, driving the same car made me loathe it even more. I nearly wished to smash it to pieces. However, I eventually lost the desire to drive altogether and simply left it be. Cheng Yaoxing stifled a laugh, exclaiming, ha ha, that's too hilarious. But if you were to smash something, it ought to be his car, considering he was the one who provoked you. Su Jishang, her eyes twinkling with mirth, jested. Had he not returned to driving his usual black Mercedes, I might have taken my frustrations out on it. The three of them, amidst their laughter and banter, arrived at school. Upon disembarking, they noted the relative scarcity of people outside the campus at this hour. Suddenly, Li Chua heard two familiar voices. Turning her head, she spotted Dong Shiqi and Wu Zio standing beside a car, seemingly just having arrived, fresh from an intense workout at a hotel. Wu Zio and Dong Shiqi had ordered new clothes to be delivered, and after changing and having a bite to eat, they had come to school. Wu Zio gazed at Dong Shiqi, gently caressing her face, and with concern said, Shiqi, didn't you take a day off? You needn't accompany me to class. Your body requires rest. Dong Shiqi wrapped her arms around Wu Zio's waist, tilting her head to meet his gaze, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. With a smile as radiant as springtime, she pouted playfully, requesting a kiss while being coy. Zio, I'm perfectly fine. Though I still feel a bit sore. Just being near you makes me immensely happy. Wu Zio's eyes sparkled, and with tenderness, he pinched Dong Shiqi's cheek before leaning down to kiss her lips. The two entwined in an embrace that seemed to defy separation. On one side, Chuyue, Chongyuan, and Su Jishang were reluctantly subjected to a display of affection. Su Jishang hastily covered both her and Chue's eyes, exclaiming with disdain, "Ugh! I'm about to vomit. Yaxing, you should cover your eyes too. This is just too much to bear." Chongyuan, however, remained unfazed and calmly replied, "It's fine. I've been ignoring them ever since they sought my help to entangle Chuyue. To me, they are merely air." Chuyue nonchalantly pulled Su Jishang's hand away, glanced at the time, and urged, "Let us go, if we don't hurry. We'll be late for class." Subsequently, the three hurried through the school gates, while Wu Xiu and Zhong Shiqi's kiss came to a halt. Zhong Shiqi turned to open the car door and, while retrieving her forgotten bag, wore a triumphant smile. She thought to herself that she had finally snatched away Xiu, who had feelings for Chuyue. She was determined to seize everything related to Chuyue. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Wu Xiu gazed back at Chuyue, whose slender waist accentuated her alluring, mature figure. In truth, he had noticed Chuyue and her friends earlier and had deliberately showcased his affection to provoke jealousy in her, hoping she would regret her indifference. However, both Zhong Shiqi and Wu Xiu were mistaken. Chuyue was utterly unconcerned about their situation. Her mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Ou Jinghuan, her ambitions for self-improvement, and her desire for revenge. At school, due to differing majors, Chuyue parted ways with Chongyuan and Su Jishang to attend her own classes. Upon entering the classroom, she focused intently on the knowledge points she had somewhat forgotten since her rebirth. Halfway through the lesson, she suddenly recalled someone CEO Ou Jinghuan, who had just transferred the previous afternoon. No matter how hard she looked, she could not find CEO Ou Jinghuan in the classroom. Chuyue pondered whether CEO Ou Jinghuan was disinterested in her studies and had skipped class, or if she was still feeling disheartened from the previous day's incident at the school gate. Ultimately, Chuyue decided to disregard it. As long as CEO Ou Jinghuan did not come looking for trouble, she was indifferent. Meanwhile, in a villa, CEO Ou Jinghuan, who had not attended school, locked herself in her room. Outside, Xia's mother gently knocked on the door, calling, "Ou Jinghuan, I've arranged a day off for you. You can take today to rest. But this is the only day you have to adjust your emotions." Since being brought home after weeping at the school gate, CEO Ou Jinghuan had isolated herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. Upon hearing her mother's words, CEO Ou Jinghuan cried out in distress, "Mother, Jinghuan likes someone else. He doesn't like me. I can't bear to see them in love before my eyes anymore. Please, don't pressure me. I want to give up. I truly can't do this." Xia's mother, who had maintained a relatively calm demeanor, transformed into a fierce visage upon hearing her daughter's declaration of defeat. She turned and left, while CEO Ou Jinghuan, sensing the sudden silence and lack of response from her mother, felt an increasing sense of unease. Just as she realized something was amiss, Xia's mother returned with a spare lock and opened the door, holding a familiar object, a long, slender, and thoroughly split cane. CEO Ou Jinghuan wished to plead for mercy. Yet Xia's mother swiftly lifted the quilt that covered her, wielding a rattan stick wrapped in tape, striking down with ferocity. Her tone was harsh as she exclaimed, "Are you considering giving up? Every time you returned home from Ou Jinghuan in tears during your childhood, I told you to persevere, and you promised wholeheartedly. Have you forgotten that the current wealth and prosperity you enjoy are gifts from whom? You must learn to be grateful. If you claim you cannot do it again, then you may leave this house. We have no room for an ingrate like you." "Ah! Ah!" Su Jishang cried out in agony with each blow, memories of past suffering flooding back. She hastily crawled off the bed, kneeling on the floor, enduring the pain as she begged, "Mother, I realize my mistakes. Please stop hitting me. I assure you I can do it. I'm merely just a bit discouraged." Xia's mother continued her assault, seemingly striking not her own daughter, but a traitor to the nation. Outside the room, Xia's father, upon hearing the commotion, observed silently as their daughter was punished, his expression as unyielding as ever, exhibiting an unusual calmness. After a while, noticing that Xia's mother had grown weary, he knocked on the door and said, "That is enough. She should remember now. You should inquire about what transpired yesterday that led to this. If there are matters she struggles to resolve, teach her how to handle them." Upon hearing this, Xia's mother gradually ceased her blows, gazing down at CEO Ou Jinghuan with a cold stare. "You look utterly disheveled. Hurry and wash up properly. I will return shortly to ask you about the situation. Do you understand?" CEO Ou Jinghuan huddled in the corner, embracing herself, her hair tousled and her face streaked with tears. As she sobbed, "Yes, I understand, mother." She pushed herself up slowly using the bed's edge, unsteadily walked to the wardrobe, selected her clothes, and made her way to the bathroom to cleanse herself. Xia's mother then left Rushua's room and descended the stairs with Xia's father. After a while, Xia's mother returned upstairs and re-entered Rushua's room. Gently placing a tray down and arranging the soup and dishes, she spoke tenderly to her daughter, who had tidied herself. Rushua, I made your favorite black bone chicken soup, simmered since noon for several hours. I also prepared the dishes you love. Come, let's eat. Rushua approached the table hesitantly. Lowering her head, cautiously picking up a spoon to stir the soup. Xia's mother sat across from her, reaching out to tuck Rushua's hair behind her ear, causing Rushua to flinch noticeably. After retracting her hand, Xia's mother adopted a loving demeanor, her voice softening further. Rushua, I apologize. I was too impulsive earlier and should not have struck you. However, you must understand that my actions stem from a place of concern for your well-being. Do you not wish to continue living a life of affluence, indulging in the luxurious brands you adore? Or would you prefer to revert to the impoverished days of your childhood, watching the old family flaunt their wealth in front of you? As Rushua listened to her mother's words, a vivid scene suddenly unfolded before her eyes. In this vision, she found herself clad in inexpensive attire, impoverished and enviously gazing at others adorned in luxurious brands she could not afford, who incessantly flaunted their opulence before her. In that instant, a profound realization struck her. She resolutely refused to lead a life akin to that depicted in her vision. Setting down her spoon, she grasped the very hand that had just mercilessly chastised her. Her gaze unwavering as she turned to her mother, vowing, Mother, I understand now. I am determined to become Brother Jinghuan's wife, to eschew being an ungrateful child, and to ensure that both you and father live lives of grandeur. A deeper smile graced Xia's mother's face as she gently caressed Rushua's head, saying, That is the spirit. Now, please tell me what transpired yesterday, and I shall assist you in analyzing it. After recounting the events of the previous day, Rushua expressed her frustration, exclaiming, It was the first time I saw Brother Jinghuan look at a girl with such tenderness. Mother, it truly saddens me. I am at a loss as to how I can earn his affection. Xia's mother squinted in contemplation, her expression turning serious as she fixed her gaze upon Rushua. The latter felt a surge of trepidation under her mother's scrutiny, yet she dared not voice her inquiries. After a few moments, Xia's mother's demeanor darkened, and in a low voice, she advised Rushua, This matter cannot be rushed. We must devise a long-term strategy. Following this, Xia's mother outlined their forthcoming plans. Although taken aback by her mother's assertions, Rushua nodded in agreement, affirming her resolve to rise to the challenge. Chapter 26 As you advised on a Saturday afternoon. The blazing sun, weary from its relentless toil, hastened to conclude its workday. Gradually, it descended towards the horizon, while on the opposite side, the moon, poised to commence its night shift, ascended with grace, perfectly synchronized in their celestial dance. Within the prestigious confines of the Honglong Group, led by Chue's father, Hongya, employees gradually followed the sun as lead, diligently wrapping up the week as labor. In the opulent chairman's office, on the uppermost floor of the Honglong Group, Yanks hurriedly entered behind Hongya, standing before his desk as she anxiously inquired, Darling, why did you refuse to assign that crucial project to me during the meeting just now? Hongya, absorbed in organizing documents, replied in a calm and steady tone. You have often remarked on my busyness with company affairs, highlighting that I seldom take a break or enjoy a vacation. You've encouraged me to delegate more responsibilities. I believe you are absolutely right. I am no longer useful, yet I have been preoccupied with work, neglecting to spend quality time with family or to rest. Particularly, seeing you strain yourself to alleviate my burdens fills me with both sorrow and concern. Thus, I think it prudent for both of us to lessen our workloads and grant more opportunities to the capable younger individuals within the company. As Song Yinan listened to the earlier part of Hongya's statement, she feared he had discovered something and was deliberately withholding the core project from her. However, her unease momentarily subsided, and a flicker of delight emerged. Yet, upon hearing the concluding remarks, a wave of panic washed over her. Doubting her understanding, she furrowed her brow and cautiously asked, Are you suggesting that I delegate my current tasks to my subordinates? At that moment, having organized his papers, Hongya gathered his briefcase and approached Song Yinan, gently guiding her out of the office. As they entered the elevator, he spoke softly. I am not asking you to delegate everything, and I will also strive to reduce my own workload. We must trust that the young can excel in their roles. Once you have completed the handover, we shall follow your previous advice and spend more time together. Yinan's expression was one of disbelief, a mixture of amusement and dismay. She longed to express her thoughts, but Hongya interrupted her. All right, We are about to exit the elevator, so let us not dwell on this. It is Saturday, and Chuchu and Shichi are likely waiting for us at home for dinner. Let us return swiftly. Jinghuan hesitated, choosing to withhold her words for another time, intending to devise an alternative approach to alter Li Hongya's unfavorable stance upon returning home. Upon exiting the elevator, they were met by their chauffeur, who drove them towards their residence. At their home in the Lingyu Villa district, Li Chuyue and Zong Shichi, enjoying their holiday, were retreating to their respective rooms. In her chamber, Zong Shichi stood before the mirror, trying on several newly purchased dresses while engaged in a phone conversation with Wu Zio, expressing her affection and longing, completely immersed in the euphoric haze of romance. Meanwhile, in another room, Li Chuyue sat attentively at her desk, diligently reviewing the company information her father, Li Hongya, had sent her over the past few days, instructing her to familiarize herself with their family business. It was after Li Hongya listened to Li Chuyue recount her nightmare in the study that he began to scrutinize Jinghuan discreetly. He discerned that there were indeed peculiarities in Jinghuan's handling of company affairs. Thus, as a precaution, he undertook a covert investigation into her operations over the past few years, and to his astonishment, he uncovered some troubling clues. The information in his possession revealed how Jinghuan had gradually maneuvered her way towards the company's core, although she had not committed any actions detrimental to the company. It was evident that her motives were questionable, raising concerns about her future intentions. Li Hongya found it difficult to believe, given that he and Jinghuan had been acquainted and married for nearly 5 years. While he could not love her with the same fervor he had for his late wife, a fact she had acknowledged from the start, he had promised to make an effort to love her. Over the past 5 years, he had indeed developed feelings for Jinghuan. He treated her with great kindness, understanding her medical condition that prevented her from bearing more children. And he cherished Zong Shichi as his own daughter, sparing no expense or affection. Pondering what had caused Jinghuan's change, he ultimately chose to accept the situation. He recalled his daughter as ominous dream and resolved to take measures to confront any potential dangers that might arise. His first thought was to subtly distance Jinghuan from the company's core. Next, he aimed to uncover any loyalists or agents she may have embedded within the company. Finally, he intended to ensure that Chuchu would become familiar with and manage the company, preventing others from seizing control. As the brilliant sun descended, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a dreary atmosphere that suffocated the world in damp oppression. Upon returning home with Jinghuan, and he, the housekeeper, arranged the prepared dishes on the dining table and proceeded to call Li Chuyue and Zong Shichi downstairs for dinner. Li Chuyue quickly closed the documents on her computer, washed her hands, and took her seat at the table, addressing Li Hongya. "Father, you've worked hard. I have been studying diligently today." Li Hongya, emerging from the study with his briefcase, felt fatigued but was instantly uplifted by his daughter's thoughtful words, smiling appreciatively. "It's not arduous at all. Your diligent studies bring me great joy. Thank you, my dear, for your consideration." Zong Shichi, reluctant to end her call with Wu Zio, descended the stairs slowly. Upon overhearing the conversation between Li Chuyue and her father, she rolled her eyes, thinking to herself how scheming Li Chuyue was, always seeking to curry favor with their father. Once seated, Zong Shichi adopted a demure demeanor, beaming at Li Hongya. "Father, you've worked hard. Once I apply myself to my studies, I will certainly help you shoulder the burdens of the company, so you won't have to toil so much. I even asked Aunt He to prepare your favorite dish today. Do try it." Li Hongya, waiting for Jinghuan to sit down, then picked up his chopsticks, smiling at Zong Shichi. "All right, Shichi, you are very considerate. I shall taste it now. Let us all enjoy our meal." 4 individuals sat quietly at the dining table, savoring their evening meal. Occasionally, Li Hongya would inquire about Li Chuyue and Zong Shichi's experiences at school. During the meal, Jinghuan, consumed by anxiety, could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Darling, we are at a crucial stage in the company's development. I believe it would be more appropriate for me, who shares a closer bond, to take over the project. Can we postpone discussions about reducing the workload until after this phase?" Li Chuyue remained expressionless, continuing to eat her dinner in silence. However, Zong Shichi was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Unable to control her temper, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table and demanded, "Why should T-Mom take over the company's affairs?" Jinghuan was startled by Zong Shichi's sudden outburst towards Li Hongya and quickly intervened. "Shichi, how can you speak to your father like that? Just listen to the adults' matters and keep out of it. Apologize to your father at once." Realizing her overreaction, Zong Shichi lowered her head and apologized. "Dad, I'm sorry. I should have meddled or spoken to you in that tone. I truly apologize. Li Chua observed the swift change in Zhong Shiqi's demeanor with amusement, smirking slightly. Li Hongya, recognizing Zhong Shiqi's unexpected eruption, understood the underlying ambition shared between Zhong Yinan and her daughter. Realizing that his efforts to unite as a family had been in vain. Concealing his disappointment, he replied with a gentle smile, "It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. The decision regarding the company has already been made and will not change. Even during this critical phase, it will take several years. How much time will we have left to enjoy life then? Yinan, as you have advised me, I appreciate your contributions. Now that the company is stable, I wish for you to enjoy life rather than endure hardship. I understand you may need time to adjust to not working, so I intend to merely reduce your workload." Zhong Yinan felt that Zhong Shiqi's disruption had only solidified Li Hongya's resolve, leaving her with a sense of frustration towards her daughter. Seeing Li Hongya's unwavering stance, she feared that further displeasing him might prevent her from returning to the company. Thus, with the finesse of a seasoned actress, she shed tears, expressing, "All right, my dear husband. I will defer to your judgment. Your understanding of my sacrifices brings me joy, and I am grateful for your concern." After dinner, each person retreated to their respective rooms. Each lost in thought. Zhong Yinan sat at her vanity, heartbroken at the thought of her years of hard work slipping away. The pain was indescribable as she pondered how she might regain access to the company's core. Jing Shiqi, returning to her room, initially intended to vent to Wu Xiu but refrained from revealing too much about her and her mother's lack of agency in the household. In her anger, she pulled out her phone and devised a plan to spread rumors about Li Chua online at school. Meanwhile, Li Chua, upon returning to her room, secretly contacted her father in the study to inquire about the situation and seek advice on aspects of the company she did not fully understand. With Li Hongya patiently guiding her. Chapter 27, Rumors resurrected. Time swiftly passes, and soon it was Monday, another bright and refreshing morning. As the sun ascended in the east, its rays illuminated the earth, which basked in the morning light. The damp dew evaporated, and the lingering mist gradually dissipated, while students began to arrive at school in succession. At home, Li Chua rose early, her spirits exceedingly high. After enjoying a delectable breakfast, she was driven by Uncle Min to the school gate. Upon alighting from the car, Li Chua gazed up at the grand and magnificent entrance of the school, filled with confidence and anticipation for her future. With a vigorous stride, she entered the gates. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded loosely down her back like rolling waves, her youthful face devoid of makeup. With brows like distant mountains and lips resembling cherry blossoms, her features exquisitely delicate. Holding a cup of iced Americano, she donned a pure white, figure-hugging dress. The chiffon fabric gracefully flowing to her ankles, swaying gently in the breeze. As she walked lightly towards the dormitory, Li Chua soon sensed something amiss. The atmosphere around her felt inexplicably strange. She paused to observe closely and noticed that most passers-by glanced at her with unusual intensity. She overheard snippets of conversation. Whispers among her peers, "Look, the person I just told you about is her." Although it was common for people to admire her beauty as they passed, today she could distinctly feel a stark difference in their gazes. Those who passed her wore expressions tinged with disdain. Li Chua realized something must have transpired. Her heart filled with apprehension about who could be orchestrating such mischief. With a serious demeanor, she quickened her pace and returned to the dormitory. Inside, aside from Cheng Yaoxing, who had gone to class that morning, there were two roommates with whom she had an uneasy relationship, Lin Anru and Li Kating. From the very beginning of the semester, Li Chua sensed hostility from these two, though she was unclear about the reasons behind it. Subsequently, Lin Anru and Li Kating attempted to enlist Cheng Yaoxing in their efforts to ostracize Li Chua. However, Cheng Yaoxing did not conspire with them nor intentionally target Li Chua. In fact, upon discovering that their bullying stemmed solely from Li Chua's striking beauty, Cheng Yaoxing decisively limited her interactions with them, showing thoughtful care towards Li Chua instead. As Li Chua entered the dormitory, Lin Anru and Li Kating, seated casually, turned to look at her. Upon realizing it was Li Chua, they erupted into maniacal laughter. Mockingly discussing aloud, "Shao-en, tell me, why do some people have such good fortune? Just because they are a bit more attractive, they effortlessly become playthings for wealthy scions." Lin Anru, fiddling with her nails, scoffed, "Indeed, shouting, you must never emulate them. Women who heartlessly abandon their truly devoted, handsome boyfriends for the sake of power and wealth end up with nothing but despair, becoming discarded remnants." Li Chua's suspicions were swiftly clarified by the two gossips in the dormitory. It turned out that yet another anonymous individual had spread rumors about her on the school's communication platform. Chuyue recalled a recent incident where she had intimidated a devoted fan who had been provoking her due to her affection for Wu Zio. After warning the fan to caution others, the rumors regarding her feelings for Wu Zio had significantly diminished. Moreover, posts alleging that she was pursuing Wu Zio had mysteriously vanished. However, Chuyue was certain that Song Shiqi would not have deleted them voluntarily, and she remained unaware of who might have come to her aid. Choosing to disregard the barbed remarks of Lin Anru and Li Kating, she settled into her chair. She promptly booted up her computer and navigated to the website that had been propagating the slander against her. The first thing that caught her eye was a widely viewed video post that had surged to the top, though she refrained from clicking on it. The silent autoplay revealed that it was a montage of clips. The content comprised footage from the previous week's basketball game, capturing Ou Jinghuan intervening to stop Wu Zio from resorting to violence, along with scenes of Wu Zio leaving in dejection and a clip of her getting into Ou Jinghuan's car at the school gates. From the perspective of the video, Chuyue deduced that the likely source of the footage was one of 3 individuals present at the scene: Xiao Rushua, Yang Yuanxing, or Lin Yishuan. She released her grip on the mouse, crossed her arms, and furrowed her brow in contemplation. Could it be Xiao Rushua? After taking a day off last week, Xiao Rushua had exhibited an uncharacteristically calm demeanor in recent days, perhaps plotting this very scheme. Yet, the method of slander led Chuyue to suspect Song Shiqi. Given that Song Shiqi and Song Yinan had been quite troubled lately due to company matters, the likelihood of her involvement in the rumors seemed high. But if Song Shiqi were indeed behind this, how had she acquired the videos? Nearby, Lin Anru and Li Kating continued their mocking tirade against Chuyue, evidently relishing the idea that she might be oblivious to their target being none other than herself. Like 2 self-righteous hounds, Lin Anru and Li Kating yelped incessantly, causing Chuyue to be unable to concentrate on her thoughts. In the past, she would have chosen to ignore such provocations to protect herself, adopting a stance of passive endurance. However, in this new life, she resolved not to allow others to trample upon her any longer. With a gaze as sharp and cold as ice, her dark eyes radiated an intimidating chill, reminiscent of a predator lurking in the shadows. Lin Anru and Li Kating suddenly felt an unsettling cold wash over them, sending shivers down their spines. Turning to discover the source of this chill, they saw Chuyue striding swiftly out of the dormitory. Lin Anru, observing the door that Chuyue had just slammed shut, scoffed dismissively, "Ha ha. Look at her." Unable to bear the shame of listening any longer, she just ran off. Li Kating rose and sauntered over to Cheng Yaoxin's desk, casually opening a brand new bottle of foundation and sneering, "Humph. What does it matter if she comes from a good family? She is still just a person who knows only how to cling to men. Wow. This high-end foundation is quite good, it's mine now. Hurry. Xiao En. Come over and see if there is anything useful on Chuchue's side." Without hesitation, Lin Anru dashed to Chuchue's desk to investigate. Casting a glance at the items on Cheng Yaoxin's table before approaching her, she picked up a lipstick that had been used a few times and, with a pout of disdain, remarked, "Isn't Chuyue from a wealthy family? How can she be so stingy?" She bought a plethora of high-end cosmetics for Cheng Yaoxin, that bespectacled girl who has no interest in makeup, yet has never gifted us a single item. Li Kating, equally indignant, seized a brand new mascara from the corner and, with reluctance, added, "Precisely. It is such a waste to give these cosmetics to Cheng Yaoxin. We might as well take them, considering it would be a service to help them save." The 2 girls in the dormitory greedily rummaged through the belongings of Chuyue and Cheng Yaoxin, testing and plundering items that did not belong to them. Meanwhile, downstairs, Chuyue had already contacted the police, and while waiting for their arrival, she swiftly reported the situation to the campus security and dormitory management. Before long, 2 police officers specializing in investigations arrived, and Chuyue guided them towards the dormitory, providing a detailed account of the circumstances along the way. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Anru and Li Kating remained blissfully unaware of the repercussions awaiting them as they indulged in possessions that were not theirs. Chapter 28. Imprisoned. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, akin to the ominous stillness preceding a tempest. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, pressing down so low that it rendered the air nearly suffocating. Beneath the girls' dormitory, a group of students, upon noticing the arrival of individuals clad in police uniforms, were filled with curiosity and trailed behind, eager to discern the unfolding events. Chuyue led 2 officers to the entrance of dormitory 402, pushing the door open without hesitation. As the door swung ajar, The scene that greeted them revealed Lin Anru and Li Keting standing before the desks of Cheng Yaoxing and Li Chuyue. Their faces adorned with heavy makeup and their hands clutching various items. Startled by the abrupt entrance, Lin Anru and Li Keting froze, particularly alarmed by the presence of the police officers behind Li Chuyue, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, causing the items in their hands to clatter to the ground. Li Chue's youthful visage bore no hint of trepidation. Her dark eyes resembled immense black voids, as though she possessed an innate understanding of the situation at hand. She pointed an accusing finger at the two girls, indignantly proclaiming to the officers, "I have just asserted that the thieves who have been pilfering from us are indeed them. Officers, look, they are caught red-handed in the act of stealing." One officer, observing the unmistakable guilt etched on Lin Anru and Li Keting's faces, sternly inquired, "What are you doing? Are those items in your possession yours?" In a flurry of anxiety, Lin Anru hastily relinquished the items, curling her fingers nervously as she stammered, "Officer, these things are not ours. We haven't stolen anything. We merely accidentally lost our balance and knocked over their belongings. We were just helping to rearrange them." Beside her, Li Keting quickly returned the items to their rightful place, her eyes wide as she added, "Yes, Chuyue, we are not lying. We were just assisting in putting back what was accidentally toppled. We've been good roommates for several years. How could we possibly steal?" Li Chuyue slowly lifted her eyelids, casting a frigid glance at them, her gaze as piercing as glacial ice, causing Lin Anru and Li Keting to involuntarily shudder. She retrieved her phone and presented the recorded surveillance footage to the officers, her expression tinged with hurt as she exclaimed, "My belongings have been mysteriously disappearing, prompting me to install a small camera to monitor my desk. It automatically records whenever something is disturbed. Officers, this footage serves as irrefutable evidence of their thievery. Moreover, I have suffered losses amounting to over 10,000. A sum substantial enough to warrant imprisonment for them." Upon hearing Li Chue's words, Lin Anru and Li Keting were rendered as if paralyzed, one nearly losing her balance, overwhelmed by dizziness. Subsequently, the officers, having confirmed the guilt of Lin Anru and Li Keting through the clear footage, advanced to apprehend them for transport to the police station. In a desperate bid to evade capture, Lin Anru and Li Keting retreated repeatedly, continuing to protest, "Li Chuyue, how could you call the police simply because we mocked you? Officer, her video is fabricated. Please do not believe her. Do not arrest us. We are still university students." The two policemen each took hold of one individual, stating sternly, "We will verify the authenticity of the video afterward. A report has been filed, and you will need to discuss everything at the police station first." Outside, the dormitory supervisor, surrounded by other female students who were watching the unfolding drama, felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing the police's intent to apprehend someone. Not wanting the situation to escalate and fearing it would affect her job, she squeezed through the crowd and stepped forward to plead for Lin Anru and Li Keting, saying, "Please, officer, let this student go just this once. We have all been roommates for several years. There is no need to imprison these young women." She added, "It could very well be a misunderstanding." Li Chuyue, with a serene smile and clear eyes, responded coldly to the dorm supervisor, "You wish for me to forgive them? Since you are so kind-hearted, why not compensate for the theft they committed?" The dorm supervisor, earning only a few thousand yuan each month, grew furious at the prospect of having to pay for someone else's misdeeds, exclaiming, "How can you be so unreasonable? Why should I pay for what they stole?" Li Chuyue retorted, "Then what right do you have to ask me to overlook their actions and continue cohabiting with these morally corrupt thieves? If they steal again, would you be willing to bear the losses incurred by me and another individual?" The dorm supervisor, inwardly reluctant, recognized that she could not guarantee that others would refrain from stealing, and thus chose silence. Lin Anru, now under the police's hold, quickly shifted her demeanor, pleading with Li Chuyue, "Chuyue, we have shared many years as good roommates. We have formed a bond. When misunderstandings arose between us before, you did not retaliate. This time, it is truly a misunderstanding. Please do not let the police arrest us." Li Keting, terrified of imprisonment, succumbed to her fear and tears streamed down her face as she stammered, "I'm sorry, Chuyue. My family worked hard to support my studies at this university. I cannot go to jail. Please, show mercy and spare us this time. You are so wealthy, surely, you do not mind the loss." Li Chuyue turned to the crowd gathered outside the dormitory and raised her voice, "They certainly did not consider sparing me. Despite living together for years, these two roommates have consistently ostracized me, openly mocked me, and stolen from me. Would you wish for such good roommates?" The onlookers began to murmur, "Such roommates are terrifying. I would never want to endure the torment from such individuals. The pressure of academic life is already immense, and having a dreadful roommate, let alone two, would be unbearable. If I were in her position, I would feel utterly hopeless. How outrageous. I detest being spoken ill of, having been bullied before. My disdain for these two has only intensified. They truly deserve this. The sooner this toxic presence is removed, the better, to prevent further harm to the school and society. Lin Enru and Li Keting were engulfed in a wave of fear, as if countless demons were mocking them amidst the gossip and condemnation of the crowd. Li Chua turned her cold gaze towards Lin Enru and Li Keting, stating, "What concern is my family's wealth to you? Even with my riches, I would not spare a single item for you to pilfer. If you wish to avoid imprisonment, then refrain from thievery. Blame yourselves for your own misdeeds, as you deliberately seek attention by parading before me. Whether this is a misunderstanding or not, the police will uncover the truth. I am certain it is not a misunderstanding, and I shall ensure you face justice." Subsequently, the police escorted Lin Enru and Li Keting from the dormitory. As Li Chua passed by them, she remarked, "With your sharp tongue sowing discord, fabricating accusations from thin air, and distorting truth to sully reputations, you are merely subjecting yourselves to suffering." In the end, the two officers handcuffed the cursing Lin Enru and the weeping Li Keting, leading them to the police vehicle to be taken to the station. The dormitory supervisor, with a sense of resignation, dispersed the onlookers. After taking a leave for a class, Li Chua, accompanied by Cheng Yaoxing, who had just finished her lesson, headed to the police station to provide a statement. On their way, Li Chua recounted the recent events, to which Cheng Yaoxing responded with indignation, "They have gone too far. I was unaware that they had been stealing your belongings all along, and now they even dare to covet the items you gifted me. Oh, how frustrating it is that my treasured cosmetics have been so thoroughly misappropriated. Chua, you were right to report them. They deserve the punishment they have coming, or we would truly be seen as fools." Li Chua consoled Cheng Yaoxing until they arrived at the police station, where they provided further detailed evidence and completed their statements smoothly. Naturally, they encountered the families of Lin Enru and Li Keting, some hurling insults while others attempted to negotiate a settlement with money. However, Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxing disregarded them, feeling buoyant as they hailed a ride to the restaurant they had chosen for a delightful lunch. Soon after, Li Chua learned that Li Keting and Lin Enru had been expelled from school and would be facing imprisonment. They were sentenced to 1 year and 3 years in prison, respectively, along with fines. Li Keting received a 1-year sentence due to her theft amounting to less than 3,000 yuan, and her willingness to cooperate as a first-time offender. In contrast, Lin Enru was sentenced to 4 years, as her theft ranged between 30,000 and 100,000 yuan, and her attitude during arrest was exceedingly arrogant, displaying no remorse, resulting in a harsher sentence than Li Keting's. Li Chua achieved the outcome she desired and had no intention of extending forgiveness to them, for they had reaped the consequences of their own actions. Moreover, she understood one crucial point: her previous forbearance in her past life did not imply she could be easily bullied, and her retaliation in this new life did not equate to a lack of kindness. Chapter 29. Truly theirs. On a summer afternoon, the low-hanging clouds dispersed, allowing brilliant rays of sunlight to illuminate the world below, casting a reflective green upon the treetops, instilling life into every corner. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxing returned to school. Along their way, they noticed an increase in the number of curious gazes directed at Li Chua compared to the morning. Observing the scrutinizing stares, Cheng Yaoxing, puzzled, inquired, "Chua, why are so many people looking at us oddly? Has the news about Lin Enru and Li Keting stealing something spread throughout the school so quickly?" Li Chua retrieved her phone and opened the viral video post to show Cheng Yaoxing, replying nonchalantly, "Look, aside from this morning's incident involving Lin Enru and Li Keting, this might also be a contributing factor." As Cheng Yaoxing viewed the post, her expression transformed from confusion to anger. She promptly reported the post on her phone, then handed it to Li Chua before pulling out her own device to report it again. Once she had completed her actions, she anxiously grasped Li Chue's hand, expressing concern. "Chuyue, what should we do? We cannot allow your reputation to suffer because of these rumors. We should approach the school authorities and have them remove this post." Li Chua, linking her arm with Cheng Yaoxing's, reassured her, "Yaoxing, remain calm. We cannot yet involve the school administration. I will handle this matter. I intend to uncover the identity of the anonymous poster or the person behind it. Once I ascertain the truth, I have my own plans." Upon hearing Li Chue's confidence in her alternative strategy, Cheng Yaoxing's demeanor softened, and she nodded in blind admiration and trust, though still indignantly exclaimed, How can anyone so carelessly spread rumors about another? Do those who fabricate lies want to drag others down to their own miserable state? It infuriates me. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chong Yaoxin began to clean up the cosmetics that had been used and shattered by Lin Anru and Li Keting, lamenting her lost treasures that she had been reluctant to use. Meanwhile, Li Chua pondered the identity of the rumor-monger and sought to avoid further internal conflict. Therefore, she decisively left the dormitory and ventured to a secluded corner, where she dialed a number. "Hello, why did you call me?" The call was answered almost instantly, and a deep, sultry male voice resonated through the receiver, sending shivers down Li Chue's spine. "Hello, Ou Jinghuan, is this a convenient time? I wish to share something with you." "Go ahead." There is an anonymous post on a school website regarding events from last Thursday, but the video has been edited in a way that casts us in a negative light. I fear it may affect your reputation. Please send me the link to the video. I shall take a look. Moreover, I am not concerned about trivial rumors. Alright, I will send it to you shortly. The main reason for my call is to ask for your assistance. You must know someone skilled in computer investigations who could help me identify the source of these rumors. Certainly, even if you hadn't asked, I would have pursued this matter. Once I uncover the truth, I will inform you. Do not worry. I will ensure that the rumor-monger faces the consequences. Thank you, but could you hand it over to me for arrangement after your investigation? I do not wish to rely on you for everything. Primarily, I wish to contribute my own efforts and personally take vengeance on those who have wronged me. Very well. I shall heed your instructions. Li Chua ended the call and promptly forwarded the link to Ou Jinghuan, then returned to her dormitory, awaiting his response with a sense of tranquility. In the expansive office of Hongxin Group, Ou Jinghuan logged into the link sent by Li Chua, and was immediately confronted by a highly sensational video post. As he beheld the appalling portrayal of Li Chua within the post, the typically composed and measured Ou Jinghuan's countenance darkened significantly. His long, fair hands, with prominent knuckles, tightened into fists, and the line of his jaw was drawn taut. The depths of his inky eyes seemed poised to unleash a tempest, wishing fervently for the slanderer to experience the depths of despair. Recalling Li Chue's words about handling the matter herself, he endeavored to maintain his composure, picked up his mobile phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Jing. What brings you to seek out your humble junior?" Han Yangshu, engrossed in a video game in his dormitory, immediately paused his game upon seeing Ou Jinghuan's call and quickly answered. Ou Jinghuan succinctly articulated his request. Upon hearing it, Han Yangshu chuckled. "Ha ha. Does this slanderer have a death wish? To dare post about you online, Brother Jing, now that takes audacity. I truly admire their courage. Let's investigate whether there are any strings being pulled behind the poster." Without hesitation, Han Yangshu exited the game, his fingers flying over the keyboard as the computer screen suddenly went dark, only to be replaced by a cascade of green code. As Han Yangshu's typing accelerated, the code on the screen began to move at an equally rapid pace. In the stillness of Ou Jinghuan's office, the only sound was the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard emanating from the speaker of his phone. He patiently listened to the rapid keystrokes, glancing at the second hand of his Rolex as it ticked away. Before long, the typing ceased, and Han Yangshu took a hearty swig from his drink, grinning with satisfaction. "Ha! Brother Jing, this task was too easy. I found it almost instantly. Next time, throw me a challenge with a bit more difficulty." Ou Jinghuan scoffed, cutting in. "Do not be so pleased with yourself. Your speed was slower than I anticipated. It seems your practice has waned. Next time, I shall ensure you have a proper challenge to alleviate your boredom." Startled, Han Yangshu inadvertently sprayed his drink at the remark, quickly pleading, "No. Brother Jing. I see my error. Enough. Just tell me who it is," Ou Jinghuan interrupted impatiently. Noticing Ou Jinghuan's less than pleasant mood, Han Yangshu refrained from further jesting and replied earnestly, "The anonymous poster of that post is a freshman female student at our university. I found that she has had no prior contact with Li Chua, but she did communicate with a freshman named Zhong Shiqi before posting. The video originated from a phone belonging to a junior named Yang Yuanxin, who is currently in the same class as Li Chua." "Oh, Jinggu. I believe I have heard the name Zhong Shiqi before." "That's right. Isn't she the one mentioned in the information you received about Li Chua during my freshman year? She also appeared at the gym last week." Ou Jinghuan listened quietly, his slender fingers gently tapping on the table, and he said to Han Yangshu, Understood. Please send me everything you found." Han Yangshu, speaking in a tone of flattery, replied, "Of course. My most admired Jinggu, I wanted to ask if you would be interested in investing in a project. However, there was no response from the other end of the phone. Upon checking his device, Han Yangshu realized that Ou Jinghuan had already hung up, leaving him resigned to send the gathered information to Ou Jinghuan. Upon receiving the materials, Ou Jinghuan promptly forwarded them to Li Chua. In the teaching building, students and teachers flowed in and out, yet Li Chua remained unfazed by the gazes of others, as if nothing had transpired that morning. With a black leather crossbody bag filled with textbooks slung over her shoulder, she gracefully ascended the stairs. Her skin as smooth as jade, her lips a rosy hue, and her exquisite face radiating a sense of world weariness, captivating yet unpretentious. Just as she arrived at the classroom, ready for the lesson, her phone buzzed with incoming messages. Upon opening her device, she discovered a message from Ou Jinghuan, containing the detailed information she had been anticipating. Li Chua was astonished by the swiftness of Ou Jinghuan's investigation, finally grasping the extent of his capabilities. With a focused gaze, she immersed herself in the material, reading with remarkable speed. After finishing, she lifted her eyes to young Yuanxing, seated at the front left of the classroom. Yan's delicate features displayed a serene composure, yet her deep, dark eyes resembled a tranquil pool hidden within the depths of a cave, still and profoundly serene, devoid of any ripples. Li Chua's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed them. It appeared that young Yuanxing was aware of the discord between Song Shiqi and herself, thus sending the recorded video to Song Shiqi. Armed with this video, Song Shiqi had commenced her manipulation of others' emotions, inciting them to post anonymously. Their intricate web of schemes was evidently aimed at tarnishing her reputation, revealing the malicious intent behind their actions. Rather than succumbing to anger, Li Chua felt an exhilarating anticipation akin to preparing for battle, knowing that the events about to unfold would undoubtedly lead Song Shiqi and young Yuanxing to reap the consequences of their machinations. Deep in thought, with a cold expression, her formidable presence intimidated her classmates passing by, making them hesitant to sit too close. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, a clever plan that would not only expose them, but also serve as a means of retaliation. With determination, she lowered her head and began to navigate her phone. Chapter 30. The new anonymous post. Summer is the most exquisite season on campus. With the sun shining just right, casting a golden hue through the clouds onto the grounds, as if dripping the buildings in a resplendent golden cloak. After setting her phone aside, Li Chua settled comfortably by the window, basking in the warm, golden sunlight that filtered through the glass, creating a dreamlike aura upon her face. With her chin resting on one hand, she tilted her head slightly, gazing down at the bustling life below, while a gentle breeze tousled her bands, adding a touch of softness to her demeanor. As time gradually slipped away, an inexplicable tension began to permeate the air, resembling the foreboding of an impending storm. As the battlefield lay silent, awaiting the sound of the battle horn, the classroom buzzed with the imminent end of a lesson, and simultaneously, in the vast lecture hall, a chorus of notification sounds erupted from various students' phones, prompting curiosity as they checked their devices. Not long after, hushed whispers filled the room as students exchanged glances and murmurs, which led even more to pull out their phones for a look. Li Chua remained undistracted, maintaining her position, listening to the murmurs around her, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she observed the identical reactions on the faces below, as if she had anticipated this moment all along. CEO Ou, who had returned to class, had formed new friendships with Lin Yixuan and young Yuanxing, no longer associating with Li Chua. They dined and attended classes together, even engaging in disparaging remarks about Li Chua. At this moment, CEO Ou was drawn in by the sudden commotion in the classroom, her face reflecting confusion as she wondered why her classmates were so engrossed in their phones. She quietly leaned towards Lin Yixuan, who was holding her phone, and asked, "Yixuan, why are you suddenly checking your phone? Is there some significant event happening?" With an expression of delight, Lin Yixuan handed her phone to CEO Ou, excitedly gesturing towards the screen. "Yu, look! An anonymous user just posted an explosive video on the student forum. And this one is even more sensational than the one I saw this morning." Young Yuanxing, sitting against the wall, now intrigued and no longer resting her head on the desk, leaned in to see what could possibly be more shocking than Li Chua's post. To her astonishment, she discovered that the original post about Li Chua had vanished. Instead, a new post from an anonymous user had taken the top spot, featuring individuals that sent chills down her spine. Unaware of young Yuanxing's deteriorating expression, CEO Ou, concerned that she might miss the details, quietly read aloud the contents of the post, slap in the face. Wu Xiao, the campus heartthrob, after failing to pursue the campus goddess, settles for an unharmonious relationship with the goddess's stepsister, Song Shiqi. Wu Xiao has fabricated a false persona, yet he is caught in a hotel room with Song Shiqi, sharing passionate kisses and spreading rumors, all to provoke and retaliate against the campus goddess. Wu Zio and Zhong Shiqi truly embodied the essence of devoted gentlemen and exemplary stepsisters. Though Li Chue's name was not mentioned, it was clear to everyone who the post referred to. As CEO Ou clicked on the text, Lin Yixuan had already muted the video, which began to replay. The video is captured in a fixed surveillance format. At the outset, we see Wu Zio getting into a car, soon followed by Zhong Shiqi. The footage then clearly depicts the two embracing one another. The scene transitions as they enter a bar, where the camera records Wu Zio brazenly reaching for Zhong Shiqi's short skirt. The setting shifts once again, showing them drunkenly entering a hotel at night, and the following day, they emerge from the hotel dressed in different attire. Finally, the video concludes with a passionate kiss between them outside the school. The content of the footage escalates in intensity with each new location, revealing a progressively sensational narrative. After watching, Yang Yuanxing is overcome with anxiety, recalling that just this morning, Zhong Shiqi had exposed the video she provided regarding Li Chua. By the afternoon, Zhong Shiqi had been outed by an anonymous source, and it was hard for her not to suspect Li Chua's involvement. Beside her, CEO Ou inquired with suspicion, Yixuan, why would someone release such a video? Are the individuals in the video not in a romantic relationship? Lin Yixuan furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before responding, indeed. You may not be aware since you are new to the school. The male in the video is our school's heartthrob, Wu Zio, who is quite popular among the girls. Just this morning, he was anonymously accused of being unfaithful to Chuyue, with the post portraying him as a lovesick fool who has always adored her. Thus, the emergence of this video is quite a slap in the face, especially since the girl in the video is actually Li Chue's stepsister. I had long suspected that she was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Li Chue's name, CEO Ou perked up, her focus sharpened as she asked, so this heartthrob is Li Chue's boyfriend? What do you mean by unfaithful? Lin Yixuan felt a pang of discomfort, for she herself had harbored a secret admiration for Wu Zio, drawn merely by his striking appearance. She pursed her lips and explained to CEO Ou, no, originally, Yang Yuanxing and I were friends with Li Chua, and we knew they were not in a romantic relationship. Li Chua is quite proud. She wouldn't want someone as handsome and wealthy as Wu Zio, making the rumors of infidelity rather implausible. It's merely slander. CEO Ou was disappointed by the lack of incriminating evidence against Li Chua, responding in a subdued tone, oh, I see. Meanwhile, Yang Yuanxing, leaning against the wall in a state of exhaustion, was not paying attention to the conversation between CEO Ou and Lin Yixuan but was instead engulfed in profound panic. She realized that such detailed surveillance footage would be difficult for an ordinary person to obtain, yet Li Chua was the most likely and justified individual to orchestrate this. The intricacies of this double-edged predicament began to instill fear in her that Li Chua might discover her role in providing the video to Zhong Shiqi. Dreading that Zhong Shiqi might expose her, regret washed over Yang Yuanxing as she reflected on how she should never have offended Li Chua that day. Nor should she have accepted the money transferred by Zhong Shiqi. Nevertheless, she attempted to reassure herself, believing she would not be easily discovered. For what she had filmed was merely the truth. It was Zhong Shiqi who had maliciously edited the video and spread rumors. It was not her fault, yes. Not her fault at all. After Yang Yuanxing had consoled herself, she began to engage in conversation with Lin Yixuan. Although she still felt a gnawing anxiety within, she feigned indifference to prevent Lin Yixuan and CEO Ou from discovering her turmoil. Following the conclusion of their class, Yang Yuanxing hesitated to glance back at Li Chua, instead pulling Lin Yixuan and CEO Ou out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Li Chua observed Yang Yuanxing's series of reactions with a satisfied smirk. Though her lips curled into a smile, her gaze was chillingly cold. Li Chua intended for Yang Yuanxing to endure these days in trepidation. She would first deal with the rumors spread by Zhong Shiqi and, once Yang Yuanxing believed herself to be safe, deliver her final, devastating blow. Returning to the 2 hours prior to the release of the video concerning Zhong Shiqi and Wu Zio, Zhong Shiqi, having no classes in the morning, was presently in her room, leisurely applying makeup and meticulously preparing herself. In a particularly cheerful mood, she tried on one new dress after another. Clutching the dress that Wu Zio had gifted her, she joyfully flopped onto her pink bed, riding and rolling about. The thought that Li Chua would be subjected to scrutiny due to the anonymous post thrilled Zhong Shiqi, prompting her to sit up eagerly, longing to witness the extent of Li Chue's misfortune at school. Zhong Shiqi chose a rather alluring patterned mini-dress and began to hum a tune while selecting her shoes. At last, with her preparations complete, she proudly grasped her Hermes Birkin bag and had her driver, Uncle Ming, take her to school. As she sat in the car, She fantasized about Li Chuo being targeted, blissfully unaware that she would soon endure the very scenario she envisioned. Chapter 31. The fans' provocation. The smoke of conflict had coalesced into a heavy mist in the sky, weighing down on hearts like a thick blanket, suffocating one's breath during the night. Outside the school gates, Shichi gracefully alighted from her vehicle, clutching her exquisite Hermes Birkin bag with an air of haughtiness. She closed the car door and clicked her white Louis Vuitton heels against the pavement as she strode into the school. At that very moment, a post detailing her relationship with Wu Zio was published online. Buzzing incessantly, her phone vibrated within her bag, yet Shichi recognized that the alert was not from Zio, rendering it unworthy of her attention. As she walked, Shichi noticed the gazes of others fixed upon her, not with envy for her designer attire, nor with admiration, but rather with disdain. A few boys passing by regarded her with insinuating expressions, even casting flirtatious glances her way. Disdainfully, she rolled her eyes and considered rebuking them when she overheard a girl seated on a long wooden bench in the shade, discussing her with a companion. A look of contempt upon her face. Look, the leading lady has arrived. She knows her sister is being slandered yet chooses not to clarify, instead entangling herself with her sister's suitor. How revolting. She seems to be a stepsister. Just look at her appearance, figure, and demeanor, nothing compared to the school's belle. Surely, she is envious. Even the school prince is at fault. Unable to catch the school belle, he resorts to choosing someone so inferior. She pales in comparison to another well-known suitor. Isn't it just a deliberate attempt to irritate the school belle? But that's quite a sacrifice on his part. Ha shoo. She seems to be looking this way. Shichi, having heard their words clearly, felt a surge of anger. Her eyes wide with fury as she clenched her fists and approached them, ready to confront their audacity. Suddenly, she was doused in milk tea, the beverage splattering across her patterned short dress, cascading down her thighs and pulling around her heels, while droplets dripped from the hem of her dress. Shichi stood frozen, staring down at the dress Wu Zio had gifted her, now solid, a crack appearing beneath her poised facade. Hands trembling, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ah! Shichi erupted with a piercing scream, glaring at the perpetrator of her misfortune. Meanwhile, the two girls seated on the bench were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Mouths agape as they stared at Shichi and the girl who had suddenly emerged. The girl who had thrown the milk tea was the same one who had attempted to douse Li Chuo with coffee, only to be met with a retaliatory splash. Showing no remorse, she arrogantly remarked, "Oh, can't you see? Why did you come rushing over, scaring me into spilling my milk tea?" While she spoke, her mind recalled how, had she known this girl was with Wu Zio, she would not have misjudged Li Chuo and ended up drenched in coffee. Delighting in the fact that the new flavor of milk tea she had purchased was less than palatable, she relished the opportunity to use the remaining half to drench Shichi. As Shichi listened to the girl's words, her face, marred by cosmetic injections, appeared grotesque and uneven. In a fit of anger, she seized her handbag and hurled it towards the girl's face. The girl recoiled, narrowly evading the blow as the bag swept past her. Sensing her intention to provoke Shichi had succeeded, the girl astutely opted for retreat, sprinting away like a bolt of lightning while Shichi, momentarily unsteady from her forceful action, staggered before regaining her balance. Out of the corner of her eye, Shichi caught sight of the girl attempting to escape and immediately pursued her. However, another unfamiliar girl suddenly obstructed her path. Shichi attempted to maneuver around her, but was persistently blocked. The fury within her chest threatened to erupt as she impatiently shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Get out of my way!" With a sudden shove, the girl blocking her was propelled back, causing Shichi to momentarily suspend in midair before crashing to the ground in a parabolic fall. Her luxurious Hermes handbag and one of her LV high heels were flung away. The impact jolted her tailbone, eliciting a pained cry as her features contorted in agony, tears involuntarily spilling down her cheeks. She glared at the stranger who had knocked her down, indignantly demanding, "What was that for? Do you have any idea who I am? If I'm injured, the whole long group will not let you off lightly. You will be left destitute." Unfazed by Shichi's threats, the girl regarded her with calm indifference, hands on her hips, her attractive brows arching in mockery. "Thief! You barreled in here like a lunatic. Who knows who truly collided with whom? Don't you think I'm unaware that the Honglong group belongs to your sister, Li Chuo? What connection does that have with you? The stepdaughter. And remember this, my name is Bai Isan. The largest pharmaceutical conglomerate in Guangzhou City is my family's. Do you dare to threaten me? Do you think I would fear a mere stepdaughter living off others?" Upon hearing about the largest pharmaceutical group, Zhong Shiqi studied the girl before her and felt a flicker of recognition. After a few moments of hesitation, she recalled hearing of a wealthy heiress with the surname Bai who was pursuing Zio. Her demeanor softened. Although she had previously sensed the girl pursuing Zio was of notable background, she had not realized she belonged to the Bai family, that esteemed lineage in the pharmaceutical industry. Seeing the girl who had spilled her milk tea already far away, Zhong Shiqi knew she could not chase her down, especially now confronted with this new complication, which left her feeling quite vexed. Adopting a more conciliatory tone, she slowly rose, gingerly supporting her waist, and feigned a pitiful expression as she said, "I'm truly sorry. Perhaps I was too hasty and didn't notice you," which led to our unfortunate collision. Observing this sudden shift in Zhong Shiqi's demeanor, Bai Yixing felt a surge of disdain and deliberately provoked her. "Your change of face is astonishingly swift. You lack any courage. Let me be blunt. I intentionally bumped into you." "So what?" Zhong Shiqi, incensed and desperate to retort, maintained her guise of innocence, asking weakly, "Why treat me this way? We are mere strangers to each other, and I have not wronged you in any manner. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding between us?" Bai Yixing scoffed, utterly repulsed by Zhong Shiqi's seemingly innocent demeanor. With disdain, she retorted, "The videos of you and Wu Zio engaging in intimate moments at a hotel have gone viral at school. I refuse to believe you are unaware of why I sought you out. When the rumors of Chuyue and Wu Zio surfaced, had it not been for the backing of the Holong group, I would have confronted her long ago. Yet, it is you who is entangled with Wu Zio. It would be remiss of me not to express my anger towards you." Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiqi staggered back, teetering on one high-heeled shoe, her balance compromised, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, a ringtone, specially set for Wu Zio, emanated from her back. In a flurry, Zhong Shiqi retrieved her phone and answered it. Wu Zio's stern voice resonating through the speaker. "Jing Shiqi, what is going on with the video posts online? It is impossible for anyone outside of us to know those details. Tell me, was it you?" Dazed and overwhelmed, Zhong Shiqi was taken aback by Wu Zio's lack of trust. She had not yet grasped the situation, yet he called her directly to question her, leaving her feeling wounded. Zhong Shiqi yearned to explain herself, but as she noticed an increasing crowd gathering around her, all whispering and judging, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Looking down at her disheveled hair and the stains of milk tea adorning her attire, she resolved to escape the scrutiny of onlookers. With little regard for Bai Yixing, who stood ahead, Zhong Shiqi, suppressing her discomfort, slipped on her fallen high heel, grasped her bag, and tearfully whispered into the phone, "Zio, I swear it was Timmy. There is nothing to gain from this," and sobbed. "Zio, I only just learned about the video. I've been bullied by several girls pursuing you. And it hurts so much." As she spoke, her voice broke, and she succumbed to tears. On the other end, Wu Zio frowned in confusion. Could it truly be that Zhong Shiqi had not orchestrated this in an attempt to publicize their relationship? Doubt lingered in his mind, but he still offered her some comfort. "All right, I apologize. Perhaps I have wronged you. Please, do not cry, it pains me to see you so. Let us meet at our usual spot and discuss how to address this matter." Zhong Shiqi felt that this was not the appropriate moment for a conversation. After agreeing, she hung up the call and, with her head bowed to shield her face with her hair, hurriedly made her way out of the gathering. Meanwhile, Bai Yixing recognized that Zhong Shiqi had just been on the phone with Wu Zio, her heart pierced with anguish as she watched Zhong Shiqi flee. Turning away, she departed as well, her expression devoid of triumph, her retreating figure exuding a profound sense of solitude. As the crowd witnessed the two central figures of the conflict disperse, they too began to scatter, continuing to murmur and speculate about the events. Not far from the throng, Chuyue, Chuchu, and Su Jishang convened, preparing to head to a CAF, having just witnessed a dramatic spectacle unfold. Su Jishang, filled with excitement and curiosity, asked Chuyue, perplexed, "I am utterly bewildered by this scene. What has transpired with your stepsister? Why does it seem that so many people suddenly harbor discontent towards her?" Chuchu looked at Su Jishang with surprise. "Are you unaware of what occurred today?" Su Jishang, increasingly intrigued, replied, "I have no idea. What happened? Could you enlighten me?" Noticing some passers-by glancing in their direction, Chuyue whispered to Su Jishang, "It is rather inconvenient to converse here. Let us find a CF where we can discuss this in private." Chapter 32. By my side in the CF, the afternoon sun gently streamed through the windows, harmoniously mingling with the warm ambience of the wooden furnishings. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, pedestrians hurried past, while the patrons within the CF relished the tranquility of the moment. In a relatively quiet CF near the school, Chuyue, Chuchu, and Su Jishang chose a secluded corner to settle down. After taking their seats, they each ordered an Americano, a cappuccino, and a caramel macchiato, along with exquisite cakes and pastries. Once the waitress departed, Su Jishang glanced around, ensuring no one was in earshot, and nervously whispered, "Report to Colonel Chuyue. I have completed reconnaissance. There are no enemies in sight. Please proceed." Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxing were amused by Su Jishang's whimsical performance, and Li Chua caught a glimpse of Su Jishang's charming side, playfully responding, "Very well, Soldier Shang. You've done splendidly. I shall promote you to the same rank as Yaoxing." Su Jishang was taken aback that the usually aloof Li Chua would engage in her playful antics, bursting into laughter. After their laughter subsided, Cheng Yaoxing opened her phone and logged onto the student exchange platform, showing Su Jishang a video post concerning Zhong Shiqi and Wu Ziyu. Meanwhile, Li Chua maintained an indifferent expression as she recounted the rumors that had circulated about her that morning and the incident involving her roommate stealing, which led to her reporting it to the authorities. Su Jishang listened, feeling a mix of anger and relief, yet a sorrowful expression crossed her face as she softly said, "I'm sorry, Chuyue." Li Chua was bewildered by Su Jishang's sudden apology and raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, "Shang, why are you apologizing?" Su Jishang bit her lip, her demeanor suggesting that if she had pointed ears and a tail, they would be drooping now. She sighed, "I told you I never pay attention to school matters. And that's why I didn't know about the rumors. I feel like I haven't been the kind of good friend I should be. I should have been there to comfort you when you were upset." Li Chua felt a wave of warmth wash over her, deeply touched. She realized that while life is intertwined with friendship, true companionship is not easily attained. True friendship is manifested in a friend's genuine concern and heartfelt support during difficult times. In her past life, she had not fully grasped the value of sincere friendships, often lost in her own world, viewing others merely as passing NPCs in her life. In this new life, she resolved to faithfully sow seeds of loyalty, nurture them with passion, cultivate them with principles, and care for them with understanding. With her sparkling eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, Li Chua gazed at Su Jishang, a smile gracing her lips. She raised her hand to affectionately touzle Su Jishang's hair, embodying the gentle older sister, and softly remarked, "Shang, there is no need for you to apologize. Just be yourself. I truly appreciate your carefree spirit, unaffected by the distractions of school. Moreover, having you and Yaoxing by my side brings me immense joy, and I feel incredibly fortunate to have both of you as genuine friends." Cheng Yaoxing quietly sat by, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression radiating joy as she remarked, "I feel so fortunate and happy to have made friends with both of you." Su Zishang, too, felt her eyes moisten, finally encountering individuals who could truly comprehend her. Reflecting on her past, she recalled how, since childhood, she had struggled to forge friendships at school. The boys were uninterested in mere friendship. Some, frustrated by their inability to win her affection, resorted to insults or spread malicious rumors, claiming she had been intimate with them. The girls, envious of her beauty and voluptuous figure, harbored biases against her, especially when the boys' defensive turned their attention to Su. This led to a prolonged period of solitude and melancholy for her, during which her self-confidence plummeted, causing her to shy away from socializing and to disregard the gossip circulating in school. It was only after a considerable time that she gradually regained her self-assurance, though a metaphorical shackle remained in her heart, stifling her desire for companionship. At that moment, feeling understood, Su Jishang sensed the chains within her heart loosening, bringing her a sense of clarity. She then rose and embraced Li Chua and Cheng Yaoxing, her face illuminated by a carefree smile. Before long, coffee and desserts arrived, and the three of them sipped their drinks and savored the treats, calming their emotions. Li Chua added sugar to her coffee, stirring it gently with a spoon while a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes as she stated, "You need not worry about me. I am not saddened by those matters. I can reveal to you that the video post concerning Zhong Shiqi and Wu Ziyu this afternoon was orchestrated by me." Both Cheng Yaoxing and Su Jishang looked on in astonishment. Cheng Yaoxing set down her fork and inquired, "I trust you would act without reason. So the rumors about you this morning were instigated by Zhong Shiqi or Wu Ziyu?" Li Chua regarded Cheng Yaoxing with an appreciative gaze, nodding as she elaborated. "I enlisted Ou Jinghuan's assistance to investigate, then devised a plan, which was executed through his means. 3 individuals were involved in that defamatory post: Zhong Shiqi, who operated behind the scenes, Yang Yuanxing, who filmed the video, and a freshman girl who published the post." Upon hearing this, Su Jishang slammed her palm on the table, frowning in anger as she exclaimed, "They have gone too far. They deserve a good beating, and we absolutely cannot let them off easily." Cheng Yaxin's face flushed with indignation. Her glasses fogging up as she lamented that young Yuanxin, when she encountered me before, was so smart, claiming she was Chuye's best friend. Yet she has acted in such a hurtful manner towards her. I was truly deceived by her. You have always treated your friends well, and yet she has betrayed you. I concur with Shen. We cannot let young Yuanxin off so easily. Li Chua playfully pinched Cheng Yaxin's round, indignant cheek, chuckling as she reassured her, rest assured. The suffering Zhong Shiqi endures today is merely a fraction of what she ought to bear for the slander she inflicted upon me. It's merely an appetizer. Although I have my reasons to spare her, she will undoubtedly face consequences for her misdeeds. As for young Yuanxin, I have my methods of punishment ready. She is currently engulfed in fear, and I shall let her remain anxious for a few more days. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaxin and Su Jishang nodded in agreement. Their gazes resolute as they said, Chuyue, if there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to reach out. Indeed, Chuyue, you need not bear this burden alone. It can be quite exhausting. You can always seek our help. Of course, enlisting my cousin as assistance would be the best option. Ha ha, he can certainly handle it. Li Chua felt warmth in her heart and, with a gentle smile, replied, all right, thank you. Love you all. Under the soft glow of the lights, every corner of the CAF radiated warmth, as if each nook held its own story. Meanwhile, in a quaint villa near the school, which was also the residence of Wu Zio, Zhong Shiqi, who had skipped class, stood before him in disarray, tears streaming down her face. Wu Zio's expression was somber as he silently retrieved his phone, showing her the online video post that he could not erase, which exposed his expenditures. After viewing it, Zhong Shiqi attempted to embrace Wu Zio, but he disdainfully pushed her away. How did you end up in this state? Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Zhong Shiqi clutched her soiled skirt and lamented, a few girls who like you deliberately sought me out, especially that girl named by Ising who pushed me down. My coccyx hurts from the fall. Zio, they are bullying me. The sight of Zhong Shiqi, so pitifully mistreated, stirred a sense of protectiveness within Wu Zio, and he tenderly patted her head in consolation. All right, stop crying, dear. Go wash up in the bathroom. Your clothes from last time are still here. After you're done, I'll apply some medicine, and then we can discuss how to handle this. Zhong Shiqi wiped her tears, feigning strength, and obediently replied, Zio. I will listen to you. After a while, when Zhong Shiqi emerged from her shower, Wu Zio assisted her by applying medicine to her waist. However, as he continued, his gaze darkened further. He found himself captivated by her exposed waist and the smoothness of her skin, ultimately unable to resist drawing closer to her. Despite her pain, Zhong Shiqi did not reject his advances, for she had subtly been enticing him all along, strategically achieving her goal. On the living room sofa, Wu Zio removed the freshly donned clothing from Zhong Shiqi, and they engaged in a passionate encounter that concluded swiftly. Exhausted, they lay upon the expansive bed, with Zhong Shiqi nestled against Wu Zio's waist, feeling wronged as she said, Zio, I truly did not post that. I would never want to be known in such a disparaging light as your woman. I suspect it was my sister's doing, as she witnessed us kissing. She must be envious of my possession of you and seeks to retaliate against us. Wu Zio entertained this suspicion as well, acknowledging that Li Chua had the financial means to orchestrate such acts. If it were indeed Li Chua's doing, he might feel a twinge of satisfaction. Perhaps even believing that Li Chua had regretted her actions and was intentionally doing something to capture his attention. Wu Zio considered that showcasing affection with Zhong Shiqi was a brilliant strategy, and thus he said to her, if you are unafraid of enduring the repercussions from my admirers, let us openly declare our relationship. Let everyone know that I was never involved with Li Chua. The one I truly cherish is you, my beloved. Zhong Shiqi, filled with joy and emotion, kissed Wu Zio gently, her head bowed in shyness as she replied, though I feel a bit apprehensive, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Let us make it public. Before long, the school's online platform saw Zhong Shiqi and Wu Zio officially declaring their romantic relationship. They clarified that they were previously unaware of the rumors surrounding Li Chua, which prevented them from promptly coming forward to support her. They urged everyone not to misunderstand, affirming that Wu Zio's affections were directed towards Zhong Shiqi, and that their relationship was that of normal, consenting adults, with all interactions being entirely appropriate. Meanwhile, Li Chua smirked as she observed the post shared by Zhong Shiqi and Wu Zio, reveling in the sight of them unwittingly falling into the trap she had meticulously set. There was no need for her to intervene and clarify, as Zhong Shiqi and Wu Zio had unwittingly helped dispel all the rumors concerning her and Wu Zio. Li Chue's plans, following her rebirth, continued to unfold precisely as she had envisioned. Chapter 33, Change of Destination. Chapter 34, Achieving Victory. The rain outside the car window continued to fall in a gentle, rhythmic patter. The cool breeze intertwining with the droplets as they trickled down the transparent glass, forming a delicate stream. When Ou Jinghuan and the others finally arrived and gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, the rain mysteriously ceased, as if a weather spirit had made its presence known. Chuyue and Chen Yaoxin emerged from the back seat just as Han Yangshu's car pulled up. Su Jishang quickly opened her door and rushed over to them, venting her frustrations. You cannot fathom how infuriating that brat Han Yangshu was. He shamelessly claimed that our last billiards match was a gift to me. I have wagered with him, and you two shall bear witness. Whoever loses must sell their red Ferrari. Ou Jinghuan and Han Yangshu also disembarked from their vehicle. Ou Jinghuan observed quietly while Han Yangshu boasted, Su Jishang, it's a foregone conclusion that I will emerge victorious. Prepare to call me daddy and watch as you sell your car. Su Jishang's face fell, her anger igniting like a flame within her veins. We haven't even begun. And the outcome is uncertain. Let us go. You'll be the one crying like a baby. Chuyue attempted to diffuse the tension with a gentle smile. Let us head inside directly. I've made a reservation. Let us all have a good time, and you two should calm down. Su Jishang pouted in silence, her gaze scanning the surroundings when she noticed someone was missing. Is Chonggu not here yet? Only then did the others realize that Su Chongning was absent. Chuyue spoke up. He texted me a few minutes ago, saying he had already arrived. I sent him my phone number so he could go in first. Su Jishang nodded, her earlier concern for Su Chongning transforming into anxiety. It had been a week since their last encounter, which followed an impulsive kiss during a game of truth or dare at the Yi bar. Previously, she would often visit the bar to enjoy his newly concocted cocktails, seeing him every couple of days. This marked the first time in ages that a week had passed without seeing him. The reason, of course, was her fear of his potential anger and blame, but more so, the awkwardness that enveloped her after she had sobered up from her inebriation. As Chuyue and the others entered the billiards club, she reported their reservation at the front desk, and they were guided upstairs. The second floor revealed a row of green and blue billiard tables, where Su Chongning sat on a sofa beside one, his expression serious as he tended to matters on his phone. Su Jishang, strolling at the back, silently wished for him to forget the events of the previous week. Hey! Chonggu, we've arrived, Han Yangshu greeted him. Su Chongning lifted his gaze, offering a nonchalant response as he stood and approached Ou Jinghuan, whispering something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Ou Jinghuan's expression darkened slightly. He turned his head, his eyes cold as ice, and said, Let us discuss this over there. The two individuals then made their way to a secluded corner devoid of surveillance cameras. Ou Jinghuan's gaze was as frigid as his tone, which emanated a chill that seemed to permeate the air as he instructed, Do not let those who provoke us go unpunished. Be vigilant henceforth to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Su Chong's expression was laden with regret, for he had misjudged someone he thought was a trustworthy ally, who ultimately betrayed him. Fortunately, Ou Jinghuan had sensed the deception, otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire, leaving him too ashamed to face Ou Jinghuan again. With a fierce determination, Su Chongli replied, Understood. I will personally handle this wretched rat. As for the other matter, Ou Jinghuan, catching sight of Chuye's worried demeanor, calmly interjected, Let us discuss this later. For now, let us enjoy a game of billiards to lighten the mood, especially you. With that, he turned away to approach Chuyue, displaying a demeanor that suggested he was more interested in romance than relaxation. As Ou Jinghuan and Su Chongli returned to their designated billiard tables, Han Yangshu and Su Jishang had already arranged the balls in a triangular frame, ready to commence their game of snooker. Chuyue and Chen Yaoxin observed from Su Jishang's table, with the less experienced Chen Yaoxin diligently studying the game. To determine who would break first, Su Jishang and Han Yangshu resorted to tossing a ring, ultimately allowing Su Jishang to take the first shot. At this moment, Su Jishang, with a serious expression, grasped the cue stick and meticulously applied chalk to its tip, exuding an air of seasoned expertise. However, beneath this facade, she was merely feigning seriousness. As the moment Su Chongli approached, she felt her heart race under his unwavering gaze. Indeed, Su Chongli was intently observing Su Jishang's every move, his expression betraying no emotion. Ou Jinghuan approached Chuye's side and, glancing sideways, inquired, Would you care to join me in a game? Chuyue glanced at Chen Yaoxin, considered for a brief moment, and smiled as she replied, Perhaps you should first play a round with Su Chongli. Cheng Yaxin and I are not particularly adept at the game and would prefer to watch how you both play. Upon hearing Li Chue's admission of her lack of skill, Ou Jinghuan initially contemplated offering to teach her, but discerning her hesitation, he merely nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at another billiard table, the balls were arranged, and Ou Jinghuan and Su Changni commenced their fierce contest. Cheng Yaxin gently tugged at Li Chue's hand, her face reflecting a tinge of guilt as she whispered, "Chuyue, I remember you mentioning that you could play. You don't have to stay with me, truly." Li Chue clasped Cheng Yaxin's hand in return, a faint, resigned smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Yaxin, if I were to play with Ou Jinghuan, would you dare to play with Su Changni?" Cheng Yaxin shook her head vigorously, her lips pressed tight in nervousness as she confessed, "I would love to, but I can't. I get anxious speaking to strangers, let alone playing billiards with someone I hardly know. What should I do?" Li Chue raised her other hand and gently tapped Cheng Yaxin's head, smiling as she said, "You really shouldn't overthink things. We are merely serving as witnesses for the wager between Han Yangshu and Su Xishan. You can take this opportunity to learn the nuances of the game. Do not feel guilty. I understand that you cannot help but feel nervous. So, once Han Yangshu and Su Xishan finish their match, you may play with Su Xishan. You could also engage with Han Yangshu. After all, you need his assistance with your project, and it would be beneficial for you to interact more. Now, focus on learning. Having fun is the most important thing." Cheng Yaxin felt a sense of healing in her heart. Being with Li Chue allowed her to be herself without reservation. She affectionately linked her arm with Li Chue's and playfully said, "Chue, you are the best to me. Love you." Li Chue raised her hand and gently stroked Cheng Yaxin's head, tenderly replying, "I know, and I love you too." At that moment, Ou Jinghuan, who had just completed his break, passed by Li Chue and Cheng Yaxin, overhearing their tender exchange of affection. The cue stick and chalk in his hands tightened in his grip, a surge of jealousy swelling within him. It seemed he had only heard Li Chue express her fondness for him, but never her declaration of love. "What is wrong?" Su Changyu inquired, noticing that Ou Jinghuan was standing still, hesitating to take his shot. "Nothing." Ou Jinghuan bent down, positioned himself, and with a quick and precise strike, the cue ball followed its predetermined path to collide with a colored ball, which then ricocheted off the cushion and into the pocket. Su Changyu, puzzled, observed Ou Jinghuan, sensing a hint of grievance and loneliness in his tone. On both billiard tables, the game of snooker had commenced. Cheng Yaxin assisted in arranging the colored balls for Han Yangshu and Su Zishan's table while simultaneously learning, while Li Chue helped Ou Jinghuan and Su Chengyu set up their table, admiring Ou Jinghuan's dashing demeanor. Everyone was engrossed in their game, and the current frontrunners were Su Zishan and Ou Jinghuan. As Su Zishan caught sight of Su Chengyu and her cousin beginning their match, her anxiety diminished, allowing her to focus entirely on battling Han Yangshu at the table. Han Yangshu, noticing that Su Zishan was consistently pocketing balls without committing fouls, sensed impending doom. He thought to himself that if this trend continued, he would have to switch from offense to defense, play in snooker to catch up. The matches on both sides were captivating, and Li Chue and Cheng Yaxin watched with great enjoyment, learning much from the experience. Eventually, Ou Jinghuan's match concluded first, and it was undeniable that he emerged victorious. From start to finish, his movements were fluid and seamless, precise and ruthless, executing a flawless clearance as if he were on a winning streak. Shortly after, Su Zishan also claimed victory. Despite a few mistakes, Han Yangshu failed to establish a solid defensive strategy, sealing their fates long before the match's conclusion. Su Zishan laughed heartily, gripping the cue stick in her hand, palm facing down. With a playful pout, under Han Yangshu's gaze, she triumphantly released her grip, letting the cue stick clatter to the ground. TCH. Han Yangshu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Su Zishan could possess such remarkable skills. Nevertheless, he stubbornly maintained a defiant expression. Su Zishan approached him, playfully patting his shoulder, a broad grin stretching across her face. "Son, there's no way around it. My hands simply want allow me to go easy on you." "Ha ha ha. Remember to sell the car." Han Yangshu crossed his arms, tilting his head to the side, and pouted, "Sell, sell, sell. All right, Dad, you're impressive, but I will definitely win the next round." Su Zishan stood beside him, unable to contain her laughter, hands on her hips, as if she were the greatest in the world. The more Han Yangshu pondered, the more disheartened he felt. Surely, he couldn't be that inept. Could he? He glanced at Cheng Yaxin, who was seated nearby, lost in thoughts of the newly acquired skills. An idea sparked in his mind, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he said to her, "Yaxin, how about you play with me?" Initially, Chong Yaxing was reminiscing about the techniques she had just learned while sitting on the sofa. Startled by Han Yangxiu's invitation, she considered her familiarity with him in contrast to the relatively unknown Su Cheney, and she felt less pressure given Han Yangxiu's apparent lack of prowess. Thus, she agreed, sure. But I'm not very skilled, so I might need your patient guidance. Han Yangxiu patted his chest confidently, responding, no problem, I will teach you step by step. Suddenly, Su Jishang's laughter faded. She knew Li Chuyue would certainly play with her cousin, and if Han Yangxiu chose not to continue playing with her, then she would inevitably have to compete against Su Cheney. Chapter 35, a proper teaching as night descended. The sky transformed into a black silk canvas adorned with countless luminous pearls. The atmosphere, cleansed by the rain, intensified the brilliance of the stars, rendering the nighttime cosmos clearer, as if it were a breathtaking celestial painting. On the second floor of the billiards club, a new game commenced on 3 tables. The participants included Li Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan, Chong Yaxing and Han Yangxiu, as well as Su Jishang and Su Chenyu. The balls had been meticulously arranged in their respective racks, and the players had determined who would break, officially beginning the games. By the innermost table, Ou Jinghuan stood beside Li Chuyue, his handsome visage and tall stature clad in a black shirt and trousers, cue in hand. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at Li Chuyue with soft eyes, his voice gentle as he inquired, you know how to break, right? Do you need me to teach you? Li Chuyue's bright, starlike eyes widened momentarily beneath her elegantly arched brows. Recalling her earlier admission of not being very skilled, and seeing Ou Jinghuan's eagerness to instruct her, she smiled with a hint of mischief, replying, thank you, but I can manage the break. Internally, she chuckled at the prospect of playing the unsuspecting novice while catching Ou Jinghuan off guard during his leniency. She feigned ignorance, picking up the cue to apply chalk to the tip with casual grace. After a brief, hasty aim, she struck the cue ball, and to her surprise, a red ball rolled fortuitously into the pocket. With a light smile, she bent over the table, preparing to pot the colored balls when Ou Jinghuan approached, halting her stroke. Li Chuyue arched an eyebrow, realizing he was indeed going to teach her from the outset, quite attentive of him. Just as she was about to lift herself to hear his instructions, Ou Jinghuan pressed her back down gently. An involuntary sound escaped her lips as Li Chuyue felt his large hand firmly yet tenderly pressing her slender waist against the table. Confused, she turned to glance at Ou Jinghuan, only to find him drawing closer. His other hand glided along her arm, intertwining their fingers atop her small hand resting on the table, their bodies nearly touching. Startled, Li Chuyue averted her gaze, lowering her head, unsure of where to look. Her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue from embarrassment. Ou Jinghuan's strikingly handsome face broke into a charming smile as he leaned in, his cool lips gently brushing against her delicate ear. His deep, resonant voice, measured and calm, inquired, are you truly as inexperienced as you claim? Li Chuyue was taken aback, realizing she had unwittingly revealed her inadequacy from the very start, even though her initial attempt had been rather mediocre. She nervously swallowed, her face radiating warmth akin to a blazing sun. Having already admitted her limited skills, she decided to play along, stubbornly asserting, well, I don't really know how. Ou Jinghuan's lips curled into a smile as he gently bit the tip of Li Chuyue's ear, his tone laced with amusement as he said, very well, allow me to teach you properly. In an instant, Li Chuyue's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe persimmon, especially as the bite left a tingling sensation on her ear, raising goosebumps across her skin. Overwhelmed by shyness, she found herself at a loss for words, while Ou Jinghuan closely guided her movements, his articulate fingers meticulously correcting each necessary adjustment. At another billiards table, Su Jishang and Su Cheney were engaged in a few rounds. Su Jishang noticed that Su Cheney was as indifferent as ever, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous week, while she felt neither fear nor anxiety. An inexplicable sense of disappointment surged within her, difficult to articulate. Striving to maintain her composure, she reverted to her previous playful demeanor with Su Cheney, lightly bumping into him and glancing towards the innermost billiards table, raising an eyebrow as she teasingly remarked, Chonggu, look over there. Just look at Chuyue and our cousin. Oh my, they are rather affectionate, aren't they? I never imagined our cousin to be such a sly character, teaching someone to play billiards in that manner. Goodness, it feels as if they are shoving dog food down our throats. I don't wish to consume dog food, simply avert your gaze. Su Cheney replied while continuing his game. Su Jishang playfully twisted Su Cheney's stern face, directing his attention towards Ou Jinghuan and Li Chuyue. Do take a look, and perhaps ease your focus on the game a little. I implore you, just this once, let it slide. Su Cheney gently pushed Su Jishang's hand away. Glancing sideways as he remarked, "A noble thought, but resign yourself to reality. I shall not relent." Su Zishang let out a deep sigh. Leaning on her cue as she grumbled, casting her gaze at Su Cheney as he pocketed another ball. "Oh, straight man Su Cheney. You remain as unyielding as ever. Not once have you allowed me to win against you." Meanwhile, at the third billiards table, Cheng Yaxing and Han Yangshu were playing without a hitch, with Han Yangshu maintaining a steady lead. Though he laughed so heartily upon potting a ball that his eyes nearly disappeared, he patiently pointed out Cheng Yaxing's mistakes and offered guidance. They, too, had noticed the unfolding events between Chuyue and CEO Ou Jinghuan, yet they dared not linger, anxious that CEO Ou Jinghuan might catch them and bestow some form of punishment. Returning to Chuyue and CEO Ou Jinghuan, she had successfully potted several balls under his direct instruction. While it appeared effortless, both were far from at ease, with warmth enveloping them and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Chuyue felt overwhelmed, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. No! She could not allow CEO Ou Jinghuan to continue teasing her. Suddenly inspired, she smirked, leaning forward on the billiards table before abruptly pulling back. Today, she donned a wine-red bodycon skirt that reached nearly to the top of her thighs, clashing with the black trousers behind her. The interplay of the deep hue and ebony created a striking visual impact. A low, guttural sound escaped from Ou Jinghuan's throat. He straightened his posture, his profound gaze fixated on the playful yet audacious beauty before him. Observing the smile that danced on Chue's lips, he recognized that he had fallen victim to the cunning tricks of a mischievous individual. A surge of forbidden desire coursed through him, igniting an insatiable tension in his lower abdomen. Without needing to look, he understood the predicament he was in. It was a taut and unbearable sensation. Grating his teeth, he raised his hand and gave a firm slap to Chue's prudery, his voice husky as he said, "You take a moment to rest. I need to visit the restroom." Chue rose, gingerly touching her tingling backside, and watched as Ou Jinghuan hurriedly departed. A wicked grin curling at the corner of her mouth. She had anticipated that he would be even more affected than she was. Following the signs, Ou Jinghuan made his way to the restroom, turning on the faucet and splashing cool water onto his face in a desperate attempt to regain his composure through physical means. He breathed heavily, lifting his gaze to the mirror, realizing that he was truly being tormented by Chue, the enchanting little temptress. Meanwhile, Chue waited for Ou Jinghuan's return, watching two other tables engage in a game of billiards. Outside, Ou Jinghuan spent a considerable amount of time striving to calm himself. Chapter 36, reporting in secret after a brief interval, Ou Jinghuan finally regained his composure, reverting to his previous aloof and ascetic demeanor. However, his damp and disheveled hair betrayed his inner turmoil. Upon returning to the billiard table, he noticed a group of unfamiliar individuals, both men and women, engaging in play at several adjacent tables. Ou Jinghuan paid them little mind and approached Chue, saying, "Continue, it's still your turn." "Wait a moment. I must step away for a bit." Chue interrupted him with remarkable speed. Before he could react, he watched as she briskly walked over to a young stranger at the nearby table, obstructing his path to the restroom. Subsequently, it appeared that Chue exchanged a few words with the man, and within moments, they retreated to a secluded corner to continue their conversation. As Chue and the unfamiliar man moved to the hidden nook, Ou Jinghuan could not discern the expression on her face, which was turned away from him. Yet, he could distinctly observe the handsome rogue-like young man, whose countenance exhibited a clear admiration for the woman. Ou Jinghuan clenched his fists, veins bulging, furrowing his brow in contemplation as he fixated on the pair, a profound acidity enveloping him, more pungent than the moment he heard Chue profess her affection for Cheng Yaxing. The scene rewinds a few minutes prior to Ou Jinghuan's emergence from the restroom. Chue was seated on the sofa, observing Cheng Yaxing and Han Yangshu, as well as Su Zishang and Su Chenyu, engaged in their games, resting after feeling fatigued. Suddenly, a familiar group of young men and women ascended from the second floor of the club, among whom was the man Chue had been eagerly anticipating. Indeed, she had not only awaited Ou Jinghuan's return to continue their game, she had been hoping for this man's arrival all along. One might say her purpose for visiting the billiard hall was to encounter him. Chue refrained from rushing over to the man, knowing that the group had only just arrived, and approaching them directly might raise suspicions. Patience is a virtue, so she decided to wait a little longer. Before long, Ou Jinghuan returned, just as the man was preparing to part with his companions. Thus, she instructed Ou Jinghuan to hold on a moment while she approached the man directly. "Hello. You are Huang Yeyu, young Yu Enshin's boyfriend, correct? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Is this a convenient time?" Huang Yeu stared in astonishment at the suddenly materialized Chuyue. After all, she was the renowned campus beauty. Just moments ago, he had not even noticed her presence. He recalled that he had developed a fondness for her after seeing her photographs on a friend's phone. Later, upon learning that his friend's girlfriend knew Chuyue, the connection was made through young Yuanxing, who eventually provided him with her contact information. However, upon receiving Chuyue's details, he found them of little use. As he could not reach her, the only time he managed to connect was when Chuyue's frosty demeanor had warned him off. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and frequently contacted young Yuanxing, who was said to be quite close to Chuyue, hoping for her assistance. Over time, this led to a blossoming relationship between him and young Yuanxing. During his relationship with young Yuanxing, he had heard her speak unfavorably of Chuyue, describing her as aloof and difficult to approach. Consequently, he lost any desire to pursue Chuyue further. At that moment, Huang Yeu encountered Chuyue in person for the first time, discovering that she was even more stunning than in her photographs. And an uncontrollable fondness blossomed within him once again. Initially, his expression had been one of concealed impatience, but it transformed into a smile as he responded to Chuyue. Sure. Let's talk over there. Chuyue and Huang Yeu moved to a secluded corner nearby. Gazing earnestly into Huang Yeu's eyes, Chuyue hesitated before speaking. Ever since I saw you, I've been torn about whether to tell you something. As what I am about to say may profoundly impact you, I realize I should meddle, but knowing this information and not sharing it with you, the victim, would weigh heavily on my conscience. Therefore, regardless of whether you believe me, I have made the decision to inform you. As Huang Yeu listened, confusion enveloped him. However, upon hearing the term victim, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. He grew serious and inquired, what is this matter that could have such a significant impact on me? Chuyue deliberately paused, wanting to heighten Huang Yeu's anxiety, maintaining a troubled expression as she hesitated. Prepare yourself mentally, and please try not to react with anger. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to investigate the truth for yourself, to find peace of mind, correct? Huang Yeu, clearly anxious, urged, just tell me. I can handle it. Chuyue finally revealed, your girlfriend Yang Yuanxing is being unfaithful. Besides her relationship with you outside of school, she is also involved with another boy within the school. Furious, Huang Yeu interrupted, muttering to himself, how could that be? Impossible. I have leverage over her. She wouldn't dare do such a thing. After being interrupted, Chuyue paused for a moment, her gaze sincere and unhurried as she replied, I understand your disbelief. But the subsequent developments are in your hands. If you choose not to believe me, simply disregard my words. As I have shared this solely for my own peace of mind. If you have doubts, you may confirm the truth discreetly without alarming anyone. That is all I will say, the decision is yours. Chuyue turned to leave, intending to head to the restroom after consuming too many beverages. But then she encountered someone. Chuyue, what are you doing here? Why is my boyfriend behind you? Zhong Yinan approached, surprised and visibly anxious. Young Yuanxing had come to the billiard club, where Huang Yeu often spent his weekends, only to unexpectedly find Chuyue there as well, her expression one of astonishment. Chuyue chose not to elaborate further, responding casually, oh, I'm just here to play billiards with friends and happened to run into your boyfriend. No need to make a fuss. I really must go to the restroom. With that, she quickly departed from young Yuanxing and Huang Yeu, heading toward the restroom. Young Yuanxing clung to Huang Yeu, refusing to let him leave, insisting that he clarify why Chuyue was present and whether anything had transpired between them. Huang Yeu furrowed his brows, gazing quietly at young Yuanxing. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and explained, there truly was nothing. I didn't even see her when I arrived, I merely encountered her on my way to the restroom, and we exchanged a brief greeting. A week had elapsed since the day the video involving Zhong Shiqi was exposed, and young Yuanxing no longer felt anxious or fearful. She believed that Chuyue had not discovered her connection to the rumors circulating about the video. However, her sole concern now was whether Huang Yeu might rekindle his affections for Chuyue. In a fit of anger, young Yuanxing pulled Huang Yeu aside to the wall, demanding, I don't believe you. Tell me, do you still harbor feelings for her? You still like her, don't you? Huang Yeu, feeling a headache coming on, attempted to explain with exasperation, yet the jealous and insecure young Yuanxing, envious of Chuchue's beauty, remained unconvinced, continuing to press him with unreasonable inquiries. Chapter 37. Consumed by jealousy as Chuyue approached the entrance of the women's restroom, a subtle smile graced her lips. Just as she was about to step inside, an individual unexpectedly collided with her from behind. Reacting swiftly, she pivoted and forcefully elbowed the intruder, catching the man off guard, who emitted a muffled grunt as her strike landed on his chest. Regaining his composure, he deftly evaded her subsequent attempts to strike, skillfully seizing her arm and yanking her into the adjacent men's restroom. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Chuyue struggled to free herself from his iron grip, but to no avail. His strength was formidable. Just as she was gathering her resolve to retaliate, she lowered her leg, which had aimed for his most vulnerable spot, and stared in astonished recognition at the man who had pulled her into the men's restroom. Ou Jinghuan. In the heat of their earlier confrontation, she had failed to recognize him. But now, seeing that he was not a foe, her body began to relax. Sensing her cessation of resistance, Ou Jinghuan softened his hold on her hand, and Chuyue, reassured by his demeanor, allowed him to guide her into the farthest stall. Once inside, Ou Jinghuan closed the door and turned to corner her against the wall. His gaze imbued with an unmistakable possessiveness, his chiseled features tense. He remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on her. Chuyue, unnerved by his penetrating stare, retreated slowly until there was nowhere left to escape. Confused by his sudden shift in demeanor, she felt compelled to question him. Before she could voice her thoughts, her lips were seized by his in a passionate and assertive kiss. He pressed his mouth against her cherry-red lips, yearning for a deeper connection. Chuchue's heart skipped a beat, her pupils dilating as she beheld the man before her, eyes shut tightly, fervently kissing her. Bewildered by Ou Jinghuan's abrupt change, she turned her head to evade his pressing lips, firmly pursing her mouth and clenching her teeth to prevent his tongue from entering. However, Ou Jinghuan, incensed by her refusal, felt the pent-up jealousy of 25 years spill over. With a firm grip, he adjusted her head and pressed his lips against hers once more. This time not merely kissing but also nibbling with a fervor that was both tender and forceful. Chuyue stifled a muffled sound of pain, her wide eyes meeting the ravenous gaze of Ou Jinghuan, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly and push against his imposing figure with all her might. Yet, the disparity in their physical strength was overwhelming, and her resistance waned as fatigue set in. As she reopened her eyes, she unexpectedly noticed a hint of sorrow mingling with the possessiveness in Ou Jinghuan's bloodshot eyes. Calming herself, she began to ponder the fleeting moments that could have incited such fervor within him. Could it be that he felt jealousy upon witnessing her engage in conversation with Huang Yale after departing from his side? Chuyue found the situation rather amusing, and her anger from his rude kiss dissipated. She had not anticipated the possessive and fervent jealousy that this man could exhibit. Understanding this, she embraced Ou Jinghuan's sturdy frame, soothing his rapidly rising back with her hands. Her tightly clenched jaw gradually relaxed, allowing her heated tongue to invade boldly. Ou Jinghuan noticed that Chuyue no longer resisted. In fact, she reciprocated the kiss. He observed the flutter of her eyelashes against her closed eyelids, and the furrow of her brow, tightened by pain. This stirred feelings of regret and tenderness within him, transforming his initially rough kiss into one of gentleness and affection. Their breaths intertwined, and although Chuchue's kiss retained a hint of awkwardness, she made an earnest effort to engage, tasting each other as essence. Ou Jinghuan's large hand began to traverse the contours of Chuchue's slender waist through her fitted white shirt, gradually ascending. Eventually, his hand found the fullness he had dreamt of in his youthful fantasies, and it felt even more abundant than in his dreams as he gently squeezed. Chuyue, particularly sensitive, involuntarily emitted a soft moan from her throat. Startled, she opened her hazy, lustrous eyes, and upon realizing that the alluring sound had originated from her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Shyly lowering her gaze, she breathed heavily, unable to meet Ou Jinghuan's eyes. Hearing that enchanting sound near his ear took Ou Jinghuan by surprise as well. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips, and he rested his head against Chuchue's shoulder. Chuckling softly, Chuyue pushed away the large hand still resting on her chest, playfully admonishing, "What are you laughing at?" Ou Jinghuan lifted his head, despite still feeling jealous. The charming smile remained on his lips, and his gaze towards Chuyue was filled with profound affection. Drawn to him, she could not help but return his gaze, reigniting the spark in the air. Ou Jinghuan raised his hand, delicately tracing her swollen, red lips that he had previously nibbled on. He bent down, slowly closing his eyes, preparing to kiss her anew, and Chuyue too shut her eyes in anticipation. "Young Yayu, I knew you still had feelings for her. You still have her photos on your old phone. Don't think I haven't noticed," young Yuanxing accused. "I have told you many times that my feelings for Chuyue are a thing of the past. I haven't used that old phone in ages. I don't even remember what photos are on it. Moreover, Yuanxing, I only love you now." Just then, The kiss between Ou Jinghuan and Chuyue was interrupted as they exchanged glances, both apprehensive about being discovered by Yang Yeu and Yang Yuanxing. They remained frozen, holding their breath as they listened to the conversation between Yang Yuanxing and Yang Yeu, who had unexpectedly entered the men's restroom. I don't believe you unless you show me, Yang Yuanxing insisted, stubbornly following Yang Yeu into the restroom. Growing jealous and angry, she demanded. What must I do for you to believe me? Then you must tell me now, Yang Yuanxing retorted, crossing her arms and glaring at Yang Yeu. This is the restroom. It seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Let us return. Wang Yeu firmly declined. Upon hearing his refusal, Yang Yuanxing was instantly overcome with emotion. Tears streaming down her face as she choked out, What is inappropriate about this place? We have tried it here before. You have set your eyes on her. And now you disdain me, opting not to proceed. Woe is me. After attending to his urgent needs, Wang Yeu, thoroughly vexed by Yang Yuanxing's lamentations, promptly pulled her into the nearest stall, exclaiming, Enough with the tears. I desire you now, is that clear, you little vixen? Shortly thereafter, Ou Jinghuan and Chuyue were startled by the unmistakable sounds of intimacy emanating from the farthest stall. Chuyue lowered her blushing head, covering her cheeks and ears with her hands, too shy to meet Ou Jinghuan's gaze as he looked at her. Chapter 38, revealing the plan in just a few minutes. The sounds from the neighboring cubicle transitioned from fervent to tranquil. Subsequently, Chuyue discerned the delicate rustle of clothing and the unmistakable sound of a zipper being pulled up. With the absence of any suggestive sounds from next door, Chuyue widened her eyes in disbelief, pondering how it could have concluded so swiftly. Lacking understanding of matters between men and women, having never experienced such a situation in her past life or this one, she wondered if it truly could be so brief. Curiously, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixating on the prominent bulge in Ou Jinghuan's trousers. Lost in contemplation, her expression gradually became ambiguous. Ou Jinghuan, incensed by her scrutinizing gaze, realized that she must have inferred that he, too, could be so quick. Thus, he gently lifted her chin, his eyes issuing a warning that forbade her from looking further below. Before long, Wang Yeu and Yang Yuanxing appeared to have finished organizing themselves, swinging open the cubicle door, the sound of rushing water accompanying their exit. Both engaged in washing their hands. Yang Yuanxing, glancing at Wang Yeu in the mirror, playfully remarked, You made a mess inside, leaving me no choice but to go by medicine. Wang Yeu, his mind still preoccupied with Chue's earlier words, found it difficult to believe that the possessive Yang Yuanxing would entertain two relationships simultaneously. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the validity of her insights, resolving to uncover the truth for his own peace of mind. Should Yang Yuanxing indeed betray him, he would show no mercy. He would ensure she comprehended the dire consequences of her treachery. A cold, icy demeanor surfaced on his otherwise expressionless face as he stared down at the incessantly flowing water. Unable to grasp it, and distractedly responded to Yang Yuanxing, Then go buy it. If you lack funds, I can lend you some later. Is that sufficient? I need to return to my game now. You must profess your love for me first. Yang Yuanxing insisted, grasping Wang Yeu as he attempted to leave the restroom. I love you, only you, is that satisfactory? Wang Yeu replied casually as he continued towards the exit. That's not enough, you need to say it sincerely. Yang Yuanxing pursued him. Ultimately, Wang Yeu and Yang Yuanxing departed the men's restroom, while Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan both exhaled in relief. After confirming the absence of any further commotion outside, Chuyue hastily arranged herself to push open the door, only to be intercepted by Ou Jinghuan. His brow furrowed, his expression shifting through various complexities, his face shrouded in an inscrutable demeanor mingled with profound contemplation, thick as fog, nearly enveloping him. He gazed deeply into Chue's eyes, solemnly inquiring, What is your relationship with that man who fancies you? With a chuckle, Chuyue could not suppress her laughter, realizing that Ou Jinghuan was indeed feeling jealous, which struck her as rather amusing. However, she sensed that if she did not clarify soon, her silence would lead to further misunderstandings. Hence, she began to explain. That man is Yang Yuanxing's boyfriend. I have no connection with him whatsoever and have never interacted with him before. Today, since we couldn't go camping, I recalled Yang Yuanxing mentioning that her boyfriend comes here to play billiards every weekend evening. Thus, I resolved to orchestrate a scheme I had previously devised while engaging everyone in a shared activity. You might recall the incident last week when Yang Yuanxing sent a video to Song Shiqi with the intent to harm me. I had no intention of letting her off the hook. I remembered she had a boyfriend from outside the school, but on one occasion, she inadvertently revealed that she was also involved with a boy from within the institution. Hence, I deemed this a splendid opportunity for retribution. I would inform her external boyfriend of this affair, employing her own tactics of using others to retaliate against me. In truth, some of the claims made by Chuyue were fabricated. Young Yuanxing was quite cautious and had never disclosed her relationship with the boy from school to her. In reality, during her junior year in the second semester, after being slandered, Young Yuanxing and Lin Yishuan distanced themselves from her. Subsequently, in the first semester of her senior year, a scandal unfolded at the school that garnered significant attention, even making local news, which she became aware of. This scandal involved Young Yuanxing being discovered by her external boyfriend, who found out she was two-timing. In a fit of rage, he exposed intimate videos of them together taken in bed, along with private photographs from Young Yuanxing's own phone that required censorship. Ultimately, nearly everyone in the school, and indeed the entire city, possessed copies of Young Yuanxing's videos and images, forcing her to withdraw from school, unable to face her peers any longer. Therefore, what Chuyue is currently doing merely accelerates the inevitable consequences that Young Yuanxing has brought upon herself. So enamored was she with filming videos that ultimately, it is those very recordings that will tarnish her life forever. After a swift explanation to Ou Jinghuan, Chuyue gazed at him with a hint of anxiety, fearing his anger and worrying he might perceive her as overly cunning, concerned that the Chuyue he once admired was merely a product of a special lens. Yet, upon hearing her words, the furrow of contemplation on Ou Jinghuan's face dissipated, replaced by genuine concern as he inquired, "This plan is feasible. Do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing this, Chuyue realized her worries were unfounded. With a radiant smile and a gaze filled with determination, she replied, "Not at the moment. But knowing that you support me from behind gives me the strength to face those wrongdoers without fear. You have instilled in me the courage to confront them, Ou Jinghuan. I truly appreciate it." Ou Jinghuan tenderly caressed Chuyue's fair, rosy cheek, his eyes brimming with affection as he reassured her, "You may proceed without hesitation. I shall take care of everything. I do not wish for my Chuchu to endure any grievances. Even if you were to commit a crime, I would assist you in handling it, understood?" Chuyue was moved to the brink of tears by his words, nodding gratefully as she replied, "I understand, thank you." Suddenly, Ou Jinghuan adopted a serious expression, his tone earnest as he insisted, "You should say, 'I understand, I love you.'" Taken aback, Chuyue met Ou Jinghuan's eager gaze, longing for her affirmation, reminiscent of Young Yuanxing's plea for love from Huang Ye moments before. In an instant, she felt a mischievous urge to tease Ou Jinghuan, raising an eyebrow and gently shaking her head in refusal. In that moment, seizing the opportunity of Ou Jinghuan's astonishment at being unexpectedly rebuffed, she hastily flung open the door and fled. Ou Jinghuan, gazing at the now closed door, found himself both exasperated and amused by Chuyue. The realization that beneath her cold, alluring exterior lay a mischievous nature that delighted in teasing him caused him to shake his head in resignation as he exited the restroom. Yet, deep within, he felt no anger at being playfully taunted. Rather, the more time he spent with Chuyue, the more he found her endearing, and his affection for her only grew. Subsequently, Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan returned to their billiard table, deliberately ignoring the group of Young Yuanxing and Huang Yeyu as they passed by. Chapter 39. Multiple points of contact. As Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan passed by Young Yuanxing and Huang Yeyu's group, Young Yuanxing, who had settled quietly on the sofa, felt a surge of jealousy upon seeing the dashing and affluent Ou Jinghuan following closely behind Chuyue. Observing the dynamics between the two, she realized that their relationship was not as she had initially surmised. She had presumed that Chuyue was solely infatuated with Ou Jinghuan, while he might merely be captivated by her attractive appearance. However, it became abundantly clear that their affection was mutual, intensifying Young Yuanxing's envy and animosity, prompting her to roll her eyes dramatically. Her gaze shifted back to Huang Yeyu seated before her, constantly monitoring whether he would cast a glance toward Chuyue. In her mind, she pondered how remarkable Chuyue was, successfully attracting the attention of Ou Jinghuan, the president of Hongxin Group. She mused that such beauty naturally afforded Chuyue a more fortunate fate than her own. Unlike her, who had dated two boyfriends, one who failed to satisfy her physical needs, and the other who, while capable, could not shower her with lavish gifts. Meanwhile, Huang Yeyu, standing with a cue in hand and his back to Young Yuanxing, could not help but steal glances at Chuyue at the far end of the pool table. Occasionally, he would inadvertently direct his gaze toward Ou Jinghuan, who stood beside her. He contemplated that this man must indeed be Chuyue's boyfriend, effortlessly exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. The Rolex adorning his wrist led him to assume that the Rolls-Royce parked outside belonged to this distinguished gentleman. Huang Yeo came to a realization. No wonder Chuyue had so coldly rebuffed him. It was evident that she could never harbor feelings for someone of his caliber, leaving him lacking the confidence to compete with such a man. Bored, Su Jishang, noticing how long Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan had been away, approached Chuyue and playfully draped her arm around her neck, whispering teasingly, "Cousin, where have you and cousin gone for so long? You return looking so radiant. Did something happen?" The blush that Chuyue had finally managed to suppress flared again on her cheeks. She gently removed Su Jishang's arm and playfully nudged her back to her own seat, shifting the topic by saying, "Why not go play some billiards? You see, you're not nearly as spirited as you were when playing against Han Yangshu. Hurry. Focus on winning back your game." After being pushed back, Su Jishang noticed that Chuyue genuinely seemed embarrassed, so she whispered in her ear, "Hey, it's hardly my turn to play. Just look at Su Chening's prowess. I feel it's impossible for me to win against him even once in this lifetime. I've resigned myself to that fate. Don't he think too rigidly? Perhaps one day, you really will triumph over him." Chuyue encouraged Su Jishang. "All right, I understand. You should hurry back to my cousin. If you linger any longer, I might start to suspect he is plotting to silence me." Su Jishang darted a glance toward Ou Jinghuan and perceived his gaze, which seemed to suggest he truly harbored a desire to extinguish her presence, prompting her to quickly push Chuyue back. Chuyue returned to Ou Jinghuan's side, where he gazed at her with a meaningful expression, his lips curving into a smile as he said, "You may continue to play. Do you still need my guidance?" Without hesitation, Chuyue declined, forcing a laugh as she replied, "Ha ha, no need, actually, I can play." Ou Jinghuan's eyes softened with affection as he gently encouraged, "I understand. If you feel confident without my instruction, then please, proceed." Subsequently, Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan engaged earnestly in the game, leaving behind the earlier frivolities. Chuyue exerted her utmost effort, swiftly discerning the required strength and direction for each shot, rapidly clearing the table. Ou Jinghuan watched the captivating woman before him, utterly entranced. He sensed that Chuyue would gradually reveal even more of her allure, and he eagerly anticipated it. Meanwhile, on the table with Chen Yaxing and Han Yangshu, the dynamics of the game underwent a dramatic reversal. Han Yangshu gazed in disbelief at the increasingly skilled Chen Yaxing. With every ball she sank, his heart sank further. How could it be that the Chen Yaxing, who had required his guidance at the outset, had suddenly transformed as if she were on a winning streak? A seemingly impossible shot that shouldn't have gone in miraculously did. Could this be what they referred to as the beginner's luck? Ultimately, a stunning upset occurred, with Chen Yaxing triumphing over Han Yangshu. "Ha ha, I can't believe I won. Han Yangshu, your teaching is exceptional. You could start a tutorial course and surely make a fortune." Indeed, Han Yangshu felt at a loss for words. Having already lost to Su Jishang in the first round, he was now defeated by Chen Yaxing, a pupil he had just instructed. His spirits plummeted. He felt as though he had performed abysmally. He had arrived with high hopes, believing that not playing against Chen or Jing would afford him an easy victory. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. He wished he had simply lost to Chen or Jing instead, for in his cleverness, he had been outsmarted. Noticing Han Yangshu's despondency, Chen Yaxing offered comfort. "Do not be disheartened, I merely had a stroke of luck. Besides, my progress is a testament to your excellent teaching." Han Yangshu pondered this and found it reasonable. The fact that his student performed so well reflected his own merit, and his mood brightened considerably. With renewed warmth towards Chen Yaxing, he inquired, "By the way, didn't you mention needing my help with your design project? Why haven't you come to me yet?" Chen Yaxing chuckled awkwardly and explained, "While I have a design subject, I still lack creative inspiration, and inspiration is not something one can summon at will." Han Yangshu, pondering her words, remarked, "A lack of inspiration indeed poses a challenge, but continuing like this isn't a solution. When is your project due?" Chen Yaxing sighed, her expression heavy with concern. "It's due at the end of this month. I have a few weeks left. Thankfully, I don't need to create a physical model, otherwise, I would definitely run out of time." Han Yangshu observed the troubled expression on Chen Yaxing's face and felt compelled to assist her in swiftly resolving her predicament. Without much deliberation, he suggested, "How about this? Tomorrow is Sunday. You could come to my house and find me. I will be free, and we can spend some time together. Perhaps inspiration will strike you." Chen Yaxing genuinely wished to engage more with Han Yangshu, yet she found it somewhat awkward to voice her desire. She understood that relying solely on imagination would not suffice, particularly as she thrived on interaction and understanding to produce commendable designs. Noticing that Han Yangshu had proactively invited her to connect, she readily agreed, saying, "That sounds wonderful. It's settled then. I will come to see you. I truly appreciate your help. Han Yangshu, with a hint of playful pride, replied. Just don't express your gratitude too soon. I am investing my time and effort as well, and once you create an outstanding piece, you must reward your mentor accordingly. Cheng Yaoxing chuckled. Ha, of course, I will. Chapter 40. Another presence after a delightful round of billiards. Li Chua and her companions glanced at the time and unanimously decided to visit the night escape bar for more amusement. As they walked past Wang Yeyu and his group, engaging in light-hearted banter, it was rather intriguing to observe that the males in Huan's party scrutinized Li Chua and Su Zishang with keen, assessing eyes. Meanwhile, the females, including Yang Yuanxing, cast shy glances toward Ou Jinghuan, Han Yangshu, and Su Chenyu. Noticing the gazes directed at them, Su Zishang scoffed audibly and playfully remarked to Su Chenyu. Chenggu, it seems that the girl in the black dress has taken a liking to you. TSK, just look at those little eyes. Su Chenyu remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Su Zishang, aware of her mischievous intent, and chose to indulge her. The girl in the black dress, feeling the weight of scrutiny, nervously glanced at her boyfriend, who turned back to her with a warning look in his eyes. Realizing her partner was displeased, she grasped his arm and quietly clarified, Don't listen to her nonsense, I was thinking about what birthday gift to get you and happened to notice that man's outfit, which I thought would suit you perfectly, so I looked a bit longer. After her explanation, she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her boyfriend's expression soften and turned to chastise Su Zishang for her meddling, only to discover that Su and her friends had already departed downstairs. Downstairs, Li Chua observed Cheng Yaoxing and Han Yangshu walking together, engaged in cheerful conversation. Although Cheng Yaoxing still exhibited some shyness, it was evident that she was not averse to this boy she had only recently met. Watching Cheng Yaoxing make an effort to connect with new acquaintances and gradually express her innermost thoughts without confining herself to her comfort zone filled Li Chua with a sense of satisfaction. As Han Yangshu opened his car door, Cheng Yaoxing prepared to return to Li Chua and rejoin Ou Jinghuan's vehicle, but Li Chua intervened. With a serious expression, she advised, Yaoxing, why not take Han Yangshu's car? The more you interact, the better. You could ask him what he enjoys, how he maintains his charming demeanor, and so forth. Wouldn't that provide you with ample inspiration for your assignment? Realization dawned on Cheng Yaoxing, and she nodded eagerly, exclaiming, You're right. You always think of everything, Chuyue. I hadn't considered that. I'm going over now. Li Chua smiled as she watched Cheng Yaoxing rush toward Han Yangshu. As she reached for the backseat door, Han Yangshu gestured for her to sit in the front, and so she took her place in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Su Zishang slid into Su Chenyu's car. After all, she had often opted for his vehicle when she wasn't driving herself, and given their recent kiss, it felt inappropriate to avoid sitting with him. Thus, the group, having exchanged little conversation, naturally split into pairs, each pairing departing from the billiards club in their respective vehicles, heading toward the night escape bar. Upon the arrival of 3 sleek black luxury cars at the night escape bar, they navigated through a lengthy line of patrons, both men and women adorned in their finest attire, with some women reapplying their lipstick. Li Chua felt perplexed and inquired of Ou Jinghuan. Why are there so many people queuing outside the bar today? Is it due to the holiday? Ou Jinghuan, casting his gaze downward, elucidated, Indeed. The last time you visited was Thursday, when fewer people ventured out. Today, being Saturday, both university students and those finishing work are out to enjoy themselves. Li Chua nodded in understanding. True, I just noticed that the patrons of night escape bar, regardless of gender, are quite attractive. However, it seems that some of the women near the entrance appear increasingly anxious, each one meticulously retouching their makeup. Beside them, Su Zishang, having overheard Li Chu's remarks, explained. This is because the night escape bar has restrictions on the number of patrons allowed in on weekends. Unlike some other bars that impose age limits or standards of appearance, here, there is a requirement that everyone dress decently on weekends. Women must be well-groomed and men should not appear too disheveled. From Monday to Friday, such restrictions do not apply, as everyone is quite exhausted from studying or working, and a casual appearance is acceptable. Li Chua had never encountered such limitations before, but she found it to be an intriguing approach. This time, they did not enter through the crowded front entrance but instead followed Su Chenyu through the back door directly to the elevator leading to the second floor. They entered the VIP room they had previously visited, settling into the atmosphere. Han Yangshu and Su Zishang eagerly began selecting songs to sing, while Cheng Yaoxing made her way to a table laden with snacks. Li Chua and Ou Jinghuan sat closely together. Ou Jinghuan opened a bottle of champagne, carefully pouring it into a glass before presenting it to Chuyue. After pouring himself a glass as well, he took a small sip to savor the taste. Meanwhile, Chuyue was not in the VIP room. He had stepped away to take a phone call. Listening as the voice on the other end reported on the traitor who had betrayed him. Unable to withstand the pain, the traitor had ultimately confessed. Upon hearing this, Chuchue's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he commanded sternly, "All right, for now, do not let him die." "Understood, Brother Chen," came the reply from the other end. After hanging up, Chuchu signaled to a nearby server, tossing a set of keys into their hands with a casual remark. "Please bring the new package we've launched to the VIP room, and fetch a bottle of the rare wine from the cabinet." Upon returning to the VIP room, he glanced at Chuyue, his eyes silently indicating that he had something to discuss with Ou Jinghuan. Ou Jinghuan spoke up directly, "It's fine, just say it." Chuyue, intending to join Chen Yaoxin, felt it courteous to allow them their privacy. "You two continue your conversation. I shall go over to Yaoxin," she said nonchalantly. Ou Jinghuan did not hinder her, as he wished for Chuyue to understand him better. Yet he feared that she might distance herself upon discovering his cold and ruthless nature. Once Chuyue had moved to Chen Yaoxin's side, Chuchu began his report. He confessed that the opposing faction has bribed him, inciting him to betray us. Ou Jinghuan's expression did not soften upon hearing this revelation. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper. His right index finger gently tapped on his knee, each touch sending a chill through the air, rendering it nearly suffocating. Within mere seconds, Ou Jinghuan's voice emerged. Low and composed, "What he said is a fabrication. It could not possibly have been their doing. The true perpetrators must lie elsewhere. Allow the subordinates to continue their inquiries." Chuchu, having just relaxed his furrowed brow, found it knitting together once more, uncertain of how Ou Jinghuan disowned the rodent's deceit. Nevertheless, he had unwavering faith in Ou Jinghuan's judgment. Thus, he nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood. I shall inform the brothers below immediately." Stepping out of the private room once more, Chuchu dialed a number, his anger palpable as he sternly relayed Ou Jinghuan's directives. In the desolate old warehouse, a man who had thought he could escape punishment after spinning his lies found himself hoisted once again, subjected to a merciless beating, his cries echoing through the emptiness. Knight would like to extend gratitude to the following delightful patrons. Heartfelt thanks to user for the 5-star review. Acknowledgement to, for the generous support. Appreciation to Yuding, who loves so the bonds for the kind contribution, and gratitude to the winds and waves of the back mountain for both the generous gift and the encouragement of a thumbs up. Chapter 41. The toilet ambush within the VIP room of the Nighty Bar. Han Yangshu and Su Jishang were engaged in a duet, their voices resonating harmoniously. However, it seemed that the two were more engrossed in outshining one another than in the song itself. Chuyue and Chen Yaoxin exchanged bemused glances. Observing the pair standing atop stools, singing with the fervor of individuals who had just escaped from a mental institution, Chen Yaoxin curled her lips and turned to Chuyue with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Chuyue, why are they so fervently displaying their vocal prowess while ostensibly helping each other with the duet, incessantly belting out Chuyue, too, was perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, she chuckled, "Perhaps it is merely a way for them to liberate themselves. They don't seem to feel any embarrassment. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle." Just as Chuyue finished speaking, Su Jishang hopped down from her stool, microphone in hand, striding toward her and Chen Yaoxin. Han Yangshu followed suit. Chuyue and Chen Yaoxin exchanged alarmed glances, sensing their impending approach, and instinctively recoiled as if faced with a formidable beast, protesting, "You two, don't come any closer." But it was too late. Su Jishang had already seized Chuyue in a tight embrace, exuberantly singing, "Chuyue, Chuyue, little back, little back." She then thrust the microphone before Chuyue, gesturing insistently for her to continue singing. Caught off guard, Chuyue complied, mimicking their style as she sang along with the lyrics displayed on the screen. Han Yangshu extended the microphone to Chen Yaoxin, but she was laughing too hard to sing. Undeterred, Han Yangshu continued, "Yaoxin, Yaoxin, little back, little back." Eventually, Chen Yaoxin managed to sing into the microphone while stifling her laughter, exclaiming, "Doing duang doing." Meanwhile, Ou Jinghuan and Su Chuchu, seated together in solemn discussion, were momentarily rendered speechless by the bizarre scene unfolding before them, both unable to suppress amused smiles. At last, the song concluded, and Su Jishang, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the black leather sofa, breathlessly declaring, "How? I can't sing anymore. This style is exhausting." Han Yangshu, brimming with energy, dashed off to select another song, turning back to Su Jishang with a boastful grin. "Ha ha ha, Su Jishang, why have you stopped? Keep singing. Su Jishang nonchalantly grabbed a tissue from the nearby table, fashioned it into a makeshift white flag atop a chopstick, and waved it in surrender, saying, I concede this time. You're impressive. Ha ha, you're still far from my level in singing, yay. Today, I finally triumphed. Han Yangshu beamed with delight. Li Chua and Chen Yaoxing, seated nearby, were in stitches, with Li Chua wiping away tears of laughter, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. You're too hilarious. You've made me want to use the restroom. I'm going to, chimed in a satisfied Chen Yaoxing. From her slumped position on the sofa, Su Jishang raised a feeble hand, lazily stating, Hey, wait for me to catch my breath. I'll join you. Once Su Jishang regained her composure, the trio opted not to use the restroom within the private room but instead rose to head toward the larger restroom outside the VIP area. It is a common occurrence for women to visit the restroom together, a practice understood by those in the know. Their trips are not solely for the purpose of answering nature's call. They also serve as vital moments for touch-ups, grooming, and sharing secrets or gossip. As they exited the private room, Su Jishang, while walking alongside Li Chua and Chen Yaoxing, complained, You saw that, didn't you? I told you before. I am not exaggerating. Han Yangshu truly possesses that infuriating demeanor. Chen Yaoxing, struck by amusement, clutched her stomach, laughing in pain. You two have quite the bond. Like siblings playfully bickering. Although both of you have a strong competitive streak, it is rather endearing and entertaining. Su Jishang playfully pulled Chen Yaoxing closer, wrapping an arm around her neck, and feigned a look of great grievance. No, Yaoxing, you are mistaken. And do not be deceived by Han Yangshu's charming facade. I may be delightful and amusing, but he is not. Alright, you are indeed the charming and amusing one. He pales in comparison to you. Chen Yaoxing felt her heartstrings tugged once more, this time by her companions, and quickly clarified. Once Su Jishang heard only compliments directed at her, she released her hold, beaming with pride. Li Chua trailed behind Su Jishang and Chen Yaoxing, glancing at a message from an unfamiliar number on her phone. I will find out. The sender was likely Huang Yeyu, which puzzled her as to how he had acquired her phone number. Then she recalled Yang Yuanxin mentioning that Huang Yeyu had previously harbored feelings for her, suggesting he might have had her number all along. Though she could not fathom why Huang Yeyu had decided to investigate and inform her, she hoped he would proceed as she anticipated. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, Chen Yaoxing and Su Jishang stepped inside first, with Li Chua closely following. Just as she took a few steps in, a shadow suddenly lunged at her from her right rear. Reacting swiftly, Li Chua raised her right hand to deflect the hand reaching towards her. The assailant, clad in black and wearing a mask, was momentarily taken aback by her quick reflexes, causing him to falter in his attempt. A frown crossed his face as he sensed the situation was turning unfavorable. Having successfully blocked the attack, Li Chua recognized the imposing figure before her and swiftly executed a side kick aimed at the man's lower ribs, intending to incapacitate him. The assailant, not lacking in agility, raised his arms to shield himself from the incoming strike. Ugh! He groaned in pain as the impact reverberated through his body. However, he was no ordinary adversary. Enduring the pain, he seized Li Chua's raised leg, preparing to pull her closer. Meanwhile, Chen Yaoxing and Su Jishang had noticed the commotion behind them. Su Jishang, reacting quicker, dashed over and struck at the man in black, determined to prevent him from harming Li Chua, shouting, You perverted creep, get your filthy hands off her. Chen Yaoxing also rushed towards Li Chua, ready to assist in confronting the intruder in the women's restroom. The man in black, in an effort to evade Su Jishang's striking hand aimed at his nose, was compelled to release Li Chua's leg and forcefully pushed away the incoming hand. As Su Jishang was shoved backward, her body lost control and she stumbled, inadvertently twisting her ankle in her high heels, with her foot contorted at nearly a 90-degree angle. A cry of pain escaped her lips as she fell backward. Chen Yaoxing, positioned behind Su Jishang, was unable to evade the impending collision. Noticing Su Jishang was about to tumble onto her, she rushed to embrace the injured Su Jishang, but her strength proved insufficient, and both were brought down to the ground. Chapter 42. Infant sleep. Li Chua retracted her foot, witnessing the harm inflicted upon Su Jishang and Chen Yaoxing by the man in black. An inferno of rage ignited within her veins, and she clenched her fist, delivering a swift and decisive blow to the man's temple, her speed more agile than before. The man in black, having underestimated the combat prowess of the woman before him, barely managed to evade a direct hit to his temple. However, his right cheekbone was struck forcefully, and seizing the moment of his disarray, Li Chua raised her leg once more to deliver a kick. At that moment, the man in black, dizzy and unable to defend himself as he had moments prior, found his head impacted by her elevated leg. He promptly lost consciousness. his robust frame collapsing heavily to the left, lying rigidly on the ground, eyes rolling back to reveal the whites. Chuue gazed at the man in black, now in a state of slumber akin to that of an infant, and finally exhaled in relief, observing Su Jishan's anguished expression as she twisted her ankle. Chuue prepared to assist her. In an instant, her vision blurred, a wave of drowsiness surged over her, and her body felt weak and unsteady, threatening to topple. Cheng Yaxing, pinned beneath Su Jishan, could only watch as Chuue suddenly faltered. She attempted to rise and support her, but Su Jishan tried to stand only to feel another sharp pain and fall again. When Cheng Yaxing and Su Jishan looked back, Chuue had already been caught by Ou Jinghuan. Upon seeing someone arrive, Cheng Yaxing and Su Jishan felt their racing hearts return to calm. With Su Chenyun's assistance, Su Jishan managed to balance on one leg, while Cheng Yaxing, having sustained no injuries, stood up unaided. Ou Jinghuan quickly assessed the situation. His gaze sharp and penetrating as he regarded the man lying on the floor, limbs stiffened, with a look of fierce contempt, as if he wished to rend the man to pieces. He had not anticipated that while he and Su Chengyun had merely stepped out of the private room to discuss pressing matters, they would hear Su Jishan's shouts from the ladies' restroom, realizing that something had gone awry. Lowering his gaze to Chuue, who remained conscious albeit with drooping eyelids, a palpable concern crossed his features. Chuue, sensing his worry, reassured him, "I am fine. That man attempted to incapacitate me with a drug-laced cloth, but I managed to evade it. I merely inhaled a bit during the scuffle, and now I feel a tad drowsy." Ou Jinghuan's expression remained dark and foreboding as he turned to Su Chengyun, instructing, "Take him to the basement." Su Chengyun, supporting Su Jishan with one hand, swiftly retrieved his phone with the other and dialed a number. Shortly after hanging up, several individuals entered the restroom, methodically dragging the man away. Their silence spoke of their training, moving with an efficiency that rendered the entire episode as if it had never occurred. "What is going on? Why are you all in the ladies' restroom?" A bewildered Han Yangshu entered just in time to witness the aftermath. Earlier, he had noticed that the three women had gone to the restroom while Jinggu and Chenggu seemed to have left the private room for business, leaving him alone. Not wishing to remain solitary, he decided to follow, only to encounter several familiar faces among those who worked under Jinggu. Witnessing a man being forcibly removed from the ladies' restroom, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Hesitantly, he peered into the restroom, only to realize that everyone was indeed present within. At that moment, Ou Jinghuan, without uttering a word, swiftly scooped up Chuue and strode purposefully outside. Addressing the onlookers without glancing back, "Let's ascend first and discuss later." Su Chengyun returned his phone to his pocket and similarly lifted Su Jishan, following closely behind Ou Jinghuan. While Cheng Yaxing, concerned, trailed after them. Han Yangshu, feeling ignored, was left in a state of confusion, yet, he was not foolish. Noticing that Chuue and Su Jishan were in distress, he refrained from unnecessary chatter and followed suit. They took the elevator to the third floor, where Ou Jinghuan gently placed Chuue on the grand sofa in the lobby. Chuue attempted to sit up immediately, but her movements were notably sluggish. Observing this, Ou Jinghuan sat beside her, allowing her frail form to lean against him. Su Chengyun set Su Jishan down on the sofa, his expression void of emotion. Before turning to leave, Su Jishan felt a twinge of disappointment as Su Chengyun departed without offering any words of concern. Cheng Yaxing and Han Yangshu exchanged worried glances at Chuue and Su Jishan. With tears welling in her eyes, Cheng Yaxing choked out, "Chuue, Jishan, are you alright?" I couldn't help at all." Chuue offered a faint smile and replied slowly, "Yaxing, do not weep. I am fine. I merely feel a bit fatigued." Su Jishan grinned, revealing her teeth, and said, "I'm perfectly alright. I just twisted my ankle a little. I often twist my ankle while wearing high heels. It's hardly an issue." Cheng Yaxing wiped her tears and resolutely declared, "I want to cry. I cannot let you comfort me in return." At that moment, Ou Jinghuan had finished a phone call beside Chuue. His voice was deep as he gently reassured her. "Chuue, I have summoned a doctor, and he is en route. You will soon feel better. Additionally, I wish to understand precisely what transpired inside. If you lack the strength to recount it now, you need not feel compelled to do so." Chuue yawned again and responded at a measured pace. "It's nothing serious, I can share. As soon as we entered the restroom, that man attempted to cover my mouth and nose from behind, but I evaded him. When he tried to make another move, I fought back. In the midst of it all, Su Jishan came to assist and was injured. Ultimately, I managed to incapacitate him." "Alright, I understand. Ou Jinghuan replied with a calm demeanor, though an undercurrent of turmoil seemed to brew beneath his tranquil facade. His expression darkened as he mentally formulated a plan to deal with the individual who had incited such fury within him. After Han Yangshu had seated himself beside Chen Yaoxing, he widened his eyes in shock upon hearing Li Chua's account, exclaiming, "The burly man dragged out of the restroom was defeated by you. Is that true? I thought it was either Jinggu or Chenggu who had taken him down." Chen Yaoxing, no longer in tears but with glistening eyes, affirmed, "It is certainly true. Chuyue has been diligently practicing taekwondo recently." Han Yangshu nodded in understanding. No wonder. That's impressive. Having just left, Su Changmi returned to the side of the sofa. Carrying a medical kit in hand, he placed the medicinal alcohol on the table and looked up at Ou Jinghuan, saying, "Li Chua requires a doctor's attention. I only have these medications, which are of little use." Ou Jinghuan replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. The doctor I called resides nearby and will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Su Changmi approached Su Zhishang, kneeling on one knee in front of her. He gently lifted her injured foot and rested it upon his knee, lowering his gaze to carefully assess the severity of the sprain. Subsequently, he opened the medicinal alcohol and applied it to her swollen ankle, unperturbed, placing his large hand upon it and proceeding to massage with firm pressure without prior warning. Chapter 43. No serious harm. Ouch. That hurts. Su Zhishang exclaimed as she initially felt touched by Su Cheney's intention to assist her with the medication. However, in the next moment, her features contorted with pain. She cried out, instinctively retracting her leg and kicking, desperate for Su Cheney to cease his actions. Unperturbed, he maintained a stoic expression, firmly grasping her delicate leg. Undeterred by her protests as he continued to apply the ointment with swift movements, the others, though uncertain of the cause, sensed an undercurrent of anger from Su Cheney. Yet they could not discern its target. Li Chua, witnessing Su Zhishang's distress, felt compelled to urge Su Cheney to be gentler. However, Ou Jinghuan, recognizing her intent, subtly shook his head, indicating she need not intervene, and thus, Li Chua remained silent, her heart aching for Su Zhishang. Before long, Su Cheney completed the treatment and rose to cleanse his hands of the lingering medicinal alcohol, while Su Zhishang lay on the sofa, her face streaked with tears, utterly spent. Li Chua gradually regained her composure and propped herself up. Observing Su Zhishang's sudden stillness, both Chen Yaoxing and Li Chua grew anxious. "Shen, what's wrong? Are you alright?" Li Chua inquired with concern. To their surprise, Su Zhishang abruptly sat up, laughter erupting from her. "Ha ha ha, you've all been fooled. I'm perfectly fine. Just wanted to give you a fright." Li Chua and Chen Yaoxing were momentarily taken aback. Though startled, they couldn't help but worry as they watched Su Zhishang oscillate between tears and laughter. Han Yangshu, who had been casually observing, was already aware that Su Zhishang would pull such a stunt. Noticing Li Chua and Chen Yaoxing's lingering concern, he explained, "This whimsical girl used to struggle with high heels and would often twist her ankle. It's quite a common occurrence. Each time, she would call on Cheney, who applies his strong hands to assist her, so we've grown accustomed to it." Su Zhishang, still chuckling, interjected, "See? I didn't deceive you. It's merely a sprained ankle." Li Chua and Chen Yaoxing breathed a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Cheney, with his back turned to the group, intensified his grip as he dried his hands, nearly breaking the skin. An inexplicable rage simmered within him, a fierce desire to tear something apart, an energy pulsating restlessly. Soon after, the doctor summoned by Ou Jinghuan arrived at Yi Bar and was promptly escorted upstairs. After examining Li Chua, the doctor as previously tense demeanor relaxed. And with utmost respect, he addressed Ou Jinghuan, "Young Master Ou, this lady is not in serious condition. She is merely experiencing slight fatigue and muscle weakness, and will likely feel more tired as the evening progresses. However, as the amount inhaled was minimal, the effects should dissipate within an hour as the medication metabolizes." Ou Jinghuan replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Please attend to the one with the sprained ankle." Hearing Ou Jinghuan's words, Su Zhishang felt a surge of gratitude and looked at him, feigning tears. "What? I knew you still cared for me, brother." Ou Jinghuan averted his gaze from Su Zhishang and turned his attention back to Li Chua, concerned. After a brief examination of Su Zhishang, the doctor turned to report to Ou Jinghuan, "There are no injuries to the bones. The current treatment is quite effective, with continued ice compresses to reduce swelling. She should recover in about 1 to 2 weeks." Ou Jinghuan addressed Su Zhishang, saying, "Did you hear that? The doctor has spoken." Su Zhishang nodded in acknowledgement, "I heard." As Ou Jinghuan prepared to express his gratitude to the doctor, The physician retrieved a large bag of medicine from his satchel and remarked, "Young Master Ou, the elder instructed me to prepare some tonic for your health and to remind you to take care of yourself and rest well. I have prepared the medicine. And now I will leave it with you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Understanding that he could not refuse a request from his grandfather, Ou Jinghuan permitted the doctor to set down the medicine and promptly arranged for someone to escort him out. Observing the substantial bag, he pondered whether Chuyue might misconstrue the doctor's words and assume that he was unwell. What should he do about that? At this moment, although Chuyue still felt somewhat drowsy, she was able to think clearly enough to deduce that her assailant was likely not a mere pervert, but rather someone intent on incapacitating her for abduction. The rise in hostile individuals left her uncertain of who had sent them and whether she could extract useful information from the cloaked figure later. She turned to Ou Jinghuan, asking with curiosity, "Where has that man in black been taken?" A fierce anger blazed in Ou Jinghuan's eyes, a palpable force that felt as if it could annihilate the world itself, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, when he gazed upon Chuyue, his expression softened as if dismissing the turmoil around them as mere shadows, and he gently replied, "Leave that matter to me. You should rest well now and not worry. I will be here to protect you." The others, hearing Ou Jinghuan's words, ceased to inquire further. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Su Jishang, whose ankle pain had lessened, cast a pitiful glance at Su Chenyu and pleaded, "Brother Chenyu, may I stay with you tonight? I would prefer to sleep in the room I used before. There is no one at home, my foot is swollen and mobility is difficult, and I do not wish to return to my parents' house and worry them. So, I beg you, can I?" Previously, Su Jishang often visited the night bar and would sometimes stay overnight on the third floor after drinking too much. She reasoned that with so many vacant rooms, it would be better to let her stay. Su Chenyu, concerned that Su Jishang might fall again if left alone at home, agreed, of course. Seeing that it was getting late, Ou Jinghuan gently said to Chuyue, "Let us conclude for today. I will take you home now. Tomorrow is Sunday, and you should rest well." Chuyue lowered her gaze, contemplating something, and did not immediately respond to Ou Jinghuan. Meanwhile, Han Yangshu turned to the still somewhat shaken Cheng Yaoxing and said, "Yaoxing, it is getting late. Allow me to escort you home." "That would be great, thank you." Cheng Yaoxing noticed that Chuyue seemed to have something she wished to discuss privately with Ou Jinghuan, so she decided not to interrupt them and readily agreed. Subsequently, Su Jishang chose to remain with Su Chenyu, bidding farewell to the others with a wave. Before departing, Ou Jinghuan leaned in to quietly instruct Su Chenyu, "Ensure that the truth is unearthed swiftly. I wish to know before dawn." Su Chenyu offered a silent nod, acknowledging the request without further elaboration. As Chuyue and her three companions exited the night bar, the entrance buzzed with a vibrant energy, teeming with people. Chuyue had regained her ability to walk independently. She approached Cheng Yaoxing, wrapping her arms around her slowly, gently caressing her back, and soothingly whispered, "Yaoxing, I am truly sorry. You must have been frightened, right? Everything is all right now. When you return home, try not to dwell on it as if nothing ever happened." Cheng Yaoxing embraced Chuyue in return, her indignation palpable as she declared, "I was not afraid. I merely felt inadequate, knowing that a villain could harm you. And I had no opportunity to intervene. Yet, I shall not dwell on it any longer. I have resolved to strengthen my body and learn combat skills, so that I may protect you from harm." Chapter 44. A night's day. Chuyue was deeply touched upon hearing Cheng Yaoxing's words of protection, feeling that having such a wonderful friend was a blessing from several lifetimes. With a playful nudge to Cheng Yaoxing's back, she gestured, all right. I eagerly await our adorable Yaoxing to transform into a muscle-bound protector for me. Ho ho ho." Cheng Yaoxing's mood lightened slightly as she shook her head in disdain, retorting, "I refuse. I'm not fond of overly exaggerated muscles. Just a hint of definition will suffice." After their light-hearted exchange, Chuyue turned to Han Yangshu with a serious expression, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Please ensure her safe return home." Han Yangshu raised his hand in acknowledgement, assuring her there would be no problem. Subsequently, Cheng Yaoxing entered Han Yangshu's sleek black Mercedes, her head bowed in quiet contemplation. In an effort to lift her spirits, Han Yangshu engaged her in banter as he drove, saying, "I just heard that you like my physique. My muscles are just right slim in clothes, but quite appealing when undressed." He. Cheng Yaoxing looked at him in exasperation, finally understanding Su Jishang's words. Han Yangshu was indeed quite self-absorbed. In Ou Jinghuan's car, after watching Cheng Yaoxing and Han Yangshu depart, Chuyue turned to him, her face a mix of hesitation and concern. Would you mind letting me stay over for the night? My father is away on business, leaving only my stepmother and stepsister at home. With the recent threats against me, I worry it might be my stepsister, Zong Shiqi, who is behind it, so I'm reluctant to return. If it's too much trouble, I can always go to a hotel. Without a moment's hesitation, Ou Jinghuan readily agreed. Of course, buckle up. Li Chua was taken aback by Ou Jinghuan's swift consent and curiously asked, why so quick to agree? Aren't you worried I might have ulterior motives for coming to your home? Or that being alone together might lead to something? Ou Jinghuan smirked, his gaze enigmatic as he replied, I rather hope you have other intentions, which is why I would never refuse. Li Chua noticed his eyes radiated the same alluring charisma as they had in the billiards club, stirring an unexpected warmth within her. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze from his intense stare, quickly turning to look out the window of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. During the ride to Ou Jinghuan's mansion, Li Chua shared her suspicions regarding the potential masterminds behind the evening's events. Ou Jinghuan listened intently, his mind also analyzing the situation, confident that answers would emerge before dawn. After a considerable drive, they finally arrived at their destination. The grand entrance automatically opened upon recognizing Ou Jinghuan's vehicle, which proceeded inside and came to a halt at the front. The mansion's automated system alerted the butler, who emerged to greet Ou Jinghuan. However, he stood by the car door, waiting for an unusually long time without seeing Ou Jinghuan exit. Concerned that Ou Jinghuan might be unwell from fatigue, the butler leaned in to peer through the darkened window, intending to knock. Suddenly, the window rolled down, and upon observing Ou Jinghuan's demeanor, the butler noticed he appeared perfectly fine, allowing his worries to dissipate. As the steward prepared to speak, Ou Jinghuan placed his index finger upon his delicate lips, casting a warning glance at the steward to remain silent. Instantly, the steward closed his mouth, gazing in bewilderment at the rising car window. At this moment, Li Chua had already succumbed to slumber. After halting the vehicle, Ou Jinghuan's gaze remained fixated on the enchanting beauty reclining gently against the seat. She appeared so tender and captivating in her sleep that it was difficult to avert his eyes. Her fluffy black hair framed her fair complexion, and her long, curled eyelashes fluttered softly with her even breaths. He recalled how Li Chua had persisted even after being drugged, managing to engage in conversation with him for only a brief moment before drifting off. He mused that his presence must have provided her with a sense of security and relaxation. Ou Jinghuan was aware that Li Chua had undoubtedly been frightened. Yet she exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, she had continually offered comfort to others in distress. Unbeknownst to him, a seed of affection for her had taken root in his heart. Reluctant to awaken her, he raised his hand to gently caress Li Chua's picturesque features, tracing from her brows to the tip of her nose and finally to her rosy lips, savoring the moment. Ultimately, his fingertip lingered on her plump, honeyed lips, gently stroking them. He recalled the fervent kiss they had shared earlier that evening, and as he gazed deeply into her face, he could no longer resist. He leaned down to bestow a tender kiss upon her lips, mindful to restrain himself, merely bestowing a gentle peck rather than a passionate embrace. Upon reluctantly withdrawing from her lips, he noticed a slight furrow in her brows. Ou Jinghuan's body froze, his gaze fixed anxiously upon Li Chua, regret and self-reproach swirling within him. Fortunately, the effects of the drug had rendered her body relaxed and her slumber deep, her lips occasionally murmuring, I'll kill you for hurting my friend. I'll kick you to death. Hearing her soft, fragmented words, he exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his features as he gazed affectionately at the woman before him. After a brief moment of admiration, Ou Jinghuan exited the vehicle. The steward instinctively prepared to catch the car keys Ou Jinghuan would toss to him, as was customary, intending to return the vehicle to the garage. However, to his astonishment, he watched as Ou Jinghuan approached the passenger side and opened the door. Meanwhile, Ou Jinghuan unfastened Li Chua's seatbelt, gently attempting to lift her from the car. He carefully cradled her in his arms, passing by the steward, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Once Ou Jinghuan had entered the house, the steward finally regained his composure. Having accompanied the young master since his youth, this was the first time he had witnessed him bringing a woman home. Observing the tenderness with which Ou Jinghuan regarded her, it was evident that he had developed feelings for her. The woman in his arms must surely be as radiant as a celestial being. Yet, a thought nagged at him, wasn't the young master averse to female contact? What could this possibly mean? Upon entering the house while cradling Li Chua, Ou Jinghuan was greeted by a middle-aged woman who spoke softly and respectfully. Young master, the hangover soup is ready. Would you like me to? The woman halted mid-sentence upon noticing the slumbering figure in Ou Jinghuan's arms. A glance at him revealed a hint of coldness in his gaze, which prompted her to retreat in silence, intimidated. Ou Jinghuan initially believed that Chuyue must have awakened due to the commotion, but as he lowered his gaze, he discovered that she remained blissfully asleep, even shifting closer to his chest and mumbling softly. Leaning down, he strained to catch her words. Don't kiss me. Huan, it hurts. A smile crept upon Ou Jinghuan's lips. Unable to be restrained, it dawned upon him that Chuyue was dreaming of him forcefully kissing her. He chuckled softly, a hidden mirth in his voice resonating deeply. In a delightful mood, he swiftly ascended the stairs with Chuyue in his embrace. Exhilarated as if he had stumbled upon a treasure he wished to conceal for himself. Chapter 45. The fitness enthusiast. As dawn broke, the morning light gently unfurled its veil, heralding yet another resplendent day adorned with vibrant hues. A refreshing aura descended upon the world, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds flitting about the branches outside the window. Chuyue, nestled in bed, was roused by the playful serenade of the avian chorus. She fluttered her eyelashes, awakening from a sweet dream, and stretched languidly, gradually opening her drowsy eyes to gaze at the ceiling above. Before her lay a somewhat familiar sight, and as a thought crossed her mind, she sat up, raising a hand to rub her eyes. As her vision cleared, she observed her surroundings, only to discover she was entirely alone. It was as if her mind had just begun to function. Her eyes widened in realization. No, this was the bedroom of Ou Jinghuan. How astonishing it was that she had found herself in his chamber. The familiarity washed over her, reminiscent of the times she had drifted in spirit during her previous life. Often witnessing Ou Jinghuan shedding tears for her, she endeavored to recall the events that had transpired prior. Yes, she had expressed a desire to stay at his home, and then they had taken a car to discuss various matters. After that, the details eluded her. Chuyue tossed aside the covers and stood up, immediately noticing the absence of the constricting bodycon dress she had worn the previous evening. A sense of comfort enveloped her, and as she looked down, she realized her attire had completely transformed. She now donned a sultry silk camisole, with a significant portion of her fair and supple skin exposed. Embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to clasp her hands over her chest, a rosy hue creeping up her neck and flushing her cheeks, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her mind raced with the thought that Ou Jinghuan must have carried her up after she fell asleep, and perhaps he had even changed her clothing. If that were the case, then he had seen her in her entirety. While she harbored no objections to his gaze, a wave of shyness enveloped her. Quickly, she made her way to the adjacent wardrobe, deftly retrieving a black bathrobe to cover her exposed skin. With a gentle push, she opened the door and stepped outside, eager to seek out Ou Jinghuan. As she strode through the vast mansion, traversing the spacious yet eerily quiet corridor, the artwork adorning the walls and the opulent decor could not quite mask the oppressive atmosphere within. Yet, she felt no sense of unfamiliarity. Rather, the sensation of her bare feet upon the cold floor was distinctly invigorating. Chuyue grasped the banister and descended the staircase slowly, her gaze landing upon the extravagantly luxurious hall. The black marble floor gleamed like a mirror, while intricate crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling radiance. She tread softly upon the plush carpet, scanning her surroundings in search of Ou Jinghuan, but the area was devoid of any human presence. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, she pondered the possibility that with Ou Jinghuan's busy schedule, he might have left for work early on this Sunday. Just as she turned, a middle-aged woman approached her from an unknown direction. Chuyue scrutinized the stranger, realizing she did not recognize her. Nor had she encountered this person during her previous life alongside Ou Jinghuan. With a warm smile, the middle-aged woman stepped closer and greeted Chuyue amiably. "Good morning, miss. I am the housekeeper here, having worked for many years, primarily responsible for the young master's meals. You may call me Aunt Luo." After finishing his morning run, the young master headed to the gym. "He instructed me to take you to find him should you come down." Chuyue offered a slight smile and nodded in response. "All right, Aunt Luo." She followed Aunt Luo closely, yet did not let her guard down. After all, in her past life, she had been deceived by an elderly person who appeared kind-hearted. One could say that having been bitten by a snake once, she was now wary of ropes for 10 years. This time, she was even more cautious. Particularly, she never recalled the presence of Aunt Luo in her previous life. Although Ou Jinghuan had barely eaten during the period following her death, it was peculiar that Aunt Luo was not around when she first began accompanying him. Had she not been working there before her incident? As Chuyue pondered, she followed Aunt Luo through a lengthy corridor, eventually arriving outside a room. After signaling her to enter, Aunt Luo turned and left, her smile unwavering. Li Chua cautiously surveyed her surroundings before raising her hand to knock on the door, attentively awaiting a response. "Come in," a familiar voice echoed from within. Recognizing it as Ou Jinghuan's, she promptly opened the door and stepped inside. She stood frozen at the sight before her. The man's fair upper body was exposed to the air, his muscles taut and glistening with sweat as he lifted a dumbbell while gazing at her. Li Chue's eyes traced the smooth contours of his muscles. Devoid of any excess flesh, the well-defined abs she admired prominently displayed before her. A few beads of sweat trickled down his alluring V-line, disappearing into the waistband of his snug shorts. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted toward the prominent area of his gray workout pants, and she gulped nervously. "Perhaps you should wipe that drool," Ou Jinghuan teased, his voice laced with amusement. Li Chua obediently raised her hand to dab at the corners of her mouth, thinking, "I'm not drooling. Why would I need to wipe anything?" Suddenly realizing she had been tricked, she inwardly lamented, "Oh," and endeavored to maintain an air of composure. She shot a glare at Ou Jinghuan, warning, "You summoned me here, yet you're dressed so minimally. Are you trying to entice me? But I won't be so easily swayed." Ou Jinghuan's charming lips curled into a smile, his low chuckle suggesting he was oblivious to her words. With an innocent expression, he clarified, "Didn't you mention last night before falling asleep that you felt you were still too weak and wanted to find someone to help you improve your martial arts skills? If you don't mind, I could teach you myself, eliminating the need to seek others. What do you say?" Li Chua chuckled awkwardly, realizing her misunderstanding. The prospect of him teaching her was indeed delightful. She recognized Ou Jinghuan's remarkable skills, thus saving her the trouble of searching for someone else. After all, someone had already attempted to harm her, and the threat had come much sooner than in her previous life. Wasting time on unproductive pursuits was no longer an option. Naturally, enhancing her training while fostering a relationship with Ou Jinghuan was far from a waste of time. Approaching Ou Jinghuan, she readily agreed, "Great. When shall we begin? By the way, aren't you usually quite busy? Do you have time to teach me?" After completing his final set of exercises, Ou Jinghuan set down the dumbbells and casually replied, "I am not busy. I have ample time to teach you. As for when we shall begin, why, we shall commence right now." Li Chua deftly handed him the towel that was hanging nearby, just as he was about to wipe his sweat. Upon hearing that they would start immediately, her eyes widened in surprise. Subsequently, Li Chua took the workout attire that Ou Jinghuan had thoughtfully prepared for her and proceeded to the adjacent bathroom. She removed her black bathrobe and the nightgown beneath, freshened up, and then changed into her gym clothes. Thus, their training officially commenced. Chapter 46, Sources of Inspiration in Painting. Following this, with the assistance of Ou Jinghuan, Li Chua commenced her training. Ou Jinghuan meticulously guided her through each physical exercise, and Li Chua diligently endeavored to execute the movements, gritting her teeth in determination. She pondered the misunderstanding that had led her to believe Ou Jinghuan intended to seduce her with his physique. Observing his stern demeanor and the absence of any flirtatious atmosphere within the gym, she realized he bore no resemblance to someone attempting to allure her. While Li Chua and Ou Jinghuan were earnestly engaged in their workout, Hong Yangshu, fast asleep, was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Without opening his eyes, he reached out to locate the source of the sound, eventually grasping his phone and answering the call without a glance. "Hello?" Hong Yangshu spoke in a lazy, hoarse voice. "Hong Yangshu, I have arrived at your house as per the location you provided. Are you still asleep?" Instantly, Hong Yangshu's eyes flew open as he recalled his agreement with Chong Yaoxing to meet that morning before he had spent the night gaming. Although he was aware she would be coming, he had forgotten to set an alarm in his gaming fervor. Springing to his feet, he dashed towards the door, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I forgot to set my alarm. If you hadn't called, I might still be asleep. I'll open the door right away." After hanging up, he glanced at the numerous missed calls, guilt washing over him, realizing that Chong Yaoxing must have waited for quite some time. Upon opening the door, he found her seated on the steps, turning to face him. A look of contrition crossed his features as he once again apologized. "I'm truly sorry, Yaoxing, for making you wait so long. Please, come in." Chong Yaoxing rose, dusting off her clothes, and carried the items she had brought inside, responding nonchalantly, "It's no trouble. I feel a bit embarrassed for having troubled you to rise early during your break. I should have suggested an afternoon meeting." Hong Yangshu closed the door behind them, running a hand through his disheveled hair as he chuckled. "Not a hassle at all. I usually wake up early. I just lost track of time due to a ranking competition last night. What did you bring?" Suddenly, Chong Yaoxing interrupted, feeling somewhat awkward. Perhaps you should freshen up and change your clothes first. Han Yangshu raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that his morning appearance was indeed rather disheveled, leading him to believe she found him unkempt. With a sheepish grin, he replied, "Haha, I'll go tidy up and return looking dapper. Feel free to explore. There are plenty of snacks in the cabinet and drinks in the fridge. Make yourself at home." A faint blush crept across Cheng Yaoxin's cheeks as she waved him off, urging him to hurry. "Understood, I'll just sit here and wait. I need to adjust my pigments anyway, so there's no rush. Come out whenever you're ready." Han Yangshu quickly grabbed a few articles of clothing and entered the bathroom, only to realize upon disrobing that his appearance was far from suitable for company. He pondered why Cheng Yaoxin had looked at him oddly earlier. He had thought she was intentionally avoiding him out of anger, but it turned out she had merely felt shy upon witnessing the natural response of his body. Han Yangshu felt no embarrassment at being seen in his grandeur. Instead, he smirked, humming a tune cheerfully as he prepared for the day. In the living room, Cheng Yaoxin curiously surveyed her surroundings, discovering that the apartment was quite spacious, well-equipped, and imbued with a sense of homeliness, as if it had been inhabited for quite some time. After her inspection, she moved to a wide area bathed in exquisite light. Decisively retrieving her supplies and arranging them meticulously, she began to set up the scene before her, positioning the items in her mind's eye and setting up her easel, mixing the colors she would soon employ. Before long, Han Yangshu emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you already arranged everything? Are you planning to paint me?" Cheng Yaoxin, deeply engrossed in contemplating the inspiration she needed for her assignment, turned to him upon hearing his voice. She was momentarily taken aback, time seeming to freeze, while Han Yangshu was equally captivated by her without her glasses. The light cascading around her accentuated her dreamy, beautiful eyes, and her adorably dazed expression rendered her even more enchanting. Cheng Yaoxin, having removed her glasses after accidentally smudging them with paint, was now fixated on the figure before her. Han Yangshu, clad only in a grey towel, revealed a robust upper body adorned with elegantly defined muscles, droplets of water glistening on his fair skin that seemed impervious to the sun's rays. The scene was strikingly impactful. Eventually, it was Cheng Yaoxin who broke the silence, her voice laced with curiosity. "Indeed, I would like to attempt painting you. I believe this will help me better understand your character and inspire my work. Would you mind posing for me without a shirt?" Snapping back to reality, Han Yangshu felt a flutter of nervousness as he stammered, Of course, but you'll need to wait a moment." He dashed back to his bedroom, tossing aside the towel, and fervently began doing push-ups. He had planned this moment before exiting the bathroom, intentionally choosing to be shirtless for Cheng Yaoxin's benefit, hoping to allow her, the girl who had cheered for him on the court, to appreciate his captivating physique as a form of atonement for making her wait. To his surprise, he found himself momentarily entranced, only to notice that Cheng Yaoxin, aside from her initial surprise, displayed no particularly noteworthy reaction. Doubt crept in. Had his recent gaming marathons caused his physique to falter? After completing several hundred push-ups, Han Yangshu wiped the sweat from his brow. And once he saw in the mirror that he did not appear overly fatigued, he emerged from his bedroom with a nonchalant demeanor. As Han Yangshu emerged into the living room, he gazed at Cheng Yaoxin, who had already put her glasses back on. He explained, "I apologize for the interruption. I had an urgent matter to attend to, but it is resolved now. Shall we begin?" Cheng Yaoxin, unfazed, nodded and, already in a focused state, replied with a serious expression, "It's quite all right. You may choose to sit in the center of the sofa or recline as you prefer. Feel free to move in whatever manner feels most comfortable to you." Han Yangshu had been tensing his muscles since he arrived, observing Cheng Yaoxin's lack of reaction. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, allowing his muscles to relax and, like an endearing little puppy, he trotted over obediently with his ears drooping. Chapter 47. The unexpected kiss. Han Yangshu approached the sofa and casually reclined in a manner that was comfortable for him. Resting his head on a cushion while one long leg was propped up at ease, his arms hanging loosely by his sides. Tilting his head and raising an eyebrow, he cast a gaze toward Cheng Yaoxin, who was seated behind the easel, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. With a languid smile, he asked her, "Is it alright if I lie like this?" Cheng Yaoxin's eyes widened as she beheld Han Yangshu behind the easel. His bare upper body, illuminated by the morning sunlight streaming through the window, appeared almost ethereal, reminiscent of a deity descending from the clouds. The contours of his muscular frame were exquisite. His chest and abdominal muscles were subtly defined, embodying the very essence of her preferred aesthetic. The delicate lines of his physique accentuated his slender waist, exuding a blend of languor and allure. Captivated, Cheng Yaoxin adjusted her glasses, her excitement bubbling forth as she exclaimed, "Yes. This looks fantastic. Just the feeling I was hoping for." Try to remain still. Han Yangshu found it rather astonishing that his casual pose, intended as a jest, could evoke such enthusiasm from Cheng Yaoxin, who had previously shown no visible reaction to his exertions during their workout. With a slight sigh, he lay back on the sofa, observing the now serious Cheng Yaoxin as she resumed her painting. A question began to form in his mind. Was Cheng Yaoxin truly an admirer of his? After all, during the last sports event, she had been the loudest and most unabashed in her cheers when he had revealed his abdominal muscles. Yet now, clad so lightly, her demeanor was remarkably composed. No, he reasoned, his charm had not diminished. She must simply be focused on her artistic endeavor. He refused to believe that her interest in him had waned. As time meandered on, the gentle light shifted subtly, as if striving to catch up with the encroaching shadows. At last, Cheng Yaoxin completed her painting, setting down her brush. Rising to stretch her somewhat numb body, she lifted her gaze to find Han Yangshu, who had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Checking the wall clock, she realized that midday had quietly arrived. She took out her phone to order some food. Then, she quietly approached the sofa, observing how his tousled hair spread across the pillow, adding a playful charm to his appearance. His relaxed features emanated an indescribable allure. As her gaze drifted downward, she noticed the soft glow of his skin, resembling a tranquil statue bathed in morning light. His breathing was gentle and rhythmic, akin to a soothing melody. Cheng Yaoxin felt a wave of compassion for Han Yangshu, who had endured an all-night gaming session only to rise early and assist her in seeking inspiration, succumbing to slumber shortly after she began to paint. Lowering her eyes to his bare torso, concerned that he might catch a chill, she retrieved a thin blanket neatly folded beside the sofa. Unfolding it, she intended to cover him gently. Suddenly, Cheng Yaoxin, her vision obstructed by the blanket she was holding, failed to notice a bare brick figurine lying on the floor and tripped over it. Ah! Cheng Yaoxin's petite form uncontrollably toppled towards Han Yangshu, ultimately landing heavily upon him, the thin blanket providing little cushioning. Most importantly, her lips inadvertently met his. In that fleeting moment, Han Yangshu, jolted awake from his sweet slumber by the shrill scream, found himself pinned down, his lips throbbing from the unexpected impact. With bleary eyes wide open, he gazed at Cheng Yaoxin, their eyes locking through her glasses, both momentarily frozen in disbelief for the third time. Han Yangshu, unsure whether he was dreaming, dared not move, while Cheng Yaoxin's mind seemed to have come to a standstill, utterly clueless about her next course of action. After a moment, she became aware of the erratic heartbeat resonating between them, her face flushing crimson as the temperature soared. Panic washed over her, and she desperately sought to extricate herself from Han Yangshu. Supporting herself on the sides of the sofa, she pushed up to lift her upper body off him while one foot pressed against the ground. However, she inadvertently stepped on the half-fallen blanket, causing her to slip and once again lean towards Han Yangshu. Fortunately, this time she did not fall back, but her hand inadvertently landed upon Han Yangshu's firm and smooth chest. Han Yangshu, feeling vulnerable and weak, was left at the mercy of Cheng Yaoxin. Embarrassed, she exchanged a glance with the frowning Han Yangshu, biting her lip before deciding to disregard her hesitation. With a firm push against his resilient muscles, she finally stood up, her cheeks flushed as she sincerely apologized. "I'm so sorry, truly. It was not intentional. I merely saw you sleeping and wanted to cover you with a blanket. Look at that thing on the floor. I tripped over it, I swear I'm not lying." Meanwhile, Han Yangshu, still in a daze from the unexpected encounter, was bewildered by the loss of his first kiss in such an odd manner. He lifted a hand to touch his sore lips, wincing as he felt a sharp pain. Tentatively, he licked his lips, the metallic taste of blood spreading across his tongue. Realizing he had cut his lip, observing his discomfort, Cheng Yaoxin felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She hurriedly grabbed some tissues from the coffee table and returned, offering them to Han Yangshu with an awkward demeanor, her face a portrait of remorse. "I'm so sorry, really. I don't know how to explain this to you." At last, Han Yangshu regained some clarity. He lifted his gaze to meet Cheng Yaoxin's, arching an eyebrow and squinting playfully as he remarked nonchalantly, "It's alright, I understand it was an accident. However, if you ever feel the urge to steal a kiss from me again, could you perhaps be a tad gentler? My lips are rather precious and cannot withstand your frequent collisions." In that moment, Han Yangshu mused to himself about his undiminished charm. Realizing that despite Chen Yaoxin being his devoted admirer, she remained utterly unfazed by the sight of his strong and captivating physique up close. It dawned on him that he had indeed been correct in his assumption. Chen Yaoxin had been restraining herself all along, stealthily kissing him while he slept, only to inadvertently reveal her intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Yaoxin, standing there, found the conversation increasingly absurd. Initially, she thought Han Yangshu had finally come to believe her words, but the subsequent remark only suggested he still suspected her of deliberate mischief. Chapter 48, 100%. At this moment, Chen Yaoxin wore a troubled expression, furrowing her brow as she prepared to explain herself until Han Yangshu was convinced. Just as she was about to speak, Han Yangshu interrupted her, saying, "All right. I understand you didn't mean it. I don't mind, nor am I angry, but please refrain from kissing me again, or I might just get upset." "I'm not angry. I merely fear you might misinterpret my feelings," she replied. Although Chen Yaoxin felt a tinge of disappointment for having bestowed her first kiss upon someone she did not love, she knew it was a consequence of her own carelessness. So she had no intention of harboring resentment towards someone who had done nothing wrong. Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across Chen Yaoxin's face, Han Yangshu casually shifted the topic, saying, "I don't feel any particular way about it, so it's all good. Have you finished your painting? I'm eager to take a look, may I?" Upon hearing Han Yangshu mention the painting, Chen Yaoxin's attention was diverted, and she earnestly replied, "I just completed it. Please have a look and let me know if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, while I won't make any revisions. I am curious about the aspects you wish to improve." Han Yangshu tossed aside the half-draped blanket, rising from the sofa and stretching languorously, completely indifferent to appearances, before yawning and exclaiming, "Wow. All right, as you wish." The incident of their kiss quietly faded into the background, leaving one to wonder if the unspoken feelings lingered within them. With a towel still snugly wrapped around his waist, Han Yangshu approached the easel with little regard for modesty. Upon closer inspection of the canvas, he was utterly astonished by the depiction of himself. The vibrant colors filled the canvas in an exuberant display. Most striking was the way he was portrayed, so lifelike that it seemed as though he were truly present within the painting, radiating a dazzling light, with a halo surrounding him. The depiction of his physique was nothing short of astonishing. He could hardly believe that his muscles could appear so elegant and alluring. It seemed that in Chen Yaoxin's eyes, he was indeed a vision enhanced by an ethereal filter. Unable to resist the allure, Han Yangshu found himself drawn closer, almost wishing to step into the painting. He noticed the meticulous detail Chen Yaoxin had employed, even capturing a small mole beneath his right eye, which was often overlooked. Gazing at the artwork, he marveled aloud. "Your artistry is remarkable. Even that tiny mole, which Su Jishan, who has known me for years, has never noticed, you have captured with such precision. How do you observe so attentively?" Flattered by his compliment, Chen Yaoxin felt her cheeks flush with shyness. Lowering her gaze, she smiled and confessed, "Ha ha, thank you. I noticed it when you hugged me the last time. I thought it was quite charming, so I decided to paint it." Han Yangshu was taken aback, not expecting her to speak so candidly about their first meeting, and he mused that Chen Yaoxin must have a fondness for him, or she would have remembered. He then patted Chen Yaoxin on the shoulder and chuckled heartily, "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Impressive. I have no complaints, in fact. I think you made me look even more handsome." "That is not quite right. I resemble the handsome figure in the painting, though perhaps you find me more appealing." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, accompanied by the sound of Chen Yaoxin's phone. Han Yangshu, hearing the two sounds nearly simultaneously, inquired with curiosity, "What is happening? Who could be visiting me?" Chen Yaoxin hurried towards the door and turned to explain to Han Yangshu before answering the call, "I ordered takeout, and it's just the right time for us to have lunch." Answering the call, she quickly said, "I'm here. You don't need to ring the doorbell anymore." Shortly thereafter, Chen Yaoxin returned to the living room, carrying a large bag of takeout, but Han Yangshu was nowhere to be seen. As she pondered whether Han Yangshu had become occupied with something else, he reappeared, dressed in a relaxed black t-shirt and basketball shorts, exclaiming with delight, "Wow! It smells incredible. I think I can smell my favorite dish." Chen Yaoxin pointed at the takeout, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Indeed. I bought your favorite boiled beef and other dishes you enjoy. Your sense of smell is remarkable. You detected it even before the packaging was opened. By the way, is it alright to eat here? I hope you don't mind if it leaves a scent." Like a puppy catching sight of a bone, Han Yangshu rushed over, eagerly unwrapping the packages and arranging the dishes, his face beaming. "Of course, I don't mind." "Wow! This is from my favorite restaurant. How did you know I like this? Cheng Yaoxin, witnessing Han Yangshu's exuberance for the first time, was enchanted by the way he could be both charming and adorable. She smiled and replied, I asked Shen, and she informed me. I never expected you to be a foodie just like me. Haha. After all, you are helping me out. You taught me how to play billiards last night, so it's only right to treat my mentor well. Han Yangshu was convinced that Cheng Yaoxin was undoubtedly his loyal fan, having even investigated his culinary preferences. His eyes fixated on the food, nearly drooling. As he prepared to dig in, he gave a thumbs up, praising, well done. But don't get too cocky. Keep up the good work for next time. Let us eat. Subsequently, as they savored the delectable meal, they engaged in conversation. Han Yangshu remarked, I've heard you can be quite introverted. But I don't perceive that when I'm with you. Rather, it seems you simply lack confidence. Cheng Yaoxin smiled gently. That seems to be the case. Han Yangshu sincerely encouraged, be more confident. You are quite beautiful, I'm not lying. Cheng Yaoxin nodded earnestly. All right, I will strive to be more confident. By the way, I was just about to ask you, did your parents gift you this apartment like they did for Shen? Han Yangshu nonchalantly explained, no. I bought it with my first earnings. My mother passed away when I was very young, and my irresponsible father. He doesn't even acknowledge me as his son, so he wouldn't give me a single penny. Thus, I purchased it myself. And I've been living here for quite a long time. This is my only home. Impressive, right? Cheng Yaoxin was unaware of the matters that Han Yangshu spoke of, and regretted her inquiry. With a face full of remorse, she said, I apologize. I should not have asked that and brought up unhappy memories. Han Yangshu waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, it is of no consequence. I do not mind being asked about such things. Do not dwell on it. He then inquired, Yaoxin, do you have any inspiration now? Cheng Yaoxin responded, a hint of gloom in her voice, indeed. Painting has sparked some inspiration within me. I wish to create a piece exclusively tailored for you. However, I have come to realize that I do not know you well enough yet, so I will need to seek your assistance again in the future. Is that alright? Han Yangshu found Cheng Yaoxin's earnest dedication to her passion and profession, as a devoted admirer, to be particularly charming. He readily agreed, saying, of course. Feel free to reach out to me for anything you need. Chapter 49, Strengthening Protection Upon Returning to the Luxurious Residence in Chuyue Bay. Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan found themselves in the gym on the first floor. After a considerable amount of time, Chuyue finally completed the last set of exercises as per Ou Jinghuan's instructions. Ha ha! I finally finished. Chuyue gasped for breath, her body glistening with sweat. The snug beige workout attire she wore clung to her alluring figure, thoroughly drenched, and her cheeks were flushed with a deep, fiery hue. Here! Drink some water, Ou Jinghuan gently offered, handing her his water bottle that rested beside the equipment. Thanks! Without paying much attention, Chuyue eagerly gulped down the water. Seeing her drink so hastily, Ou Jinghuan cautioned, slow down, don't choke. But before he could finish his sentence, Chuyue, indeed, choked on her drink. Ou Jinghuan let out a helpless yet affectionate chuckle, stepping closer to pat her back softly. Hey! I must be a jinx. There is no one competing with you for the water, so you can take your time. Once Chuyue had composed herself and ceased coughing, Ou Jinghuan's expression turned serious as he regarded her intently. I know you are eager to learn something, and you've likely been wanting to ask me about it. However, I suspect you already understand why I suddenly began your training. Chuye's countenance darkened upon hearing his words. She had an inkling that last night's events were far from trivial. Yet, Ou Jinghuan's grave demeanor suggested that the matter was even more serious than she had anticipated. She set aside the water bottle and inquired, I think I have a rough idea. Is it that the man in black from last night has yet to divulge the identity of his benefactor? Or has he revealed it, but the individual's background is formidable? It is neither that he has not revealed it, nor that he cannot, Ou Jinghuan replied. His face shadowed, an air of chill enveloping him. The man in black is dead. He perished within less than a day. Did he take his own life? Yes. After regaining consciousness and realizing he had been captured, he bit down on the cyanide capsule concealed in his mouth before we could commence the interrogation. My personnel conducted an examination and found no abnormalities in his teeth or other tissues. Thus, we speculate that he might have lodged the sealed cyanide in his throat, subsequently regurgitating it. Chuyue was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard of such a method, and her unease regarding his act of suicide deepened. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "It's astonishing that one could do that. If he chose to end his life without hesitation or fear, does that imply he was under the influence of someone truly formidable, compelling him to take such drastic measures? Indeed, there is that possibility. It could also be that he was a deaf servant, devoted entirely to his master, willing to sacrifice his life. However, there may be other underlying reasons. Regardless, this indicates that last night's incident should not be underestimated. You have likely attracted the attention of an organized entity with an extraordinary background." Chuyue furrowed her brow slightly, pondering whether Song Shiqi and Song Yinan had acted even sooner than in her past life. However, the individual who perished last night, as Ou Jinghuan remarked, was not only organized but also possessed an extraordinary background. Their skills and the manner of their demise suggested that they were not someone who could be easily hired by Song Yinan or Song Shiqi. She sat in a nearby seat, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in profound contemplation, her head bowed in silence. She pondered the identity of the perpetrator behind this incident. Last night, someone was sent to incapacitate her. What was their intention? What could their true motive be? Ou Jinghuan, unable to bear the thought of Chuyue being engulfed in fear due to these events, had long harbored ill intentions toward anyone who would seek to harm her. Yet, he spoke in a gentle tone, "This matter has escalated beyond mere triviality. For your own safety, it is imperative that you enhance your physical abilities. Although your skills are commendable, your foundational training still requires improvement." Chuyue slightly lifted her delicate face, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Ou Jinghuan, her eyes brimming with determination as she assured him, "No problem, I will strive to persevere. I certainly do not wish to find myself at a disadvantage against a formidable adversary next time." A frown creased Ou Jinghuan's brow, his hands, which had been casually resting at his sides, instantly clenched into fists. He tenderly caressed Chuye's head, hesitating as he spoke. "There is one more matter. I do not wish to conceal this from you, nor do I want any misunderstandings between us, so I feel it is best to inform you in advance. I hope you will not refuse." Chuyue noticed the unwavering determination in Ou Jinghuan's gaze, yet it was tinged with anxiety. She could comprehend his desire to protect her and smiled, saying, "All right, I will not refuse. Please, go ahead." Surprised by her immediate acceptance without waiting for his explanation, Ou Jinghuan felt a surge of affection, though he remained somewhat apprehensive as he continued, "I have decided to assign several bodyguards to accompany you at all times. I assure you, this is not an act of surveillance. While they will consistently report your whereabouts and surroundings to me, my concern is solely for your safety. Otherwise, I would be unable to focus on my work. Please, do not refuse." Chuyue recognized the wisdom in Ou Jinghuan's analysis regarding the lurking dangers, and his proposal to have bodyguards shadow her seemed prudent. She was not naive. There were multiple threats watching from the shadows while she remained exposed. The presence of bodyguards would undoubtedly offer some measure of protection, allowing both her and Ou Jinghuan to live with greater peace of mind. Hence, she readily agreed. "That is perfectly fine. I do not mind at all. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness." Observing that Chuyue was indeed unperturbed by the notion of having bodyguards, Ou Jinghuan felt his tension dissipate. His gaze toward her was always filled with tenderness, and in a soothing tone, he reassured her, "Do not fear. Pursue your desires without hesitation. Regardless of who the enemy may be, I will safeguard you. I will remain vigilant in this matter and swiftly seek out leads to uncover the mastermind behind it, ensuring you endure no harm." Chuyue rose to her feet and enveloped Ou Jinghuan's bare upper body in a warm embrace, feeling the heat and firmness beneath her touch. She gently pressed her face against his heart, attentively listening to the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Jinghuan." It seemed to be the first time Ou Jinghuan had heard her address him in such a manner. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Unable to be suppressed, he excitedly returned her embrace, holding her delicate form tenderly, and replied softly, "Chuyue, did we not agree that you need not thank me? You shall never have to express your gratitude to me throughout your life. All I wish is for you to understand the true sentiments I hold in my heart." Chapter 50. Boyfriend and girlfriend in the gym. Chuyue and Ou Jinghuan embraced each other tightly for a while. However, Ou Jinghuan was reluctant to release her, resting his head on her bare shoulder and proposing, "How about you stay with me from now on? It's impossible to dismiss the possibility that your stepmother and stepsister are orchestrating these events. Living with your father has become unsafe. Moreover, residing here is the best option. I have someone discreetly protecting me, and the security is stringent. I often find myself busy and yearning for you, unable to see you frequently. If you lived here, we could meet every day. Chuyue, would that be acceptable to you? Listening to the usually reticent Ou Jinghuan suddenly articulate a lengthy discourse. Chuyue raised her delicate eyebrows in surprise. She sensed that if she did not agree to stay, he might stubbornly continue to hold her. Yet, she began to ponder his words seriously, contemplating the potential madness that might ensue from Song Shiqi and Song Yinan upon her return home. They could resort to poisoning her father, or perhaps even taint her meals. The unfortunate events had already been preempted, and with so many uncertainties looming, staying with Ou Jinghuan indeed seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Additionally, she needed to inform her father in advance to prevent him from getting too close to them, thereby avoiding any traps. Having reached a decision, Chuyue prepared to extricate herself from Ou Jinghuan's fervent embrace before informing him of her agreement to stay. However, Ou Jinghuan was unwilling to let go. Tightening his hold on her, a hint of playfulness in his demeanor as he pressed a gentle kiss on her slender neck and murmured, "Chuyue, please agree to this. I wish to see you every day. Let us stay together, shall we?" At that moment, Ou Jinghuan was oblivious to the smile blooming on Chuye's face. As the mischievous side of her personality emerged, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she replied, "Well, I suppose it's possible. But aren't we still merely in a state of flirtation? Moving into the home of someone you're only flirting with feels rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Ou Jinghuan became flustered, as this was his first experience with romance, and he was unsure how to transition from mere acquaintances to a genuine couple. He nervously explained, "I always thought we were already in a relationship. After all, we've kissed, so I believed we were officially together." Chuyue found amusement in the seemingly reserved yet unexpectedly innocent Ou Jinghuan, and she continued to tease, "But some believe that holding hands and kissing merely indicates flirtation. And it doesn't necessarily mean one is in a relationship. For me, if someone wishes to be my boyfriend, they must declare their feelings and directly ask if I would be willing to be their girlfriend. Yet, it seems you haven't quite done that, have you?" At this moment, Ou Jinghuan had regained his composure from the initial panic. He perceived the underlying meaning in Chuyue's words and recognized that she was playfully toying with him. Yet he willingly fell into her playful trap. He released his grip and rested his hand on Chuyue's frail shoulders. A charming smile gracing his handsome face as he gazed deeply into her eyes. With sincerity, he confessed, "Chuyue, though I struggle to articulate my feelings, I wish to convey to you that I am enamored with you. I find myself ensnared in the alluring depths of your being, unable to escape. I desire to be your boyfriend, even your man, to protect you, cherish you, and accompany you, ensuring you never feel lonely, sad, or hurt. Therefore, would you grant me the opportunity to fulfill this promise?" Initially, Chuyue intended merely to playfully tease Ou Jinghuan and elicit a confession from him. However, she was taken aback when his heartfelt declaration brought forth a torrent of tears. Her eyes brimmed with scorching tears that cascaded down her delicate, rosy cheeks, each drop resembling a pearl slipping from its string. Seeing her suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, Ou Jinghuan tenderly wiped away the tears from her small face with his fingertips. Though his actions appeared calm and composed, the slight tremor of his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. With a pained expression, he whispered, "Chuyue, please don't cry. It breaks my heart to see you in tears." In that moment, Chuyue recalled a memory from her past life, where Ou Jinghuan had professed his love before her gravestone, whispering her name repeatedly after her demise. Overwhelmed with emotion, she trembled uncontrollably. Her tear-filled eyes meeting his striking visage once more, she embraced Ou Jinghuan tightly and choked out, "Ooh, I am willing, Jinghuan. I would do anything you ask, even if it meant sacrificing my life." Ou Jinghuan's eyes widened at her words, his heart racing with unprecedented intensity. Although he had refrained from voicing his deepest longing during his confession, he never anticipated that Chuyue would articulate what he had left unsaid. It astonished him to realize how significant he had become to her. A warm current surged through his once cold heart, prompting him to pull Chuyue closer. Cradling her tear-streaked yet radiant face, and he kissed her fervently. Chuyue gently closed her eyes, responding to Ou Jinghuan's passionate kiss. Tears flowing from the corners of her eyes and trickling down to his fingertips. In the gym, the temperature gradually rose as the two lost themselves in a fervent embrace. After the kiss, they clung to each other, breathless, as if two solitary souls had finally endured countless trials to unite. As time passed, noon approached, and their emotions began to settle. Ou Jinghuan, glistening with a sheen of sweat on his bare torso, his muscular veins prominent, spoke in a husky voice. "You shall sleep in the room you just awakened in. It is more spacious. I have arranged for your seasonal clothing to be delivered to Chuyue Bay. And future deliveries will follow. If you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to choose from the Huangxin Mall. For your daily commute after leaving the dormitory, we shall go together. I will drop you off at school before heading to work. Alternatively, you may drive the car from the garage. Simply request the keys from the butler. However, I recall that you have yet to obtain your driver's license, so shall we venture out together? As Chuyue listened to Ou Jinghuan excitedly planning their future activities, particularly when he mentioned that the clothes had already been sent over, she realized that he had long intended for her to stay. Chuyue found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she had fallen for Ou Jinghuan's clever ruse. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. And feeling both admiration and a hint of shyness, she replied, "All right, I shall stay with you then." As for the driver's license, I had been hesitant to take the test due to some psychological reasons, but now I'm ready to pursue it. So, I hope to rely on my boyfriend a bit more during my stay. Ou Jinghuan affectionately ruffled Chuchue's hair, gently wiping away the remnants of her tears with his thumb, and with a charming smile, he said, "It's no trouble at all, my girlfriend, I find it utterly delightful."